The boat suddenly collapsed into the dark, icy waters before he could even cry out. His mind was floundering in chaos. He couldn't understand where he was or what had happened to him. There were screams outside. People were yelling that a crane had collapsed and someone had been crushed. At that moment, memories came flooding back to Rudin. He was at work. And then everything went dark. The crane collapsed right on top of him. The realization struck like a bolt of lightning. He was dead. But was his path worthy? Did he live his life as he should have? Suddenly, as if clinging to a memory, he blurted out. He had managed to get the TIA3 limited card on the day was released, hadn't he? He was going to participate in a rookie battle. Nut Massacre was what brought him excitement. Rage flared up inside, and he slammed the table with all his might. His voice trembled with indignation. What kind of nonsense was Jungler doing to their team? One of the articles stated that a certain user tried to knock out 5 cards without donating, using only free coin. Will he get lucky? Rudin chuckled, shaking his head incredulously. They haven't knocked it out yet. What fools! The laughter was becoming bitter. He hadn't had time to live, and now his memory clung only to such moments. Willpower, time, aspiration, sincerity, and doubt. What does he really want? To come back to life ... Or does he? My thoughts were confused, my mind frantically searching for answers. What was this place? The voice replied, indifferently. Fine. He was being returned to the world of the living. The contract is done. He's a player now. He's being given a new life. Time to wake up. The next instant he jumped up sharply. His lungs filled with air again. He was alive, and not drowning. Rudin looked around, straining to see his surroundings. Where was he? There was something lying not far from him. He squinted. A skull. Human. There was an ominous silence all around. The only light was the moon shining overhead. Pain throbbed in my temples, my consciousness not yet fully recovered from the shock. He couldn't understand how he'd gotten here. After all, he had just been at work. Memories flashed before my eyes. A massive crane collapsing downward. He turned around sharply. There was a suspicious sound nearby. The moon hung in the sky in a huge, intimidating disk. He had never seen it like this before. He frowned, staring upward. Everything seemed unnatural, like a nightmare. As he stood up, he carelessly grazed the skull. It made him shudder. Looking around slowly, he realized that there were dozens, hundreds of remains lying around him. A shiver gripped her body, icy fear stiffening her muscles. At that instant there came the long, ominous howl of Evolve. He forced himself to pull himself together. The first thing to do was to get up, and then find something to defend himself with. A glance came across the weapons. A sword stood out among the rest. Nearby he noticed a spear piercing the skull of the unfortunate man. A little farther away lay a shield. It would definitely come in handy. There were piles of skeletons all around him, and in the distance he could hear the alarming howl of wolves. The boy couldn't understand what was going on here. In that instant, the world froze in a frightening, oppressive silence. The moon continued to illuminate the landscape with its cold, ghostly light. The lunar hero wondered what to do next. Finally, he decided to move forward. The path would give him answers. Ominous scenery spread around. A huge moon. Scattered bones. Weapons stuck in the ground. Is he still in the real world? Before he woke up, a strange voice said it would bring him back to life. But what happened to his body? It looked different, nothing like it had before. Rudin examined himself carefully, trying to figure out what had changed. He was wearing a leather tunic, thick and sturdy. Heavy armor on his shoulders and a good cuirass on his chest. There was a belt with a wallet hanging from his waistband. What was stored inside? Our hero took a close look. He noticed that there was a gold coin inside. Rudin suddenly started laughing. His laughter grew louder and louder until it turned into a hoarse chortle. He realized that this was how it was supposed to be. He had died, but was resurrected in a new world. If this is the game, there is no equal for him here. He called up the status window, trying to make out how it worked. Rudin decided to investigate what was being displayed there. Full name, unknown. Class, none. Status, ordinary person. Gender, male. Rank, none. Level, 1. Age, 18. All characteristics: strength, stamina, intelligence, luck, health, agility, wisdom and race. Had a value of 10. So the newbies don't even have a name. Well, then, let's start there. From now on, he will call himself Rudin. Now he decided to move on to the next stage. He began to master the art of bayonet combat. After a while, Rudin stopped. The system notified him that a spear skill had been formed. He grinned. That was pleasing. Spear proficiency passive skill, one of the most effective weapons invented by mankind. Using a spear increases accuracy by 10% and increases attack speed. Everything was going as he had envisioned. New skills were emerging during the action. The more he uses the spear, the higher his proficiency level will become. Then he picked up a shield and started swinging it around. He then began to use his sword, striking into the void. As expected, the system soon confirmed the formation of sword and shield skills. This power made it possible to live in this world as if it were a game. With it, he would become great. He continued to move forward, but suddenly stopped abruptly. My thirst for adventure faded into the background. My stomach demanded food. Rudin began to wonder where he could find something to eat. He clutched his stomach, feeling an excruciating hunger, then realized he didn't have any food. He looked around, but there was nothing edible around. He still couldn't figure out if any of this was real. It's morning. Rudin kept walking, but his body was no longer obeying him. With each step, his strength left him. I felt dizzy, my eyes blurred. Eventually he just collapsed to the ground. A dog barked in the distance. Rudin raised himself sharply and shouted irritably, "What's that dog yelling like that?" Looking up, he saw a pack of wolves swirling around him. They all looked at him with burning scarlet eyes. Rudin realized he was in trouble. He was already in a terrible state, and now these wolves, should he run away or fight? No, they don't know who they're dealing with yet. He was in better shape than he looked. He strained his memory, remembering what skills he had learned the day before. I opened the status window. If there is a status window, then there must be a skills window as well. What he saw surprised him greatly. Physical hardening passive skill. Rudin's body became unusually tough, as if he was actually in the game. He didn't understand how this was possible. He began to ponder this. In the end, he decided that he would figure it out in time. The main thing now was to get out of the forest. In that instant, he noticed something. In games, after sleeping, the character gradually recovers. It should be the same here. If he gets it right. Rudin drew his weapon and prepared to fight. The weapon slammed into the ground with a thud. With defiance in his voice, he declared that the predators would not dare leave him alone. The wolves, sensing the threat, instantly rushed to attack, baring their fangs. He put up his shield sharply, preparing to repel the first blow. The sword blade flashed through the air, cleaving one of the attackers. Without delay, the next swing of the weapon came at the other beast. Deciding to change tactics, he snatched up his spear. A swift movement, and the spear flew towards the enemy, piercing the air. The realization hit him like thunder. This world lived by the laws of the game, and if that's the case, defeat is simply impossible. His eyes flashed with determination, his gaze fixed on the nearest wolf. His breathing became heavy and his chest heaved, but he kept fighting. One of the last enemies managed to barely get hit, but it was enough. If this is truly the gaming universe, then a little more of it and he'll win. With a growl, the wolf leapt, aiming for his throat. The situation was escalating, but there was nowhere to retreat. The animal snarled viciously, waiting for the moment to strike again. In the next second, it was already lodged right into his head. However, the beast himself looked surprised, as if he hadn't expected such an outcome. Rudin laughed, clenching his fist, his body filled with rage. Heated, he rushed into the attack without restraint. The powerful blow sent the wolf spinning helplessly in the air. A scream of rage shook the air, echoing back. The remaining predators frightenedly backed away, hesitant to approach. He challenged them mockingly, hinting that he should not be considered a weakling. Suddenly his level increased, his body filled with new strength. He felt his health fully restore, as if the fatigue had never happened. Then came the realization. That's the basis of the game rules. As you level up, all stats are restored, an axiom of any game world. Since he was in this place, he wasn't going to remain ignorant. If the wolves were so eager to fight, let them be a stepping stone for his growth. However, the beasts were no longer in a hurry to attack, instead slowly backing away. He decided that was enough for practice. Despite the pumping, the hunger didn't recede, so perhaps the break was for the best. Realizing that the battle was over, he decided to clean up his surroundings. Raising his sword above his head, he prepared for his next move. Soon, a new phase of preparation began. The animal slaughter skill has been added to the system. Following him, the skill making fire opened up. The realization of the new skill evoked a strange feeling, a mixture of surprise and delight. He carefully collected the prey from the slain wolves, following an unknown instinct. Whether it was magic, some special system, or just a new reality, he had yet to figure out. However, what he saw next truly shocked him. Everything that was happening seemed ridiculous, yet it worked. The food that had been obtained was evidently sufficient. He called up the skills window to examine the changes in more detail. The system explained the mechanics. He gains meat, bones, hide, and claws when cutting up a carcass, but loses 60% of the possible resource. However, the skill can be developed by increasing efficiency. He then opened the inventory, wanting to understand its capabilities. Everything was becoming clearer. The rules of the new world were slowly being revealed. He decided to examine his characteristics, realizing that his level had increased after hunting wolves. He was rewarded with 5 points, which apparently he could distribute among the various settings. As his level increased, so did his stamina. Besides, he was already feeling tired after yesterday, so it was increasing even without any points invested. He thought deeply about all of this. His thoughts were restless as he tried to comprehend the mechanics of the new world. After weighing everything, he decided to invest 5 points in endurance. It's morning. To get out of the forest, he had a long and painful journey ahead of him. The realization hit him when 5 hours had passed. My legs ached mercilessly, and every step was difficult. By 6 in the morning his strength was almost gone. Despair squeezed his chest and tears came to his eyes. He couldn't tell if it was a wicked joke of fate or a real ordeal. Raising his weapon upwards, it was as if he was calling out to a higher power. Out of helplessness and anger, he cut a stick lying nearby. At that moment, the system notified him that he had received a new skill, Powerful Strike. The fatigue was getting worse. It seemed that even the air was getting heavier. The only thing left was to at least eat to regain his strength. He longed to meet someone, a person, a creature, whatever. He prayed that someone would be near him. It couldn't go on forever, for someone had to show up at this place. Despair was growing, and he was ready to rejoice at even the most unexpected encounter. Suddenly, there were strange voices somewhere ahead, saying something similar to Kekalak and Karak. He froze, trying to figure out if it was the inhabitants of this world or maybe a human. Though meeting a human could also be dangerous. What if they were brigands ready to sell him into slavery? His throat was dry and he swallowed nervously, tension gripping his entire body. But having traveled as far alone, he decided it didn't matter who it was, just as long as he could finally meet someone and talk. Gathering his wits, he took a step forward. His voice trailed off into a shout. He was asking if anyone was here. A rustle was heard ahead, and he repeated his question, hoping for an answer. Strange creatures came out from behind the trees. One of them smirked, giving him a pointed look. Rudin glared at him in response, assessing the threat. Just in case, he called up the inventory. The goblin standing across from him watched him closely. Sensing the growing danger, he grabbed his own weapon. His heart was racing, for he did not know what to expect from these creatures. Suddenly, one of the goblins rushed to attack. He struggled to deflect the blows, trying to defend himself. In a fit of rage, he shouted hurtful words at the attackers. Then, gathering all his strength, went on the offensive. However, the opponent deftly dodged, parrying the attacks with ease. There was no room for error, but the shot still missed the target. Besides, his attention was diverted by something important. He realized he was surrounded. These creatures didn't seem to be of high intelligence, or was he wrong? Obviously, the situation was getting really dangerous. The goblin roared something in his tongue, his anger growing. Fear crept into his heart. He felt creepy. He looked at his enemy involuntarily, trying to anticipate his actions. In desperation, he spotted a rock on the ground and grabbed it. Swinging around, he prepared to throw it at the goblin. Filled with rage, he put all his strength into the throw. The stone flew straight into the target. The rock went straight for his opponent's head. He bided his time, watching his reaction carefully. In the next instant, the goblin staggered and collapsed to the ground. And then he was left lying there breathless. Suddenly, the system notified him of a new skill, throwing. The other goblins looked at him with fury. The bow was surprised. The spear did not hit the target, but a randomly thrown stone struck the enemy. He began to ponder. Perhaps that was the point of the local laws of battle. The spear is superior to the sword. The sword is superior to the stone. and the stone can pierce the defense of the spear. Such connections are not uncommon. But he wasn't completely sure if these goblins could withstand a spear attack. However, the simple throwing of a stone clearly proved to be a serious challenge for them. If his hunch is correct, then there's nothing more to be afraid of. At that moment, he once again threw the stone at his opponent. The one instantly collapsed to the ground. After a few moments, his body went limp and he froze. The remaining goblin was visibly nervous. Rudin smirked and turned to him. He called it the last one and slowly took a step forward. Smiling menacingly, he gestured that it was time to say goodbye with his head. The enemy stared at him tearfully, realizing his fate. The system reported a level increase. Rudin sighed heavily. The battle had not been easy, because a battle always requires strength. However, he learned a lot from this battle. He decided to take the loot into his inventory. Among other things, it had some meat, but whether it was edible was a big question. What interested him most, however, was the stone he still clutched in his hand. The boy began to scrutinize it, trying to figure out what it was. Finding no answer, he decided to temporarily send it to his inventory. At that moment, a system window popped up in front of him. He scrutinized the text. The inventory usually gives a description of the item, doesn't it? He remembered that just touching a thing was enough to get information. Running his finger over the stone, he saw an inscription. A magical stone formed inside monsters. It has magical properties and is used in various fields, highly valued. Next, he looked at the spear that remained of his defeated opponent. It was a simple wooden spear, crudely carved, unsightly, and practically useless. Frustration overwhelmed him. The weapon was worthless. Suddenly, however, a great idea popped into my head. He thought about what skill to learn next. A thought formed instantly. He wants to study craft. Inspired, he shouted loudly into the forest. Swinging his sword, he practiced his strikes. In an instant, he swung around as if preparing for a real fight, then abruptly changed tactics and began chopping branches from trees. He acted quickly and confidently, as if he had mastered this skill long ago. After a while, his screams subsided. After inspecting the extracted materials, he noted with satisfaction that they were quite sufficient. He remembered the battle with the goblins. Throwing weapons played a key role. The spear was much more effective than the stone, but he only had one spear. If he threw it, he would be left unarmed. He needed new spears. If only he could create them. There's no doubt he was a genius. Our hero said that was fine, and without delay got down to business. He began to master something from the sticks he had gathered. Working his hands with concentration, suddenly his gaze locked onto something unusual. He wondered what that could mean. Placing the sticks in front of him, he once again deepened his thoughts. The guy continued to mull over what was happening, trying to come to some sort of conclusion. After a while, Rudin announced with a satisfied smile that he had succeeded. The first spear was ready. A moment later, however, something struck him to the core. A strange, inexplicable sensation spilled inside that took my breath away. His body was suddenly gripped by a sudden shiver, growing stronger with each passing moment. A shiver grew, encompassing his entire being, as if an unknown force was reaching inside. He couldn't understand what was happening to him, but the feeling was frightening and mesmerizing at the same time. A notice popped up in front of my eyes. Craft skill. Level 1. Active ability to create items. Mankind had built a civilization using craft. The probability of success was 50%. But what did that mean to him? Gradually, he realized that this skill could play an important role, perhaps even affecting his health. But without giving it much thought, he decided to test the new skill he had just learned. That was the main thing. Deep in the night, Rudin activated the craft skill. In the same instant, his hands began to move on their own, as if separated from his will. He was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. At that moment, Rudin noticed something strange. He noticed that there was only one stick left of all the materials. Of course, this surprised him. Where had the others disappeared to? Dumbfounded, he realized that only one piece of material remained of all the supplies. A hunch popped up in his head. It was the effect of the crafting skill. He noticed that the probability of success was only 50% and realized that it was similar to losses in resource extraction. Then he decided to try again, hoping for luck. Full of determination, he set about creating items again. Concentrating, he continued to work without a moment's distraction. His voice broke the silence of the night, so loudly he shouted that even the bird stirred and soared into the sky. The guy exhaled heavily. It wasn't easy, but despite the difficulty, he managed to make as many as 10 copies. A huge amount of materials had to be used up to create them, but in the future, these spears could be used as recyclable materials, which gave hope. This time, he was sure he could definitely pull it off. After that, he continued on his way, going deeper into the forest. He encountered wolves along the way. In addition, he had the opportunity to meet goblins. Twice he had already been forced into combat. The long walk allowed him to develop his stamina a bit. If a serious wound caused him to squander all his health, ruin would await him. However, due to his advantages and skills, he could fight decently. He would soon arrive in the village, and with such abilities, he could even become a mercenary. However, endurance alone is not enough. You need to develop other characteristics as well. First of all, he needed to find people. That became his main task. At that instant, he noticed the monsters that were standing in the forest, acting suspiciously. As he looked closer, he realized that the monsters in front of him were monsters again. Judging from the loud squeals, they were orcs. There were too many of them, so it was better to hide and attack stealthily. After a while, he heard a human voice. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 people fighting monsters. It was obvious they were scared. They were trembling with fatigue, their strength deserting them. Rudin still couldn't believe what was happening. He had finally met people. Rudin grinned and instantly grabbed his weapon, preparing for battle. Thoughts of possible tactics were rushing through his mind. At that instant, the greedy gazes of the monsters swept into the group of people. Their numbers far outnumbered the travelers, creating an intimidating superiority. The girl asked in desperation what they should do, but the guy only shook his head in silence. After a moment he declared with grim determination that their situation was hopeless. Rudin tensely pondered whether to intervene. Duty told me to help, but reason doubted it. Perhaps we should give them a chance to fight on their own. Thoughts were darting around, forcing him to even consider the option of leaving them to their fate. A storm of emotions was tearing him from the inside out, nearly driving him to rage. However, a sudden realization hit him. He couldn't leave them behind. The expression on his face became firm as he resolutely moved towards the monsters. One of them turned sharply, as if sensing a lurking threat. Rudin gave him no time to think and struck a swift blow. The creature flew up into the air and, hitting a tree, collapsed to the ground without a word. The demon remained lying motionless, its body no longer showing signs of life. The girl gasped in surprise, her eyes widening with shock. In rage, one of the monsters roared, raising its weapon menacingly. The others followed suit, their anger flaring up with renewed vigor. They looked around desperately, trying to spot the enemy. Rudin watched their confusion with bewilderment. Wasting no time, he rushed to the attack again. A lightning strike sent another enemy flying. His body collapsed to the ground with a thud similar to the first one. The remaining monsters trembled in surprise, but they still didn't realize where the attacker was. Panic fear gripped them, forcing them to stagger backward. They looked at each other confusedly, unable to make sense of what was happening. One of them suddenly panicked, starting to look around frantically. His gaze was desperate, trying unsuccessfully to find the source of the threat. Rudin grinned, observing their ignorance. He was sure now that these creatures were not noted for their intelligence. They were so stupid that they didn't even realize where the deadly spears were coming from. It would have been worth it to destroy them in the same manner as the goblins, but one of them suddenly noticed him. The enemy roared in a frenzy as they realized who was attacking them. Rudin realized his presence had been revealed when he heard an angry growl in his direction. Before he could react, a powerful blow descended upon him. Pain shot through his body and he recoiled in surprise. The impact was too strong and he was literally thrown backwards. He flew a few meters, tumbling helplessly in the air. The force of the blow was so great that even the birds flew up from the nearby trees. The next instant his body was stamped into the ground, upside down by the trunk. Panic overwhelmed his mind as he tried to come to his senses. Meanwhile, the orc was approaching steadily, his heavy footsteps sounding menacing. Rudin was shocked by what was happening. Realizing the danger, the monster stopped in front of him, glaring at his defeated foe. Then it prepared to deliver a crushing blow, giving no time to recover. Rudin understood perfectly well that the situation was critical, and the only way out was to dodge. However, the body did not obey. The muscles seemed petrified. The only outcome left was to accept defeat, facing imminent death. Then the weapon was carefully lowered, placing it as close to his face as possible. Rudin stood stunned, unable to realize why he was still alive. The guy then bowed his head slightly, trying to figure out what was up. At that instant, his opponent suddenly collapsed to his knees in front of him. As it turned out, he was fatally struck at the same instant. The man, breathing heavily, said that the lad was the reason they were alive, and noted with sincere gratitude his vigilance. He introduced himself as villain and inquired how one might address a fellow. Holding out his hand, he helped the boy up. Our hero, feeling weakness in his legs, began to rise. He breathed heavily afterward, feeling the tension leave his body. The man said he saw the guy throw a spear and asked if that was his special technique. Our hero was trying to see if they shared the same view of the fight. The guy replied with confidence that he was a real expert in this business. Speaking of which, what even happened here? After saying that, the man coughed as if realizing the severity of what he had experienced. They were guarding the merchants, but on the way they were suddenly attacked. If it wasn't for the guy, they would have all died. He expressed his gratitude once again. At this moment a girl approached him, noting with admiration that he fought well. She also thanked him profusely. The guy replied that he too was only alive because of them. Phylon introduced his companions, Lena and Justin, calling them his comrades. Our hero noticed blood trickling down the man's arm. He didn't know what he should answer to that. The guy realized he needed to get information, but couldn't decide where to start. The man noticed that the guy didn't like to talk much and asked if the customer was alive or already dead. What are they gonna do now? The guy said they'd tell it like it is. Justin noted that there was no way to hide anything. Trust had been lost, but there was nothing to be done. At that moment a girl approached him. She asked him to extend his arm. The wound needed to heal. Our hero realized that it was most likely a healing potion. The girl then opened a small bottle. After that, she carefully began to pour out its contents. The wound reacted immediately, tingling and burning the skin slightly. Our hero watched the process intently, keeping his eyes open. Justin touched his arm and said it went fine. The wound had healed. Our hero only assumed that it was undoubtedly a health potion. The girl then offered the potion to Philin. The one remarked that our hero should also take his medicine. Phylon said that now they had to act quickly. They had to move out before nightfall. Our hero asked what exactly they were going to deal with. The man was surprised that the man was still asking, needing to gather anything of value from under the rubble. Let the guy be unafraid and take whatever he sees fit. Rudin simply remained silent, feeling strange thoughts filled his head. He didn't understand what it meant. After all, someone had died here, but not even the bodies had been buried. Justin noticed that it was like a curse. Luck was clearly not on their side. Rudin began to realize that everyone around him was a mercenary. Perhaps they are not so bad, though death is commonplace for them. But still, the guy had no choice. He decided to look for something useful. There were dead monsters lying everywhere. The wagon was smashed to splinters as if it had been swept through by a storm. Inside they found a pouch of money, some dried meat, and a single elixir. Rudin summoned the inventory, deciding to deal with the loot. Then he started putting his weapons in there. He kept chucking things in, organizing them into inventory space. Only he could use this inventory, and he preferred to keep it a secret. There was nothing wrong with hiding his abilities. Let them take a look. Looks like it was customer money. The man asked how much was there, and the guy said about 100 gold pieces. Philin remarked that a penalty for failure would have to be paid, not counting the cost of preparation. The girl figured that there were 4 of them, so they each got 25 gold pieces and asked if the guy had enough. The man threw a sack with the words to catch his share. Rudin caught the bag of money confidently. The man said they had sorted everything out, and now it was time to move out. The guy caught the atmosphere and moved to follow. This was all new to him. He didn't even know where they were headed, but most likely to the village. Phylon turned around and spoke as if considering something. He noted that the guy is incredibly good at fighting, and asked if he travels alone. He couldn't let them know he was from another world, so he decided to steer the conversation away. Rudin said his comrades were dead and he had to cope alone. The man was surprised. He said the land was not that dangerous. Rudin nodded in agreement. Since that was the case, they could walk to the village together. The boy didn't mind, and even apologized for any inconvenience. Phylon replied with a smile that it was okay. Let him go with them. The girl noticed that a horse would come in handy at a time like this, but what can you do? Their powers aren't infinite either. Luckily, they had some potion left. Those vile orcs came at them in droves like wild beasts. He noted that they were attacking as if they had a premeditated plan. Who knows, it was the first time he'd seen so many orcs, and they weren't usually smart. Perhaps someone was controlling them ... or they were just unlucky. Judging from their conversations, this world is clearly not like his home world. It resembled something like a fantasy novel. Horses were used for transportation here, and traders were found on the roads. The forests were crawling with monsters. This was an everyday occurrence for them. If there are aristocrats and kings in this world, then there are also slaves. By the way, what does he even look like? He still hasn't seen his face. Okay, it's not a big deal. Rudin continued on his way, happy that his walking skill was gradually being pumped up. At the moment, he had already reached level 5. Perhaps because of this skill, his legs didn't get tired at all. Any repetition took its toll. The guy decided to call up the status window. Then his gaze came across something that surprised him greatly. Afterward, he looked pensively at the sky. So other people can't see his status window, or how does it work? He didn't care, though. It must be one of the peculiarities of the trapped. What? Then, to put it all back into endurance. But at that instant Rudin stopped abruptly. Thanks to his walking skill, he was almost never tired. So did he need the extra stamina boost? The boy wondered. Maybe it would be better to increase the strength. In the battle with the monsters, he was clearly feeling the lack of it. Intelligence and wisdom were unnecessary to him for the time being. In that case, he already knew what he would choose. Rudin raised his level to 15th. He was glad he had made the right choice. Then, with a slight smile, his gaze caught on something interesting. In that instant, a shiver gripped his body, as if an invisible force was piercing every cell. Every muscle, every nerve shuddered with a powerful surge of energy. Rudin couldn't understand what was happening to him, but the sensation was too strange to ignore. Suddenly he felt himself lifted off the ground and into the air. Realizing that he had become stronger, he gripped the hilt of his weapon tighter, feeling its extraordinary lightness. Swinging around, he began practicing his strikes, testing his new abilities. With each movement, the sword became as if an extension of his arm. At that moment a voice rang out, snapping him out of his musings. The girl inquired where he was from. Rudin thought about it, but he couldn't answer for sure. All he remembered was waking up in the woods and the emptiness in his head. The girl listened to his story with lively interest. Lena assumed he was in serious trouble, and that only fueled her curiosity. Rudin marveled at how easily everyone had been fooled. He wondered what he should do next. It was already clear that you could get stronger by leveling up and learning skills, but far more dangerous monsters could be waiting ahead of him. He remembered how he had almost died in the last battle. The realization of the deadly threat made him more cautious. Even his new acquaintances were at loose ends. In the novels he read, the heroes became either mercenaries or glorified warriors. Could he follow the same path? He didn't seek blood like orcs or goblins, but he had to kill to survive. He wasn't a psychopath who enjoyed killing, but the world had him struggling every day. Perhaps you should take a different path. He has skills that can be used for something else, right? If you develop production and trade, you can avoid constant battles with monsters. The man noticed it was getting dark and offered to take care of the night's lodging. He noted that it was a tough day, but overall it went well. Suddenly something caught Rudin's attention. He asked the guy why he was looking at him so strangely. The man hesitated, but replied that it was all right. However, Rudin realized that he had given himself away, and this could arouse suspicion. The man said it was only a day's journey to the city. Hearing the name River, Rudin was interested and asked what the place was. The man explained that it was a small, underdeveloped trading town. Rudin remembered hearing the name in one of the fantasy novels, but either way it was good news. Tomorrow, you will finally reach a populated area. The girl, listening, noticed the sound of hooves and assumed it was cavalry. The boy only shrugged, not knowing what to say. The man felt they should hurry anyway. Soon vast arable lands spread out before them. Finally, the fortress walls grew on the horizon. They had reached Rivera. Rudin was impressed by the strong fortifications that surrounded the city. What adventures await him beyond these walls? They moved forward, ready to go inside. Once in the city, Rudin was struck by the bustle and diversity of the locals. Many people turned around at him, as if he looked too unusual. Meanwhile, a girl nearby was hanging clothes without paying attention to anyone. Rudin couldn't understand what it was, and he wondered if the guy realized he had expected too much. He was surprised to learn that this was a trading town, not an ordinary village in the provinces. The man said it was time for them to go. The beau wondered what he was going to do next. Rudin thought about it himself. He said he would rest for a couple days first. The man replied that he understood. If that's the case, they'll meet again sometime. Justin said it was a pleasure to meet him. Lena also wished him luck. Rudin responded by wishing them a happy journey. He wondered, was it because they were mercenaries, or did everyone look so cool and saying goodbye? It's time to take care of yourself. It's worth a walk around the neighborhood. Rudin started walking around the city. He considered everything around him. Then he saw a grandmother selling something. Rudin pointed his finger and asked her how much it cost. She replied that it was 5 coops. Rudin said he understood. The grandmother asked if he would buy. The guy didn't know if it was expensive or not, needed to price it out. Rudin spotted the gondola. Then he opened the door. The man immediately greeted him loudly. Everyone was looking at him in that instant. He responded to the greeting and learned that there was a place to eat and wash. He said he would be staying for 10 days and asked how much it would cost. The man only laughed. The man said that a day's stay cost 1 silversmith, but if he paid for the whole term at once he would get a small discount. Rudin gave him 8 pieces of silver. The man showed him his keys and said his room was numbered 208 and then asked if there was anything else he could do to help. Rudin realized he was covered in mud. The beau asked how he could wash himself here. The man replied that he would bring him water for bathing for 30 coupers. Rudin said he needed water. Then he opened the door of his room again and was greatly surprised. He didn't realize if it was a prison or not. Rudin then began to pull down the bedspread. Did they just cover the straw with a blanket and call it a bed, or what? The guy wondered if all the yards in the neighborhood had this situation. At that instant, someone knocked on his door. The guy was informed that they had brought water for bathing. Rudin immediately remembered that he was going to wash up. At that moment some boy ran in and started apologizing. He placed the bathing basin in front of him. Then 3 bows brought in water. After that, they poured it into a basin. Rudin decided to check the temperature. He began to lower his hand. The water was ice cold. He asked if there was hot water. They were surprised he was even bathing in hot water. The guy said it was fine, but he was immediately called a sissy. Then one of the bows ran off somewhere, yelling for him to wait. The hot water will be there if he pays an extra 10 coppers. Rudin agreed and let them keep the rest of the money for themselves. After that, the guy was told that everything would be done now. Rudin realized that the bed was awful. The bathtub also left a lot to be desired. Was this really the norm? It looked like he was in for a rough ride. The guy was asked if he would wash his clothes. He grabbed her. After that, just started shaking it off. Rudin asked how much it cost to do the laundry. He was told 5 coins. Rudin was greatly surprised. In that instant, he suddenly developed a negotiation skill. Rudin sighed heavily. He realized that this was the real paradise. He was then informed that his clothes had been brought in. Rudin replied that it had been opened. The guy instantly opened the door. He said here's his change of clothes. Rudin complimented him on a job well done and the lad thanked him in return. Rudin asked how old he was. The one replied that he was 8 years old and wondered why he was asking. Rudin said, it's incredible to be working at such a young age. However, the guy didn't understand what was so surprising about it. Rudin said just thinking about it, then asked how the food situation was here. He was told that there was a dining room on the 1st floor and, if he wanted to eat he could go there. This is where children start working from an early age. Rudin began to wipe himself off after bathing. Then he climbed out of the tub. He wasn't a jock, but his body looked great, especially if you remember what it was like before he came into this world. Rudin remembered what the guy had told him about the dining room on the 1st floor, and decided to go down to eat. But if the bed here was mediocre, should we expect decent food? However, he was so hungry, he would have eaten anything. Rudin began to dress and went down to the dining room. He approached the man and asked where the dining room was. The man pointed in the right direction. Rudin asked what was good here and suggested he choose something from the first menu. He sat down at the chair. Rudin ordered the first menu. Then he sighed heavily. After that, something surprised him greatly. He noticed that he was the only visitor in the dining room. The guy didn't give it a second thought. Unlike the room, the dining room appeared to be very clean. Plus, the food smelled amazingly delicious. After a while, food was brought to him. Rudin began to look at her. He noted that everything looked great. Rudin picked up the cutlery and said he was starting to eat. He began to cut the meat. However, The knife turned out to be completely blunt. After that, he started cutting even more intensely. Finally, he managed to cut a piece off. He then decided to try the porridge that was brought to him. It tasted pretty good. After that, he decided to try the bread. With an involuntary expression on his face, Rudin brought the bread up to his mouth. Then he took a bite of the piece and realized it was incredibly hard. Rudin couldn't figure out what that block of stone was. Okay, with the exception of the bread, the food was quite tolerable. He was ready to eat anything he saw. Rudin began to quickly devour the food. After a while, he said he had eaten to his heart's content. Speaking of which, what should he do next? Not the breasts, of course, but most importantly, money and nothing but money. Life here was disgusting, and the food left a lot to be desired. Rudin decided that he would make more money and move to a normal city. He called up the inventory. The boy realized this even as he scouted the situation, making sure of it when he arrived at the inn. The 25 gold he had gotten in the forest was not a small sum at all. At that instant, Rudin called out to the master. The man asked what was the matter. Rudin inquired where he could go to buy land. At that instant, someone replied, 5 gold pieces. The smallest house cost for gold pieces and 70 for pieces of silver. It's still unclear whether it's expensive or not, but for now it was cheaper to stay at the inn, and he hadn't decided where he would go next. Still, staying in a place like this for long was not the best option. Rudin thought, maybe he should open his own business. But what would he sell if he didn't know anything? Or perhaps become a mercenary, accumulating more information at the same time? He stopped and thought about everything. But above all, Rudin realized that he needed to prepare himself. At that instant, someone shouted very loudly. He has developed the skill of shouting it out. Rudin noted that this was great. He already had 3 new skills. The first is shout, which lifts your spirit and increases your attack power. The second is continuous strikes, which increases the speed of attacks. The third is running, which increases your movement speed. The more skills, the better. He still has a lot to learn. But before you think about it, first, he needed to buy a house. After a while, Rudin thanked someone loudly. He finally bought a cheap house instead of a fortress, for 5 gold pieces and 10 pieces of silver. Of course, it's a bit of an expense. If you work, you could live in an inn. But he dreamed of a house of his own. It had been an unattainable dream in his previous life. A 1-story house of 30 pens, approximately 3 square meters, with its own yard and basement. It was very old, of course, but if it was repaired, you could live. Rudin went to a furniture and house repair shop. He opened the door. A man greeted him and invited him inside. Rudin stated that he bought a house and wants to renovate it. The man asked where the house was located, and Rudin handed him all the documents. He said he knew the place and explained that the house had been badly damaged by heavy rains and wind. The previous owner had spared money for repairs and simply abandoned it. Rudin clarified whether this was true and asked how he should proceed. The man replied that repairs would be very expensive. Such pleasures are not cheap. Rudin asked how expensive it was. The man suggested he figure out for himself how much it might cost. Rudin said he didn't know. Maybe 20 pieces of silver, or more. The man replied that it wouldn't even be half enough. Then Rudin asked how much was needed, and heard that a full repair would cost about 2 gold pieces. Rudin was confused and remarked that it was almost half the value of the house. The man clarified whether he was really surprised. How come? Why does it cost as much to renovate as half a house? He asked what exactly was included in such a sum, but the man did not explain. Only said, if there are any complaints, let him go to a realtor. The guy realized that he had nothing to do with it, and it was all due to his own inattention. Rudin sighed, but still agreed and handed him 2 gold pieces. The man immediately grabbed the money and assured that the repairs would be done in the best possible way. Rudin realized that he seemed to have been fooled. But never mind, it would be a lesson to him. Then he traveled onward. When he carelessly stepped on the uneven floor, his foot crunched unpleasantly. Rudin grimaced in pain and began to scream loudly. The man turned around in surprise and asked what had happened to him. Rudin, gritting his teeth, replied that he had simply banged his finger on the door. He hastened to assure everyone that he was fine. In that instant, his regeneration skill was formed. The man hummed and said that if he was already recovered, he'd better get out of here and stay out of the way of work. But Rudin insisted, since he was injured because of their door, they owed him a discount. At that moment, a girl sitting nearby was reading a book. Then her attention shifted to what was happening. Rudin dumped a stack of books in front of her and demanded she count 20 of them. The girl stared at him, in bewilderment, not understanding what he even meant. Rudin wished her well and left, leaving her confused. The path to failure is exactly what he learned that day. Everything will happen again, even if he becomes a mercenary, because ignorance always leads to failure. But you can't learn everything from books alone. At that moment, a guy came into the room and asked me to be quiet. Rudin realized that he still had to start somewhere, so he decided to learn everything he could. He delved into reading again. Then, after finishing one of the books, slammed it shut. All in all, he realized the main point. There are about 30 kinds of monsters here, and he has studied their habits, items falling off them, and other peculiarities. The magic stones he obtained from the monsters were very valuable and were used everywhere. There were so-called gatherers among the mages because it was impossible to extract the stone from the monster using ordinary methods. However, holders of the skill slaughtering animals could do it without much trouble. In combat conditions, it was an extremely useful talent. Monsters were caught by mercenaries, and to become one of them you had to join a guild. Rudin decided that he would go there right away. After a while, he stood in front of the guild entrance. Now he had seen firsthand what a mercenary guild was like in this world. He realized that the work of a mercenary was hard. I wonder what kind of people choose that path. The man at the entrance looked at him glumly and asked why he had come. When he heard that Rudin wanted to become a mercenary, he snorted, "We don't accept such brats, go away. Being a mercenary is serious business." "Maybe you just need to," Rudin began, but he was interrupted. "Do you really want to be a mercenary? I'm sorry, but just go. We don't accept cripples," someone added with a chuckle. At that moment Rudin's throat went dry, and he swallowed hard, but he pulled himself together and banished the unnecessary thoughts. He decided to at least just go inside. Carefully, holding back his excitement, he opened the doors ajar. Inside, behind a barred counter, stood a man. Rudin realized that this was exactly where he needed to be. He stepped closer and, realizing the difference in strength between them, asked if he could start on the bulletin board. Rudin tore a leaf off the bulletin board. Then he began to read carefully. On the sheet was written, "Order to collect orc magic stones. The customer is Mage Chakram. Dispute for unlimited orc magic stones until 30.10. The price per piece is 1 silver. The guy didn't even know if the fee for the task was fair. Everything looked the same. We had to figure out what was what. At that instant, some girl walked into the guild. Rudin noticed that she was beautiful. He wondered if she was also a mercenary. Even people like that take the case. It was amazing. The man said his face did not look familiar to him, and asked what he was looking for here. Rudin began to get worried, and the man demanded that he produce his mercenary pass. If he doesn't have a pass, he has no business being here. Rudin didn't realize what the other pass was. The guy started playing his best role in life. He asked Rita's calf about the passes and pretended to look for his own, saying he might have lost it. The man pointed to his chest, asking what was hanging there, for it looked like a pass. Rudin looked and saw for himself. He then provided the man with a pass. The man scrutinized the bow. He then said that the one came from the Light Edges, had started working in the Villain Mercenary Guild, and had a trust level of B, which was quite high. But why was he alone? Rudin replied that the trade caravan that was unguarded had been destroyed, with only a couple of survivors. Yet, the mercenary's pass has so much information on it. Either way, we need to make up a believable story. The man asked if he was from Philon's group, and the guy immediately confirmed that's where he was from. The man then began to write something down. When he was done, he demonstrated it to the guy. Rudin took in his hands and was quite surprised. The man said it was okay. He asked how he was doing with monster hunting, why he had come, since he wouldn't be trusted with guards for a while. If he wanted to raise his level, he should get materials. They were quite expensive. Did he come for river or healing herbs? Everything in the shop is 10% more expensive now. At that instant, someone put a hand on his shoulder. A girl appeared beside him and said he was a jerk because he was blocking her way. Rudin looked at her in surprise and asked who she even was. The girl replied that he didn't need to know that, she had business to attend to, so let him get out of the way. How long was he going to stand there like a fool? Rudin was taken aback by such impertinence. Who was she calling a jerk anyway? Was that a mercenary greeting, or something? The man told Helen to get in line, but she said she was busy. And the guy's explanations were already taking too long. Rudin was not patient and turned to her. He snatched the paper from her hands. He called her rude and asked who it was she called a jerk in the first place, then firmly stated that he was not a jerk. After that, he began to consider the mission. He said he was taking that assignment for himself, whether she understood. After that, he just walked out of the building. He was furious at these mercenaries. All he wanted to do was take a mission. She has no one to show off to. The first time you meet her, she's throwing around swear words. I need to make a name for myself as soon as possible. Then Rudin stopped abruptly. He began to carefully read the errand he had taken from the girl. The further he read, the more he began to worry. The guy realized that he seemed to be totally fucked. In that instant, the girl couldn't understand why he was suddenly so angry. Helen said, "Everyone here is kind of weird." And the man remarked that the guy apparently has a temper. Either way, she's no longer in charge of the case. Let him not lower her confidence level for failing an assignment. He took it, so let him be held accountable now. At that moment the guy appeared and turned to her. They were both surprised at his return. Rudin said he would like to place an order. 30 minutes before, our hero had a thought. The knowledge he heard seemed incomprehensible to him. He realized that even if trust was lost, it could be regained. But what would happen when trust was too low? He won't get a mortgage or something, or he won't be able to buy a house. Then what about the house he had already purchased? The boy stood in thought, trying to decide what to do next. In that instant, the girl was complaining to her father that the homework was too difficult and she wouldn't be able to complete it. The man laughed and assured her that he would help and they would get through this quickly. Our hero thought about his words. He realized that even beginners can get pumped up quickly with the support of an experienced player. This led to certain conclusions. He could ask for help hunting monsters, or even in gathering materials, not just the hunt itself. It seemed suspicious, but if it paid well, why not? He offered to meet me. The man called himself Toker. He's always happy to help with easy and well-paying assignments. The girl next to her turned out to be Helen. The man asked if she wanted to introduce herself, and the woman immediately said she wielded a bow. It confused her that the guy didn't look like an aristocrat, and so his request for help hunting seemed odd. At that instant the same girl reappeared, and the man began to introduce her. However, the girl interrupted him and identified herself as Celio, a swordswoman wielding two swords and a bit of magic. Our hero greeted her and hoped for her cooperation, then asked if it was okay that there were two girls on the team. At that instant he was seized. The bow was lifted sharply. Helen asked angrily if he was not satisfied with the girls, if he respected their trust. Our hero waved his hands and said no. The girl let him go. The guy flopped right on his ass. He started coughing. The girl grinned and said that someone who doesn't take girls seriously is a pathetic person. Toker cautioned him against discriminatory remarks. In any case, they needed to catch the 10 monsters in the area. Our hero confirmed that everything was correct, including the task he took away. In that case, he decided to look into the details. According to the assignment, they were to set up a hunt for sand ants in the desert. Our hero and his new allies went there. The guy saw a huge number of ants and asked how on earth he could catch such a horde. The man replied confidently that there would always be a way. The girl asked if she should proceed the old-fashioned way, to which the man responded by asking if she thought that was the best option. He then told Helen to get ready. The girl stretched her arms. After that, she drew the bowstring. She clarified if it was okay to start and immediately released an arrow. One of the ants flinched in surprise. The girl continued firing, but the arrows only bounced back. Our hero was stunned. All the weapons just bounced off their bodies. The shell of the sand ants was as hard as stone, and it was difficult to penetrate it with arrows. They will anger the ants, and when about 10 individuals separate from the main mass, they can attack them in convenient positions. The girls continued their bombardment. One of the ants had already gone completely mad, and his eyes were burning with rage. Tucker noted that the ants were getting closer. He grabbed his weapon, preparing to fight. The man asked if the others were ready. No one answered, only looked at him in silence. Tucker nodded satisfactorily and signaled for the start. He loudly announced that the monster hunt was beginning. The man in charge watched the girl carefully. His gaze followed her uninterruptedly. The moment she'd grabbed him and asked him if girls instilled confidence in him came to mind, he realized that he may have hurt her more than he intended. The man in charge took another look at her. Suddenly he shouted, drawing attention. Grinning, he wondered if she was scared. The girl didn't say anything back and just slapped him. Afterward, she grabbed him sharply by the hair. She swung around, preparing to strike again. At that moment, S approached them. They rushed furiously toward the humans. The girl immediately prepared for defense. In one precise motion, she chopped down the nearest monster. Tucker gripped his weapon tighter, assessing the situation. Helen moved swiftly toward the enemy. With the next blow, she destroyed another. Having dealt with the third one as well, she continued her attack. The man in charge was merely watching from the sidelines, assessing the situation. He checked his experience points, which were skyrocketing. At that moment, someone called out to him and informed him that one of the ants was heading straight for him. Turning around, he spotted the oncoming enemy. Cussing, he prepared to attack. A massive explosion erupted at the moment of impact. With surprise, he froze in place. Puzzled, he tried to understand what had happened. Muttering something to himself, he concluded that it was much simpler than he had expected. With incredible fury, he attacked the remaining enemies. With one powerful blow, he destroyed the next one. After a while, he stopped, surveying the battlefield. With a chuckle, he noted that he would have known such ease come alone. The girl irritably asked if he was stuck in his thoughts and told him to stop dangling in the clouds. When he came back to reality, he realized he was surrounded by ants. He didn't understand how it happened. That's when Tucker came to the rescue. The man restrained one of the monsters, holding it in position. He angrily followed the progress of the battle. The next second, he delivered a crushing kick with his foot. The ant flew back toward its congeners with force. After looking around, Tucker warned that the group was surrounded and it was time to retreat. The chief asked in bewilderment why, since they were only insects in front of them. At that instant he was seized. Helen irritably reminded him that the orders were to retreat and he should follow directions. Without fully realizing what was happening, he was still in great surprise. He watched as the ants continued to chase them. The girl was fiercely fighting the attackers at this moment. She yelled that she was distracting them to herself and the rest of them should run. Helen could hardly withstand the onslaught. Then, gathering her strength, she literally threw the guy high into the air. At this moment, Rudin suddenly appeared in front of them. The ants stared at him. In the next instant, they rushed after the whole group. Tucker remarked satisfactorily that it was quite enough. He stated that they now have the opportunity to prepare for a decisive blow. The man rushed to the attack again. Helen gripped her sword tighter, preparing for the next attack. The girl continued to fight without losing her concentration. Then her gaze slid to her friend. At this time Rudin just lay there as if not noticing what was happening. His level went up by 1. After a while they settled around the fire, roasting meat. Rudin asked what the meat was for. The man explained that they are waiting for the fanged hyena to appear. Just wait it out. Rudin asked if they were going to look for her, but was told that it was difficult to track them, better to lure them with food. Realizing the meaning of what was being said, he understood their tactics. At that moment, all three of them looked at him. The girl turned to ask him why he was doing all this. The main man calmly replied that he was doing it to get stronger. The others asked what he meant by that, because it was safe to gain experience in the team. They couldn't fully understand what he was trying to say. Rudin realized that none of them probably knew about the level and experience point system, but, to put it simply, he will be able to strengthen himself considerably because of it. The girl grinned and noticed that he was reasoning like a child. Rudin didn't understand why she thought that, but decided not to argue. He remembered that everywhere else you have to pay for training and education, but it's different here. It sounded logical in theory, but the main thing was a real fight. And the man added that they could also make money. He advised the girl not to waste time on idle talk, for his words were true. Rudin reflected on the importance of the actual battle. He began to doubt, should he make up a plausible story if he couldn't explain the system of experience? At that instant, sand sprinkled down on him from above. He didn't realize that the strange slime had fallen nearby. Then he raised his head and met his gaze with the hyena they were looking for. Her appearance came as a surprise to him. Furious, he immediately grabbed his weapon. Flaming with anger, he rushed to the attack. With an instantaneous blow he finished him off, and he collapsed to the ground. Looking around, he exhaled with difficulty, noting that this was not an easy fight. However, he felt as if he was fighting alone. He couldn't understand what the others were doing in the meantime. Just at this moment, they were busy battling other monsters. Tucker had already prepared to throw his spear. He aptly hit his target. The girl noted that the situation is under control. Celio was then asked how she was doing and she said she was done. The job was done perfectly. Rudin said there was nothing to take from the sand ants, so they would strip the hyena. The man was surprised, for there was no handyman among them. The guy replied not to worry, he could handle it. Rudin began to strip the carcass. Suddenly dust began to rise. No one could figure out what was going on. The man said he had met butchers, but this was the first time he had seen such a method. Rudin wasn't sure if he was being hasty and showing off his skills. He explained that he uses magic. It's his talent. Henin said she was tired, and the man offered to camp. Rudin was surprised, for it was cold in the desert at night. The man replied that they would walk a little farther. There was a small village further on where they could spend the night. He said he'd gather the carcasses and the guy would strip them and they'd move out when they were done. Rudin said he had to sort out his luggage. He called up the inventory, then started throwing stuff in there. He noted that the skills were comfortable, and noticed that the girl was looking at him in surprise. She asked what it was. Rudin tried to clarify what she was talking about, and the girl began to explain. He replied that he didn't know anything. Perhaps she had just imagined it. After a while, they built a fire. Rudin suddenly shouted loudly, then pressed something, like a button. He was surprised at what was happening. In that instant, his body began to tremble again. His strength was 31, but he could feel it overwhelming him. Henin asked why he was just standing still like a fool. Rudin replied hesitatingly. The girl inquired about what exactly, and the boy began to ponder what to answer her. She asked if he wanted to chat since she couldn't sleep. Then she asked him how he was going to live his life. The boy answered that he was thinking about it, and didn't know how long he would be a mercenary. She wondered where he had been born. Rudin asked why she wanted to know. The girl said he had too many secrets, could have shared something. He replied that he would love to tell you if there was anything to tell. He explained that there was plenty of entertainment in his neighborhood. The girl joked that since he was so rich, he owed her money. Then she asked him what he would do if he quit his mercenary job. Rudin asked if she had savings. The girl clarified what it meant, and the guy explained that it was about saved money. She replied that she immediately spends whatever she gets. Rudin didn't realize if all mercenaries did that. The girl said she was falling asleep, said goodnight, and drifted off to sleep. Rudin thought about the fact that being a mercenary was dangerous and he wanted to make money in comfort. He began pondering whether to invest in real estate or investments. He realized that he needed to think it over carefully. In the morning, he started packing. The man asked if everyone was ready. Henin tells them to wait, since the guy doesn't even know how to pack a backpack and she needs a couple minutes. The man was surprised and asked what she was talking about. The girl explained that he doesn't know how to properly stow things, tie knots, and do many other things. Rudin didn't understand why he would do that when he had the inventory. The man laughed and asked if she was finally done. The girl answered that she was. Then she said it was time to move out, for they had a long way to go. In this moment, in the city, the man was furious and pounded on the table. He asked why that was so. Was he really tired of trading? Did he say prices should be fair, or does he want to bankrupt him? The seller replied that this was the current market price, but the man thought that he was lying. Let him learn to cheat first. Rudin and the girl were just watching from the sidelines. The man started yelling all over the street that there was a scammer here. Rudin asked the girl what the man was doing. The girl explained that he was haggling to sell the item for a little more money. Rudin was surprised and said that he thought the man was just threatening. The girl asked what he was talking about and told him not to play nice. He had also learned the skill of bargaining. He would try it himself next time. So they waited. And that was it. How much is there? But this isn't the place to talk about it. They'll discuss it in the guest courtyard. At this moment, in the guest courtyard, the man started pouring out all the money. Rudin decided to inquire about how much stuff they had. He started to count, but the girl offered to do it herself. The girl started counting the money. After a while, she said they only had 50 for silversmiths. Rudin asked why not split it into 4 parts. The girl inquired why. He explained that there were 4 of them, so it was divided equally. They were both surprised, for they didn't understand why they should share. The girl, however, did not mind. She asked if he was really going to share, and remarked that they were lucky. She then asked how long he would be doing this. Rudin replied that he did not know until the renovation of the house was finished. The man was surprised that he had a house. The guy said he bought one fortification. They didn't understand why he would do that. He explained that it was important to him to have his own home, but it seemed strange to them. There are inns in this village and they are cheap. You can choose any one, depending on the price. A house is too costly an investment. Why would he need one? The protagonist began to wonder if he had bought the house for nothing. Tucker said it was his business anyway and offered to eat. He said we could have a beer in honor of closing the deal. Rudin didn't realize if he needed this purchase because his obsession with real estate prevented him from figuring it out beforehand. The girl asked why he froze in place and said they were going out to eat. The protagonist was wondering where exactly. He was answered that in the guest dining room, the bread here is like a stone, but the rest is not bad. After a while, they started drinking. The man said it was good, but the girl asked him not to get drunk. He told her to knock it off. He's going out tonight. After a while, Rudin went out into the street, into the city. At this moment he was passing by the library. He was interested in it. Then he stopped and looked to the right. There were books lying in front of him. The guy grabbed one of them. Rudin began to scrutinize her. The battle with the sand ants came to mind. In that instant, the ants attacked the girl. She looked at them confidently. Rudin at this moment asked the girl to do him a favor, and she replied that she would love to. The girl didn't understand why he needed books. It was unusual for him. Did he want to seem smarter, or what? Rudin replied to Helen that no, he had come for books on the art of sword wielding. The girl was interested, and Rudin asked what the big deal was. Then she just put her hand on his shoulder. She asked who learns from books. According to his theory, can only boast, only wasted money, let him not buy. The girl said he was wrong. In her opinion, the book is quite sensible. Helen asked if he really felt that way and said she wouldn't argue then. The protagonist asked what time it was, since Tucker had set the time. Then they remembered that it was already time for packing. They're gonna be so late. Everyone came running, and the man, of course, was already sitting there waiting for them. With a smile on his face, he said they were running late. At that moment, Helen apologized and said it was because of Rudin. The boy, of course, didn't understand what she meant, but the man said it was all right and offered to start at once. Then he held the weapon in his hands, and the boy looked at him intently. Rudin couldn't understand what that meant. The man then used his crowbar. He tried his best in this moment. After a while, the hatch was opened. Rudin was quite surprised. The man said, "That's fine. We need to clean up before we leave. It is illegal to dump trash in the East Channel. It is considered a felony." This time they came across the monster Twitch, who walked on two legs like a human, but with the head of a mouse, and carried a shovel instead of a weapon. Rudin remembered that he seemed to have read about him in a book. This monster loves caves and dark places, and he's also an excellent digger. Plus, they seem to be born sand ants. The man said the one wasn't particularly strong, but you had to be careful in the dark, because the humidity was unacceptable. Then everyone started to go downstairs. Rudin realized that the depth was greater than he had expected. The girl began to descend confidently. Of course, she hit the protagonist with her foot, because he didn't have time to react. Helen sighed and said she'd warned him not to look up. If he'd wanted it any other way, she would have come down first, but he refused. Rudin remarked that with such a character, she could only hang out among mercenaries. He wasn't going to live like that. Immediately after these words, the girl pushed him away. Rudin was greatly surprised and began to shout. Then he fell, but it turned out that the distance was short. After that, the girl came down as well. Then she stretched her arms forward. The man said she had a strong connection to the monsters and they would immediately run away. It looked like they were really coming, and there were quite a few of them. In that instant, the monster they had come for was watching them. There were really a lot of them. At this moment inside the sewer, the protagonist was standing right in front of them. They were all holding shovels and looking at him. Rudin and the girl continued to stare at them. Tucker and the girl were also watching intently. Our hero was shocked. There were too many of them. Then everything around him shook, but he still grabbed his weapon. He grasped it firmly and began to reach for it. However, at that instant, the man stopped him and told him to wait. He told the guy to hide the weapon, as its use was forbidden here. Our hero could not understand how this was possible. He asked, would they really have to catch monsters with their bare hands? He remembered how strong they were, and with shovels, too. Just at that moment, one of them rushed to attack. He was approaching with lightning speed. After that, Rudin decided to use the shield for defense. That surprised him. He didn't realize what the attack was. It was like being hit with absorbent cotton. Then 3 monsters pounced on him at once. Rudin couldn't tell if it was a distraction or something else. He had no time to think. After that, everyone started attacking him. Our hero looked around anxiously at them all. Suddenly a shovel appeared in front of him. He was surrounded, and he realized there was no way out. However, to his surprise, he felt no pain. He didn't understand. Either he had become very strong, or something else was going on. Just at that instant, the monsters attacked the girl as well, but she easily stopped their attack with one hand. The monster was stunned at how easily she did it. The shovel in his hands began to tremble. Of course, he was intimidated by such a formidable opponent. The girl then clenched her fist, preparing to strike. After a moment she rushed toward him, and right after that, she hit him. Everyone was very surprised. The man was watching them at this moment. The girl asked if that was enough, but he said not yet. Better to do it right than to come back later. After that, the man also moved in their direction. One of the monsters suddenly started crying. The man then punched one of them. The other monster just stood there watching his comrade. The man said that wasn't all, and offered to do it again. After saying that, he struck out on his own. Everyone was amazed again. The man asked what they were going to do now. Would they stop now? Let them clean up while he's still in a good mood. Our hero turned to Celia. He asked if these monsters understood human speech, but she said no, they did not know the language of humans. Then he didn't understand why the man was talking to them. The man explained that monsters sense atmosphere, like animals that scream in fear. The same thing was happening here, imitating a predator. Now everything was clear to the protagonist. At that moment the girl said, enough was enough, and the man suggested we call it a day. At this point she asked him to wait. Then she suddenly covered her ears. Our hero didn't understand what the point of what was happening was. The girl took a wooden stake and an iron object. She then began scraping a wooden stake against the metal. Since he didn't cover his ears, he felt an unpleasant grinding sound along with the monsters. The sensation was so unexpected that it caused him great surprise. After a few moments, he felt himself losing consciousness. He hadn't expected such an effect and was confused. The girl insisted that he take off his clothes. She began to pull her off him, repeating her demand. He stopped her abruptly, not realizing what was happening. The suddenness of the situation left him bewildered. He couldn't explain the girl's strange behavior. She stared at him intently, expressing suspicion. Her words seemed even stranger to him. The meaning of what was happening eluded him. At that instant, someone's hand approached his head. The next moment he was grabbed sharply by the hair. A sharp pain made him cry out. The girl insisted that he obey. After a while, he felt nauseous. When he woke up, he tried to figure out where he was, and the man in the meantime inquired about his well-being. The man explained that he had fallen into the water while catching monsters. The protagonist assumed that the cause was a sonic attack and asked to perform CPR. The man didn't understand what they were talking about. The guy was surprised that they didn't even know what it was and asked if they just pulled him out and left him lying there. The man bewilderedly confirmed and asked if a mistake had been made. The thought that no one in this world knew about CPR was disconcerting to him. Then he wondered where the others were. He was informed that they were right behind him. The girl asked what he wanted. He replied that it was nothing special. He had just seen something strange related to her in a dream. He then questioned the man about the gun ban. He immediately understood the essence of the question and explained that after killing monsters, corpses were left behind. Their accumulation leads to pollution of the territory. In his opinion, it was easier to just banish the monsters rather than creating unnecessary garbage. At that moment, the hero heard a strange sound. He saw the monsters start to run away, but he couldn't figure out where the hole came from, or if it was a passageway. The man reported that such holes are found everywhere. The protagonist asked why they weren't being patched up, but the man explained that it wasn't profitable because it made a profit. Suddenly, Helen smelled an unpleasant odor. She put her hand on the boy's shoulder, then moved closer and breathed in the air beside him. Smelling the odor emanating from him, she recoiled in disgust. The contaminated water could cause illness if he didn't take action. The hero sniffed to himself, trying to realize how bad it was. Celia stepped closer, intending to check it out for herself. Smelling the odor, she confirmed that it was indeed unpleasant. The hero asked if it was really that bad, since he hadn't felt anything himself. The man cautioned him that without a quick cleanup, one could easily get an infection. He asked if there was a lake nearby. The girl confirmed it, and they decided to go there. Rudin walked ahead, as his scent was particularly strong. The hero began to climb up the slope. After a while, they went outside, then headed for the lake. The man reported that they had finally arrived. Here the hero could bathe. However, there was one but. He knew that the local fauna was not devoid of monsters, so he had to be on the lookout. The man promised to return as soon as he'd had a look around. He hoped for his vigilance, thanked him for his help, and wished him a good wash. After a while, Rudin was alone with the two girls. One of them asked why he was procrastinating, noting that the sooner he finished, the sooner they could leave. The hero explained that he could only wash if they left the place. Helen wondered what would happen if monsters showed up at that point, since someone had to stand guard. Rudin wondered if they wanted to see him naked, but since there were no prohibitions, perhaps it would be a good idea to wash up after the sewer. At that moment, a case suddenly came to mind. A patient had decided to be circumcised when he was still a young man. The doctors were already preparing for surgery. It was explained to him that it was necessary to remove his pants. Rudin then asked if it was right here, but the nurse replied that the operation could not be performed without it. He, embarrassed, stated that he would do it only after she left. The nurse explained that her help would be needed, so she could not leave. He clarified if this was true. The girl nodded affirmatively. Then he felt a great embarrassment. After that, he simply stood up and stated that in that case he was going home. He admitted that he had never taken his pants off in front of a girl. She noted with annoyance that he was concerned about it again, but she wasn't interested, so let him decide what to do. After all, they could have just gone to the village and left the odor issue as it was. At that instant, however, he was grabbed by the hair. The girl insisted that he undress sooner, as she wanted to get away faster. Rudin tried to stop her, but she started pulling off his clothes. My thoughts were confused. I wish I had some hot soup now. Double quotes. The girl asked if it was so hard to just take off his clothes. Helen noticed that he still seemed to be just as resentful. Rudin sighed, wishing for a creature that could erase those traumatic memories. The girl was surprised and wondered what he was talking about, since he didn't even know what elixirs were. He explained that it is a medicine that can heal. She agreed, but added that knowledge is important, for ignorance is not good for a reasonable person. A man proposed a riddle. If a man has his arm and leg chopped off and then drinks an elixir, what will happen? Will his limbs be restored, or will the severed parts have to be reattached? Rudin thought for a moment. The limbs probably wouldn't grow back, but it might be possible to graft the severed parts. However, that was the wrong answer. Even with the elixir, the limbs wouldn't fuse, plus it doesn't cure psychological distress. Also, these potions were very expensive. Even the cheapest ones cost at least 10 gold. The girl warned him not to rely on them too much. Then she asked him if he knew why Twitchies lived in the sewers. He couldn't guess, and she explained that they constantly had to run away because of their own weakness. However, once one had tasted the elixir, the realization came on its own. In the end, it was the other things that mattered most. Willpower and physical strength proved far more valuable. It was not worth relying on elixirs. They would not cure serious wounds, and the money would be wasted. I should have been more careful. Finally, they reached the village. There had been some trouble along the way, but on the whole the journey had ended safely. The girl wondered what he meant. At that moment, someone started to greet them. The girl responded to the greeting. She was asked if the order had already been delivered, and she confirmed. It was a book called The Art of Fighting with Two Swords, which was about cross-fencing. The hero was greatly surprised by this. He clarified whether it was really about fencing with two swords. In that instant his amazement only increased. He felt the book was too thin for such a topic. The man laughed, surprised that someone was seriously trying to learn the art of combat from books. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Our hero realized that it was probably really impossible to master such skills through reading alone. He asked the price of the book. The girl answered without hesitation to 10 gold pieces. Hearing this, the boy could hardly contain his surprise. The cost was quite high, but the book was a rarity, not often found. It wasn't easy to deliver either, which only added to the value. Although the price seemed excessive to him, since he had placed the order, he had to pay up. The man grinned, noting with slight derision that the man had just thrown away 10 gold pieces on a useless item. He waved his hand and added that the guy better give that money to her. At that instant a muffled noise was heard in the house. The guy, not paying attention to him, said he was leaving. At this moment, The man was gazing thoughtfully into the distance, as if contemplating something. The guy started up the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the silence. When he reached the right floor, he stopped in front of one of the doors. He held out his hand, intending to knock. At this moment Rudin was informed that his clothes were washed, and, thinking, he crushed the apple in his hand, machine crushing it. The guy suddenly remembered that he could afford it with such strength. His physical power had reached 51. But was it still enough? At this moment another guest was informed that the laundry was finished and asked if he could come in. Tabo, pulled from his thoughts, mumbled an apology. He suddenly remembered that he had recently bought a house, but it was still under renovation, which was why he stayed here so often. Our hero asked how he had heard about all this. In response, he heard that rumors spread with incredible speed in the village, and that his interlocutor was also good at collecting gossip. Besides, he could tell us something really interesting over a cup of tea. The hero wondered if he should miss this chance. Maybe he will be told something really useful. Finally, he made up his mind and said he wanted to learn about magic. The interlocutor, grinning, replied that he would think about it, since he didn't possess magic himself. The hero asked to tell at least where you can learn the art of sorcery. What are the ways and what is better to choose? He only shrugged, noting that it was just the basics. However, since the boy didn't know anything, he could explain. Then he suddenly frowned and wondered why the hero knew so little about magic. It all looked suspicious. Our hero, not wanting to lose the opportunity to learn more, handed him the money. The interlocutor, quickly counting the coins, immediately asked if he was ready to listen. He explained that in order to learn magic, one must have a certain status in society. The hero frowned and clarified exactly what he meant. It was explained to him that professors who taught magic belonged to the highest elite. Even in the hardest professions, such as mining, miners with magic work on better terms. Magic opens doors to many areas, allowing success where the average person would fail. Rudin listened attentively, then asked the main question. What does one have to do to master magic? His interlocutor thought for a moment, as if choosing the right words. He then went on to explain that you have to be smart, have extensive knowledge, or at least high intelligence to do so. The hero mechanically checked his stats. Wisdom is 10, intelligence, also 10. This was clearly not enough. The guy sighed and said he had to go, but if there were any questions, let him call. Having said that, he slammed the door shut. Rudin sat down. Exhaling heavily, he realized that he had been focusing on physical strength all along, ignoring other important aspects. He realized that he had been focusing on physical strength all this time, ignoring other important aspects. First, however, he intended to finish what he had begun. He had a new book in front of him, and it was a volume he could handle without difficulty. He opened the first page and started reading. Time passed, and soon he felt tired. His eyes drooped, his body weakened, and he began to slump slowly to the side. In another part of the house, the man frowned, not understanding what was going on there or why such a commotion had been raised. He waved his hand and told the kid to go check what was wrong. He went to the source of the sounds and realized that they were coming from that uncle's room. Running inside, he loudly demanded that the guy quiet down. The noise was audible even downstairs. The boy turned around and stared in surprise at whoever had entered. The man waited for an explanation. Suddenly the guy twitched as if about to run away, but suddenly he heard a strange sound. After a few moments he stopped, listening to him. He looked around the room carefully, trying to figure out what was going on. When he realized that it was the same uncle's room, he froze. Suddenly everything went quiet. He wondered what he was doing here since he was stretching himself so much, but decided to just make a remark and leave. He started banging on the door, declaring loudly that he could be heard even downstairs. To his surprise, the door was unlocked. Apologizing, he cautiously entered. The guy didn't understand what was going on or where this strange sensation came from. He was still confused, trying to comprehend the situation. In that instant, Rudin was literally floating in the air. What he saw shook him to the core. He couldn't understand why he was in the air. What do we do now? He started to ask if everything was okay and motioned for the man to stand up. Rudin, coming to his senses, asked why he had come. The guy replied that the noise was so loud that he had to get up to figure out what was going on. Our hero tried to remember what happened, and suddenly realized, while reading, everything began to shake, and then he lost consciousness. The boy was curious as to how he had managed to take off, but Rudin himself couldn't explain it. The next instant he collapsed to the floor. The guy sternly said to generally let him be quiet or he'd just get evicted. Rudin still didn't understand what had happened to him or why he was in the air. At that moment his gaze fell on a book lying nearby. It was a book on fencing. He had just mastered a new skill, but suddenly he was shaken and lost consciousness again. He felt that this was different from just leveling up. Now he even had time in the air. That the most amazing thing was that he comprehended the art of the cross punch as if he had always mastered it. He urgently needed to test his new power. Our hero hurriedly made his way toward Toker. He ran into his room without thinking. Rudin stood directly in front of the bed. He started pounding on the man, trying to wake him up. After that Toker, of course, woke up. The man reluctantly sat up on the bed and asked what was wrong. Rudin said it was time to go on to the next assignment, but the man said no. Our hero wondered why. Did he not feel well? Toker shook his head and explained that he just didn't see the point in such a rush. He suggested a little rest. Rudin interrogated what he meant. The man explained that they had done a good job as it was, and the others felt the same way. If you push yourself too far, you'll break down. He himself used to be able to crack a roadside stone with his fist. But as you get older, things start to hurt. Rudin wondered if it was true. If so, what could he do? He didn't have much to do, but then he remembered the book he had given 10 gold pieces for. Perhaps that was the solution. He realized this was a great opportunity. After reading a book on swordsmanship, he had mastered the two-sword fighting style. Then what would happen if he studied other books? Bow, spear, axe, such a vast array of weapons. He could master all these skills in a matter of seconds, and if he finds a book on magic, he can master it too. With this ability, he will quickly raise his status. Encouraged by this idea, Rudin declared that right now he would sit down for books. However, the man tried to stop him, advising him to calm down. Rudin asked in surprise what was the matter. The man explained that you can't learn magic that easily from books. Besides, does the guy even know how much books like this cost? Rudin asked if they were really that expensive. The man only sighed heavily in response. First of all, they were extremely difficult to obtain. He had heard that they could cost 200 gold pieces or even more. For that kind of money, one could live for years or even a lifetime. That kind of thing is not something that can be found on the road. In any case, the man is tired. Let him think hard, and also let him rest. He slammed the door in front of him immediately afterward. Rudin realized then that the clone had begun. He's gonna hit the bookstore. The girl at this moment was standing and sweeping. Her mood was elevated. Rudin greeted her. The guy said he was back at their place. The girl asked if he was looking for something specific. Our hero replied that he wasn't. He just wanted to look around a bit. All right, let him ask if he needs anything. In fact, he wasn't here to shop. He was here to steal. When he read a book on swordsmanship, he mastered the skill, barely opening it. In that case, you don't have to buy them. You can read and study them on the spot. He'll read everything that's in here. After a while, Rudin sighed heavily. He started to open one of them, then began to read it quickly. The guy couldn't figure out what it was. Rudin even purposely stepped back, but he was still shaking as he read the books. The guy didn't understand what the hell was even going on. So why doesn't anything happen at all? Our hero said it was weird why nothing was working. In that instant, a realization came to him. He tried to figure out if it had to do with the fact that he hadn't paid. You can't train for free, or something. Our hero apologized and turned to the girl. He asked how much it cost. She replied that it was 6 pieces of silver. Our hero said he understood and handed her the money. In that instant, something surprised him greatly. He realized that nothing was working anyway. The main character didn't understand what the problem was and assumed it worked randomly. Can they only be spawned, or what? Or should books be more expensive? He was reading about the art of archery. Last time he'd studied fencing. Maybe he shouldn't read everything. Surya appeared at that moment and said that it was better to ask Helena about archery. The boy was surprised that she had appeared so quickly. She greeted him. Our hero asked if she had come for the books too, but the girl said she was just taking a walk. She looked at his book and wondered if he had decided to learn archery. She said there was nothing wrong with it, but if possible it was better to learn from knowledgeable people. The art of combat is more easily learned through practice. After a while, they stood there and just stayed silent. Rudin noticed her sword and asked where she was going. The girl replied that she wanted to look for a new one. Our hero asked if it would be okay if he joined. In that instant, they found themselves in Valgab's forge. Something incomprehensible was going on there. The man thanked the guy for using their services. Our hero wished them a good job. Since he had learned the art of swordsmanship with 2 swords, it was about time he got a good sword. The girl looked at him silently. She continued to remain silent and stare at him. Rudin couldn't understand what this atmosphere was. Is she always so silent, or is she embarrassed to say something? You could ask her something. He started to ask something. He wondered if the job was hard as a mercenary. He had heard that Helen wanted to leave her. The girl said that of course it was hard. Rudin asked if that was true. Some people may find such work suitable, but in most cases they come here out of desperation, having no other choice. It's easy to get hurt here. And if you're unlucky, you can get seriously hurt even by weak monsters that aren't usually considered a threat. But despite all the danger, such work is well rewarded, and it is for the money that mercenaries are willing to risk their lives. As expected, being a mercenary is an extremely dangerous occupation and should not be viewed as a permanent path in life. In that instant, Rudin remembered the magic that was still a mystery to him. The girl looked at him questioningly and asked what he meant. The boy recalled that when they had first met, she had mentioned that there was something else besides swords. He remembered about the aura trace. Maybe she could explain exactly how it worked. The girl suddenly crouched down, and Rudin was stunned for a moment, not realizing what she was about to do. Then, picking up a small stone from the ground, she prepared for the demonstration. The next moment she began to literally press her finger into it, as if she were trying to leave a mark. A few seconds later, the stone split into with a crunch. Rudin stared at her in amazement, not realizing what had just happened. The girl calmly explained that this was the application of the aura trace. According to her, the aura can make a blade sharper, increasing its lethality. Simply put, this technique is used to release inner strength. Some monsters have their own aura, which makes them much stronger than normal members of their species. Rudin was fascinated by this ability, and wondered if he could learn to do the same. The girl shrugged her shoulders and admitted that for her it had always come out by itself. In that instant, a bright beam of light cut through the sky, illuminating everything around him. Rudin involuntarily covered his eyes against the dazzling glow and asked what it was. The girl replied serenely that it was only a purification rite. Of course it caught his attention, and she, noticing his interest, asked if he wanted to take a closer look. At that moment, he saw the mage standing in the center of the ritual, concentrating his sorcery around a large stone. There were several other mages around him, concentrating on repeating his movements. Our hero also noticed people in long robes standing around the column. It turned out that the purification rite was conducted with the help of magic stones. Rudin asked what the ritual was. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked him if he had never heard of it. The boy awkwardly admitted that there was still a lot he didn't know. She explained that the land they live on gets polluted over time because of the monsters. Using magical stones extracted from the bodies of defeated creatures, the mages perform a ritual to purify the soul and make it habitable again. It was now clear to Rudin how it worked, and he couldn't help but marvel at what he saw. At that moment the girl turned to him in surprise. She was curious about something too. Last time she'd noticed him activating something strange. Then he shouted inventory, whereupon his belongings literally disappeared into thin air. It interested her greatly, and now she wanted to figure out how it was possible. She claimed to have seen everything with her own eyes and now demanded an explanation. According to her, he called himself a mercenary, yet he was completely unskilled in fighting and ignorant of basic things. With such abilities, it seemed simply impossible to survive in this world. Rudin felt uneasy, realizing that his situation really left a lot to be desired. Even the case where he had dealt with the monsters didn't seem so simple to him now. They both couldn't hide their surprise at what was happening, or from the way his objects disappeared. It seemed to be beyond the usual laws. The girl looked at him suspiciously and asked if he had any special abilities that he hadn't told her about. Rudin couldn't resist asking with a chuckle if she was trying to imply that he was an underachiever. The girl shrugged her shoulders and said without a shadow of doubt that he was, and what an idiot at that. She didn't understand how, with that mindset, he had even managed to survive until now. If someone wanted to take advantage of his naivety, he wouldn't even be able to stand up for himself. At that moment, there was a loud shout nearby. Someone was cursing, shouting hurtful words. Rudin automatically turned around, drawing attention to what was happening. Just at that instant, The girl standing next to her suddenly fell to the ground. She grasped her hand painfully, clearly in great pain. At that moment a man approached her and called her a lazy girl with obvious irritation. He then rudely ordered her up, stating that this was no time to be lying on the ground. Our hero watched the scene with incomprehension, puzzled as to why they made all this noise right in the middle of the street. The girl looked at him with a heavy sigh and quietly admitted that she used to be a slave. The man ordered the girl to move, to which she calmly replied that she was obeying him. Then she suddenly asked if his slaves were interested. Rudin explained that it wasn't that. He was just curious as to how she'd gotten herself in that position. The girl explained that it was possible to become a slave by failing to pay a debt or by committing a crime. Most often slaves are those who could not cope with their circumstances. Rudin pointed out that you could just run away. But if a slave tried to escape, he'd be caught and arrested. That's what mercenaries like them do. Also, if someone is turned into a slave, they may even have their memories erased. The girl asked with a slight chuckle at how informative her explanation had been. The tide of the game changed and she added that he kept pestering her with questions. She asked again if he really found her story useful. The protagonist didn't quite know what she meant, but answered in the affirmative. Then she suggested that if he paid a little extra, she would continue to help him. Rudin inquired as to how much she wanted. The girl slowly began to raise her hand. The boy watched her actions in amazement. She then raised her hand and froze in that position. At that instant, someone turned to them. Celia seemed to recognize that voice. She then informed him that for 5 gold pieces she would keep his abilities a secret. The boy agreed. However, for that amount of money, it would have to do something big. The girl asked in surprise what he meant. He asked me to tell the others that they needed to go to a place. According to him, he knows where he can make a good living. Helena didn't understand what place she was talking about. She queried whether it was really possible to make good money there. The protagonist confidently replied that he had checked everything properly. The girl thoughtfully clarified if he was indeed testing, why she still doubted his success. Rudin knew she would doubt it, but if she wanted to get the most out of the hunt, it was to her advantage to believe him. He had recently read in a book about an area suitable for hunting, but with certain conditions. It seemed they were almost there. There was just a little bit of waiting left. The protagonist prepared himself and began to speak. He asked everyone to let him say a few words about their new business. He's determined to uncover the truth. He has unique abilities. Toker clarified if he was talking about what he showed last time. The girl asked if he was referring to the technique of destroying monsters. The boy replied that it was only a small part of his skills. If asked who he was, instead of explaining ... it would have been easier to show them. Let them look closely. The protagonist activated the inventory. He then started pulling items out of it. A fried chicken appeared right in front of them. The girl took it without hiding her surprise. She was amazed that the food sprang up literally from nothing. Plus it stayed warm as if it had just been cooked. The protagonist then clapped his hands together. He admitted that it would be difficult to explain in detail, but he has a very unusual ability. For example, he can easily cut up monsters or get objects from anywhere. Previously, he was going to keep this secret forever. However, he realized that he could only convince them to join if he revealed his abilities. Anyway, what do they think? Is it worth taking the risk once? His abilities. His technique. Are they willing to trust and follow him? At that instant, someone turned to him. Helena walked over holding a small stone and told him to hide it in his inventory. She didn't explain why, just silently handed over the stone. The protagonist summoned the inventory without too many questions. Carefully taking the stone, he placed it inside in a smooth motion. The girl watched it with interest and then, grinning, noticed that she was amazed at his abilities every time. By the way, why didn't he scream this time? The protagonist didn't immediately realize what she meant. He usually shouted out a command to activate the inventory. He explained that sometimes he does yell, but only if he can't focus right away. Ever since he unleashed his ability, destroying enemies became much easier than before. The others watched in amazement, for such a thing seemed impossible. It is for this reason that his skills are so important to their group. He began to explain the basics of hunting, emphasizing the importance of taking promising spots in advance. In this world, hunting territories were quite valuable, while the demand for them wasn't too high. There was one major catch. Even if you found a good place, there was always the problem of provisions, because you had to travel great distances to get water and food. However, with his abilities. That question fell away by itself, which meant they could save a lot of time and effort. Suddenly, the protagonist tensed up, his gaze swept sharply to the side. He reported picking up footprints, 8 to 11 creatures, most likely a tribe of goblins. Great opportunity to test some things out. He decided to try out his new technique, cross-fencing. Grabbing two swords, he rushed forward without a second thought, preparing to attack. However, at that very moment, the girl tripped him up. Not expecting such a turn, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. The girl crossed her arms on her chest and strictly told him to be careful. You can't just rush into battle without thinking. The guy was indignant, demanding an explanation. Why couldn't he? She frowned and explained that they had gone too deep. No one usually dared to go into such places. Their small group found themselves surrounded on all sides by monsters, and by trusting him, they put themselves in great danger. If he rushes forward without assessing the situation, they will simply be surrounded and destroyed. We need to strategize. In addition, there was another important point. The girl picked up a rock from the ground and slowly took aim at it. However, instead of throwing it at the protagonist, she suddenly threw it into the bushes. The stone bounced sharply off the ground, kicking up dust. She looked at him coldly and warned him. This place was full of traps and he could easily fall into them. The protagonist frowned, trying to comprehend what was said, and asked who had set them up. Celio replied that it was the work of the goblins. They didn't have anything like that last time. She explained that among them are special creatures with unique skills. They are called goblins. These goblins are able to create just about anything using improvised materials. If they are not extremely careful, their chances of winning are slim to none. The protagonist thought for a moment, and then nodded. Now he understood what this was all about. Since the goblins possess such advanced crafting skills, he could learn a lot from them. If he managed to adopt even a fraction of their skills, it would open up a good earning opportunity for him. Suddenly, the ground beneath him was gone from under his feet. He surged upward, and before he could do anything, he hung from the tree, falling into a carefully disguised trap. The girl folded her arms across her chest and said mockingly that he should wait. They'd figure out something to get him down. The protagonist grimaced and confidently stated that he could handle himself. He figured he could get out without anyone's help. Tensing his muscles, he yanked his arms sharply and broke the bonds. The man below on and shouted a warning. If he fell from that height, the consequences could be dire. He felt his neck stiffen from the uncomfortable position, but realized he needed to hang still. A sudden amazement swept over him as something unexpected appeared before his eyes. Landing on his feet, he struggled to keep his balance. Taking a deep breath, he felt the tension slowly fade away and was relieved to realize that the danger was over. Helen frowned, wondering how he had managed to break the rope. The hero smugly noted that he had landed quite spectacularly. Traps discovered along the way were best left intact, as they could still come in handy. He questioned the rationale behind such a decision, and Helen explained that they could be used to control monsters. This allowed for significant savings in energy before the upcoming bouts. Suddenly his gaze snatched up something unusual up ahead. At that instant, monsters emerged from the shadows, grinning crookedly and watching them intently. The girl hesitated, speculating that they might have gotten their attention because of the excessive noise. What she saw surprised her. The number of enemies was too large, and there could be goblins among them. One of the monsters was trembling visibly, its legs treacherously shaking with fear. The hero squinted, realizing that they might be facing a horde. The situation was perfect for testing the new skill cross-fencing. He clutched the hilt of his two swords and rushed into battle. The first enemy fell, struck down by an accurate shot. Rudin, without reducing his speed, rushed straight at the enemies. The second enemy suffered the same fate. The arrow caught him before he could do anything. Rudin turned to the girl, who suggested that it was better to eliminate the enemies in advance before they could get close. Let the enemies rush in mindlessly like reckless fools, but even so, you can use the stones to weaken their onslaught. He could hardly believe he was serious about resorting to such tactics. After a few seconds, however, he still picked up the stone, clutched it in his hand, and prepared to throw it. With a sharp movement, he threw it straight at his opponent. Another one rushed in. Another throw followed, leaving the enemies no time to react. After such an intense attack, one of the monsters collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Helen watched in amazement, not expecting the proposed method to be so effective. In spite of doubts, The method did produce results. The hero realized that his throwing skills were proving useful. The girl was trying to figure out if it was a skill or simple luck, but he was leaning towards thinking it was already a skill. The man asked a follow-up question. He suggested that a gold mine could be found in the area and capitalize on it. Rudin calmly remarked that everything has its time. The next task was to set up camp. They were to create a safe place to sleep. At that moment, he abruptly grabbed something as if he had a premonition of danger. He managed to use an unknown technique, though even he himself didn't fully realize how it worked. After a while, the camp was broken up. They even managed to start a fire, providing warmth and light. Having completed his work, Rudin was relieved that everything was ready. The girl had helped with the arrangement without asking too many questions, but now wanted an explanation as to why all this was necessary. He replied that the reason was obvious. They were to spend 10 days in this place. It was the perfect hideout for monster hunting. The group would be able to leave the village, fight, and return by the same route. Under such conditions, the weight of the load had to be limited, and hiring porters was too costly. However, thanks to Rudin's ability they could get the most out of every campaign. That was what made up his plan. It remained to be seen how many enemies it would have to eliminate. Rudin thought for a moment, then estimated that their target would be about 1,000 orcs. This answer caused the girl considerable surprise. For now, the bar is set at this level, but the higher the better. Helen inquired when they would start, and the hero explained that first they would have to study the terrain to increase the effectiveness of the hunt. But before that, there was a well-deserved vacation to be had. The girl recalled that he had mentioned the ability to use the cross effect, but she had never had a chance to see it, so she asked if he wouldn't mind demonstrating it. Rudin thought about her request for a moment. He agreed, saying he'd show her if she really wanted him to, then slowly drew his sword. After that, I started using it on everything in sight. In that instant, he was completely focused. The branches encountered along the way easily crumbled under the blows. Even a log nearby was chopped in two. Suddenly the girl grabbed his arm. Taking up the sword, she examined the blade closely. Rudin inquired how she liked his technique and asked if he did well. She critically observed that the strokes were too sprawling, elbows were not moving correctly, and the cut was sloppy, suggesting that she try again, but with control of hand position. He wondered if it really mattered that much in combat. Wouldn't the style do well on its own if used in actual combat? However, as it turned out, this aspect required deliberate practicing. Rudin assumed that the reason was that the skill was not high enough and improving it should solve the problem. However, it was not easy to explain it, so he just pretended to listen attentively. The main thing was to make it look convincing. The girl pointed to his posture and explained how to swing the sword correctly. He tried to clarify if he had understood her remarks correctly. The man noted that it was not only the position of his hands that was important, but also his breathing, which he had incorrectly. Under normal circumstances, you can breathe freely. However, the breath should have been held during the attack. In the same instant, one had to concentrate the force in the lower abdomen, channeling the energy into a punch. Helen added that he lacks even basic training. Rudin didn't understand why everyone was suddenly turning against him. However, the reason was obvious. He himself had stated that he possessed a unique ability, yet he had neither martial skills nor the proper level of judgment. This wouldn't work. Did he realize that? The hero noticed that the atmosphere was getting tense and tried to keep calm. However, the decision had already been made. They couldn't leave things as they were. The man stated that during the 10 days of monster hunting, they would teach him the basics of combat and perfect his technique. At that instant, footsteps sounded in the forest. The monsters were moving through the thicket. They huddled together as if pondering something. Their attention was clearly riveted on what was happening. At the same instant, from the depths of the forest, someone rushed swiftly towards them. That silhouette was rushing incredibly fast, tearing through the thicket. It was Celia. Everyone froze, startled by the sudden appearance, not immediately realizing who exactly was in front of them. One of the monsters noticed something. At that moment, the girl prepared to throw a rock at them. One of the opponents wasn't fast enough and got hit right in the forehead. Almost immediately, he collapsed to the ground. The other monsters were numb with surprise. The girl, however, continued to stand in front of them, ready for another attack. They were still reeling from what they had seen. Celia picked up another stone, then threw it with the same accuracy. After that, she started stoning them non-stop. One of the monsters roared with rage. He was followed by the others in a fury. Of course, They soon rushed after her in pursuit. Against all odds, the girl didn't stop, making them carry on behind her. One of them furiously shouted a threat. Celia turned around to look at her pursuers. After that, she started sniffing the leaf. In that instant, the monster would stand in intense astonishment. A huge rock was flying right at them at that instant. Of course, there was nothing left for them to do but accept their fate. The boy walked over to one of them and picked up a stone that lay nearby. He asked what he thought of the marvelous plan. Laid down in one fell swoop. Without much effort, Celia lured the monsters with their own rock to the cliff, one end done. Helena added that she had managed to disarm all the traps. Rudin thought about something. He said there are only orcs here, no other monsters in the area. Monsters, like animals, outside of their territory, they try not to cross paths. Goblins avoid orcs, and only when orcs invade their territory, they become aggressive. Rudin didn't even know. Territory, that sounds like utter nonsense. In terms of game logic, it's just a respawn location where orcs show up. At that moment, one of them became enraged with the guy. Rudin asked, was he really alone? He said that the opponent was brave since he didn't run away, but no matter what, he's just a monster. He'll cut him down with one blow. He started using cross-fencing, but to his surprise, Rudin at that moment received a blow with a stick. At the same moment, the orc began to grow larger. After a while it reached its maximum size. The man told the guy not to be so flippant, let him keep his distance and stay calm. Rudin confidently stated that it was only an orc, he was just mistaken. At that instant, the monster lunged at him. Then the guy got punched in the face again. The monster didn't stop for a second and continued to attack. The guy took another powerful hit. Of course, he was pretty stunned. The girl said he was an idiot. After that, she shot straight at the monster. Of course, after that, he just collapsed. The girls started asking how he was. They said to keep their distance. Orcs were not so weak. In that instant, something surprised her greatly. She looked at the guy's face. It shocked her. She didn't understand how it had happened. His face had turned into a bloody mess. Things were obviously bad. What do we do now? The main thing is to stay calm and not to panic. The guy's just gonna get some rest. The swelling should go down. He's lucid, so it's worth monitoring him for a day. The next day the guy looked awake. The girl was astonished. Before going to sleep, his face had no living place, and now it was in perfect order. Maybe it was his youth. The body could cope on its own. The situation remained mysterious. No one knew how it had happened, but he had fully recovered. The man hoped that a good thrashing would be a lesson to him. The beau's character needed to be corrected. The kids said they wanted to teach him the basics, right? He asked them to teach him so he wouldn't lose to monsters like yesterday. The man said that if the man so wished, let him follow him. There was one good way. If he finds out what it is, it will be less effective. But don't let him be afraid. It really works. It will be a great workout for him. After a while they came to a lake of some sort. The boy lagged a little behind, but soon caught up with them. After that, the man began to enter the water. He asked the guy to come over. He wanted to show me something. The guy said he was going to get wet, but the man was already standing in the water and told him not to pull, to get in with him. The boy hesitated, but eventually moved forward. Our hero anxiously inquired exactly what was the matter. What was this such a good way and how was it related to water? Suddenly the man, without saying a word, grabbed him roughly by the hair. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he plunged his head sharply under the water, intending to drown him. The boy tried desperately to break free, but the man's grip was ironclad. The man calmly and coolly watched his attempts to get out. There wasn't a shadow of regret in his gaze. He wasn't going to save him at all. After a while, having lost his strength, our hero finally lost consciousness. When he finally came to, his mind was foggy and he didn't immediately realize what had happened. Mastering himself, the lad angrily demanded an explanation, demanding to know the reason for such cruel treatment. The man calmly reminded him that he had promised not to make him work to exhaustion for 10 days and asked if he remembered that condition. No matter how talented he is, what can he even accomplish in such a short time? The guy still couldn't understand why that was the reason they were trying to drown him. The man pondered for a long time, realizing that the greatest value he was capable of imparting to him was something else entirely. Without finishing his sentence, he plunged it under the water again with force. Only moments later, pulling it back out, He completed his thought by stating that the greatest value he could give him was unyielding willpower. The desire to live, the fear of death is the real battlefield. Does he realize this? The man spoke clearly, his voice sounding firm, but there was more to it than mere instruction. Soon he noticed that the guy had finally lost consciousness. No one could say for sure if he was alive or not, but they decided not to interfere, expecting him to either come to his senses or ... Our hero woke up abruptly, gulping air convulsively with his mouth, and, breathing heavily, questioned whether he was really on the verge of death again. As soon as he finally regained consciousness, he was immediately pulled out of the water, and, fortunately, everything was all right. At that instant, a pleasant, appetizing aroma reached his keen sense of smell. The boy felt how hungry he was, but the girl stopped him, saying that they had one important task to accomplish before eating. She calmly pointed her finger at a pile of rocks lying nearby. Taking a deep breath, he looked at them and, a little confused, assumed they were just ordinary pebbles. The girl picked up one of the stones without further ado. Suddenly her face contorted with rage, and something frightening flashed in her eyes. In the next second, she squeezed the stone in her palm with force, literally crushing it into dust. The guy, watching this in amazement, questioned the people around him if she possessed an aura. The girl replied with a slight chuckle that she hadn't. She had just crushed him by sheer physical strength. Then he, still puzzled, asked how and why she had done it. Now he would have to try, but not by brute force, but by using his aura. The guy admitted with obvious embarrassment that he didn't know how to use it. The girl shrugged and calmly replied that she didn't have that skill either. He thought for a moment, and then asked if he was going to learn from Celia, since she would likely know how to control the aura. Of course she knows how to do it, but as it turns out, she hasn't mastered it consciously. Her knowledge came to her through personal experience, and so she can't teach it. Most people learn this skill in a similar way, relying not on mentors, but on their own findings and hunches. In short, if a person has talent, he will definitely find a way to learn, and if not, even the most skillful teacher will not help. The man interrupted their conversation, forcing them to hurry or the food would get cold. If they really intend to deal with 1,000 monsters, it is vital for them to eat well and get plenty of rest. Rudin sarcastically remarked that if they were so concerned about his condition, they probably shouldn't have thrown him in the water until he was unconscious. At this moment, the monsters stood serenely in the distance, as if completely ignoring what was happening. However, a moment later, they suddenly attacked, bearing down on them with frightening speed. Despite this, Rudin felt a surge of joy, as if he had been waiting for this moment. At that instant, one of the monsters silently crept up behind him, swinging a clawed paw at him. Suddenly, Celia rushed to his aid, attacking the monster without hesitation. At the same instant, Rudin, feeling relieved, showed her a thumbs up in gratitude. After a while, an oppressive silence enveloped the battlefield. Then night crept up imperceptibly, plunging everything around them into gloomy darkness. The man beckoned to the boy again, pointing him toward the dark surface of the lake. Meanwhile, Rudin continued to fight the monsters fiercely, not giving them a second to pause. Of course, they had time to eat beforehand. Then, exhausted after a hard day's work, they finally went to bed, realizing that tomorrow a new, equally brutal battle awaited them. Day 10. Rudin was fighting a monster at this moment. Then he just collapsed face down in the dirt, exhausted. The man noted that he was doing a great job, as the character definitely had talent. The girl said she didn't know if that happens or if it was an exception. To be honest, she only put it that way so that he wouldn't slack off on training in the future, because it would be difficult to learn a skill instantly, but even she didn't think he would learn so quickly. The guy noticed that their plan to capture 1,000 monsters had failed, for that number was too large. Because they had killed too many monsters, their numbers in this area had greatly decreased, so it wasn't worth it. However, he stopped and asked why. If you think about it, fighting monsters is dangerous enough on its own since only for people manage to catch 300 monsters in 10 days. If people get their act together, they have a real chance of eliminating all the monsters, don't they? I guess so, but you can't do that. Rudin asked why. Was there some kind of injunction already in place or what? Monsters should be exterminated, of course, but he's told he can't do that. Rudin didn't understand why it was forbidden, but everything turned out to be quite trivial. It's about mining magical stones and abnormal phenomena. These are the true reasons. First of all, What is the main purpose of magic stones? Rudin remembered that they were used during purification rites, and if all the monsters were exterminated, it would be impossible to obtain them. It turned out he was quite well informed. He then asked what the anomalous phenomena were. It was explained to him that it was an old legend that had never been confirmed, but if you completely exterminate all monsters of one species, another, incredibly powerful monster would appear. The hero was interested, but was immediately told that such a creature would be impossible to handle. In any case, the probability of such an event happening is extremely low. Speaking of which, Rudin realized that they needed to collect magic stones, but he didn't know that was how it would work, so they took care of it themselves. The boy inquired as to how much had been collected. The girl replied that an exact count was not kept. However, the average output was 1 stone per 10 monsters killed. She offered to let him look at the magic stones, and he asked if he could. The man then began pouring them out in front of him. Rudin watched this with genuine interest. He noticed that they only hunted orcs, but the stones appeared to be different colors. Is that how it works? At that moment, something strange began to happen to the hero. In his mind, he had formed a skill called inspection, the art of obtaining information while examining an object. The verbal part of information about an object appeared by simply looking at it, and such a thing could really become a skill, even though they expected something else. The girl asked why he froze in place and then told him to gather rocks. Rudin looked at her. At that moment, he suddenly fell silent. The girl was surprised and asked if he wanted to say something or hesitated. Rudin didn't understand why the skill wasn't activating. After that, he said loudly, "Skill inspection." However, nothing happened. Rudin could not understand what was the matter and why he could not get away. The girl did not know what he was talking about, but advised him to come to his senses and take the stones, for it was time to return to the village. Usually, if you did something right, the skill was bound to show up. But what is it? Anyway, Rudin looked at his hand. Then he clenched it into a fist, and suddenly something strange happened. The man didn't realize the glow was coming from his hand. Rudin observed this effect carefully. When he looked at Celia, her name appeared in front of him. Her age was 27, and her gender was female. In that instant, he realized how his new skill worked. By the way, she looked very young. He thought they were the same age all this time, because he was only 18 years old. At that instant, they heard the sounds of monsters. The man tensed instantly, sensing the approaching threat. The monster clutched his weapon in his paws, his gaze burning with rage. Then he stepped out toward them, treading slowly forward. Rudin realized why he hadn't moved. He was waiting for the right moment. Well, then Rudin decided to strike first. The monster froze in surprise at that moment. He clearly hadn't expected such determination. Rudin, clutching his sword, approached his opponent step by step. After that, with one precise blow, he severed his head. The man nodded approvingly, saying it was a clean, well-deserved kill. He then pointed out that the guy has been noticeably pumped up lately. The head blood asked how much his skills had changed in 10 days. In that instant, something abruptly broke their concentration. They spotted a small orc and realized it was its cub. The man said, in surprise, that such a thing rarely happened. Baby monsters were almost impossible to see, as they were usually hidden in the depths of the forest. Who would have thought they'd stumble upon it? Apparently, they've gone too far. Of course, the monster erupted into a deafening wail, filling the air with despair. The protagonist knew that up to this point he had been eager to exterminate monsters without a second thought, but looking at the cub, he felt a strange rejection. He asked what they were going to do, but the girls didn't immediately realize what he meant. The guy explained that he was talking about a baby orc. Killing it was wrong somehow. Maybe it was better to let it go. The girl raised an eyebrow in surprise and replied sharply that of course, it wouldn't let him go. Monsters don't make exceptions, they need to be dealt with. In that instant, they realized that their opinions had sharply diverged. Helen asked if she was suggesting that she kill the baby, to which the girl nodded. It's the right thing to do. He was still very young, but one blow would be enough. Rudin himself did not understand how to act. He felt uneasy, as if something inside was protesting. I mean, she thinks the cub might be a threat, so it should be killed. Celia explained that if he was left alive, he might reveal their location. Then other orcs would come running here. She wasn't sure if it was bound to happen, but she didn't want to take any chances. The protagonist clarified what she meant by failure, but seeing her focused gaze, he guessed. She had lived hunting since childhood, and knew that whether it was an animal or something else, cubs had to be released, or else trouble would catch up with the killer later. The guy frowned and asked if she thought it was some sort of curse. She nodded. Some behaviors bring misfortune. There are boundaries that must not be crossed under any circumstances. This is ancient wisdom, laid down over centuries, and should not be violated on a whim. They decided not to complicate the situation. Let Rudin make his own decision, because he was the boss. In such cases, the right to choose is left to the squad leader. Rudin asked for time to think, but his look betrayed an inner conflict. He must decide whether to kill monsters or occasionally leave them a chance at life. The protagonist asked what was wrong. The girl anxiously replied that the monster had simply disappeared. The man frowned, saying that they had procrastinated too long on the decision. Celia added that in situations like this, procrastination wasn't acceptable. Who knows if the orc would sick someone else on them? Rudin asked about trolls, and the man was surprised. Hadn't he heard of them? Trolls are huge and incredibly strong creatures. If you meet one, you're dead. In a fight with them, the only outcome is always death. Monsters like that, if he runs into them, he'll die. The boy frowned. So she really believed that. At that moment he heard an incomprehensible rumble, as if the stomping of many feet were approaching. The boy couldn't believe his ears. He wondered with bated breath if it was a troll. Everyone froze, listening to the ominous sounds. The trees around them began to shake as if under the onslaught of a giant. The hero stared tensely into the distance, assessing the scale of the impending threat. The main monster kept his gaze on him, a predatory confidence in his eyes. The hero realized that their earlier worries had been in vain. Even a baby orc was no danger compared to what lay ahead. Celia, realizing the horror of the situation, turned dramatically pale, her breathing becoming intermittent. In her estimation, it wasn't just a large army gathered against them, an entire horde that could wipe them off the face of the earth. One of the monsters roared as if signaling an attack, and the sound echoed around the area. The hero was perplexed. This same monster had recently fled, and now it was preparing to attack. He adopted a fighting stance, showing his intent to destroy anyone who stood in his way. The enemy's bulky weapon whistled within centimeters of the hero's head, causing him to duck instinctively. From the powerful impact, the trees around them began to collapse, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The hero, still not believing what had happened, lay on the ground, trying to come to his senses. Through the thick foliage of a fallen tree, he could see the enemies approaching. Celia froze, looking at him with wide-open eyes, her fingers trembling. The man and the girl stood side by side, their faces expressing the same mixture of shock and confusion. The hero looked up and faced the hateful gaze of monsters hungry for his blood. Their numbers exceeded all expectations, and now it was too late to retreat. The mutual exchange of glances lasted only a moment, but it stretched like an eternity. One of the monsters spoke in its own language, its voice sounding muffled and threatening. The hero quickly turned to the man, demanding an explanation. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. The man paused, assessing the situation, his face darkening. The hero stared at him, waiting for an answer, his heart pounding faster and faster. In the next second, the man did not hesitate to inform her that the only way out was to flee immediately. Rudin was grabbed by the arm and literally dragged away without giving him a chance to think. He didn't even have time to realize what was happening, but he knew one thing. The situation was critical. The man loudly commanded the squad, demanding that everyone move as fast as possible. Rudin tried to object, not believing that fleeing was the best way out, but his words were drowned in the noise. The man only threw irritably at the man should stop talking nonsense. Orcs weren't just strong. Their physical strength exceeded human strength by several times. They felled trees with ease, and if it came to a fight, their chances were nil. Suddenly the girl stopped, causing confusion among the others. She raised her bow without hesitation, intending to fight back to the last man. Her fingers confidently drew the bowstring, her gaze focused on the nearest target. The arrow snapped off and slammed into one of the monsters with force. A moment later, Timur collapsed to the ground, felled by her accurate shots. The girl kept firing, expecting to reduce the number of enemies. However, she quickly realized that there were too many of them, and her strength wasn't enough. One of the monsters extended its arm, pointing at them as if choosing its next victim. The man, at first taken aback by the gesture, soon felt a surge of rage. The main monster grinned viciously, anticipating the carnage. The orcs did not stop, their footsteps rattling, shaking the ground. The hero and his team ran as hard as they could, realizing that the battle would be unequal. Helena shouted loudly, drawing attention to herself. There was reproach in her voice. This very situation was the result of their decisions. She was sure she should have done things differently originally, and now there would be a price to pay for it. The hero activated the inspection skill, hoping to analyze the opponent's strength. His eyes widened in surprise as he began to see the characteristics of the enemies. One of the orcs had a strength of 62, which was far beyond human capabilities. The second had even more power, with a score of 67. The hero used the ability on Toker, seeking to compare his level to the monsters. The man, although he was a strong fighter, with his strength at 50 was clearly inferior to his opponents. The orc's average strength level was around 60, making them many times more powerful than Toker. Alone they were clumsy and slow, but the numerical advantage made up for this disadvantage. Against such a horde there was no chance of victory. One of the monsters, apparently the commander, sharply extended his arm forward, pointing at the fugitives, and growled something in his own language. In the same instant, he rushed to attack, his huge feet shaking the ground with every step. His massive blade, glinting in the air, sliced through the first tree like a reed. With his next move, he cut off another one without reducing his speed. 2 centuries-old trunks collapsed, cluttering the path behind the fugitives. The hero realized with horror that if he were in the place of these trees, he would have already been cut in half. What seemed even stranger was that the orc cub seemed to be giving out orders. Why was this obviously young individual leading the adult warriors? Suddenly, one of the monsters, outrunning the others, jumped at the hero from behind, aiming to knock him down. At that instant, Celia darted forward without thinking. The blade of her blade flashed through the air, slicing through the attacking foe before it could strike. The guy, stunned, didn't even have time to realize that he had just escaped death. Helena, catching her breath, turned to the man, demanding an explanation. What to do now that the monsters weren't lagging behind? If they keep running, their strength will run out, and then they won't even be able to try to fight back. In that case, their fate is sealed. It was urgent to think of some way out of this situation. At that moment, the hero emphatically stated that he had a plan. Helena frowned and asked what it was about, but he only shook his head, saying there was no time for explanations. They had to act immediately. The partners looked at each other, realizing there was no choice. Their gazes crossed. There was no doubt. Helena nodded and asked exactly what needed to be done. The hero's short answer was to run into the thicket. The girl didn't understand why, but she didn't argue. They rushed through thick bushes, taking their way through thorny branches. The orc stopped, looking around confused, trying to see them amongst the vegetation. But a moment later, they found their trail again. One of the monsters, having oriented itself faster than the others, rushed forward. But just at that moment, the ground beneath his feet opened up. Everyone watched in amazement at what was happening. The hero activated a trap spotted in advance among the thickets. In the same instant, the massive net slammed shut, carrying the victim into the air. The other orcs stared at her with a stunned expression. Helena, breathing heavily, looked at the hero skeptically, clearly not believing that this would somehow stop the enemies. But before anyone could say anything, there was a roar, and from deep within the forest something approached with incredible speed. In a moment, dozens of orcs were swept away by an invisible force. Then several dozen more disappeared in a bloody whirlwind. Helena, like the others, froze in shock at what she saw. Their gazes were fixed on what was happening. One of the orcs, desperately trying to dodge, stepped on something hard, and the ground went out from under his feet. The trap beneath him triggered again, sending him into a deep pit. A second later, a huge boulder came crashing down from above with a deafening rumble. The mass of rock crushed him with no way out. At the same moment, the whistling of arrows could be heard from different directions. They flew precisely on target, striking a new wave of enemies. A short time later, the field was strewn with the bodies of fallen monsters. One of the orcs, barely clinging to life, attempted to rise, but soon settled to the ground listlessly. His breath cut off, and he froze forever. Helena, still trying to make sense of what was happening, didn't understand where all these death traps were coming from. The hero, slightly out of breath, explained that while still on the run he had noticed a few hunting devices and decided to use them. One of the surviving orcs, realizing the full extent of what was happening, roared in anger, clutching his weapon in his hands. He clenched his fist, barely containing his anger. The defeated monsters were too many, and their bodies dotted the ground. The surviving orcs looked at their dead kin, overwhelmed with rage. One of them was in a particularly intense rage. His breathing quickened and his hands trembled. Helena looked at the hero, perplexed, and asked what he was going to do next. Suddenly, the monster extended his arm and pointed his finger somewhere in the distance. Disappointment reigned among the orcs after that. They realized something unpleasant. Celia quietly noted that she still had some strength left, but there was less and less time left. She added that if the hero puts a little more effort in and engages a couple of traps, they might be able to make it out. But the guy replied that the traps were out. He explained that he had used everything he could find and now they had no tricks left. He remained silent after those words, pondering his next move. The team continued to run without wasting any time, rushing farther and farther into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the hero noticed a new group of monsters blocking the path in front of him. They were on full alert and were not about to let go of their prey. Without wasting a second, he threw himself into the fight right on the move. He soon realized that the orcs had not only surrounded him from the front, but also from behind. It was an ambush. Their numbers were overwhelming. Helena shouted indignantly at since he had brought them here. Let him handle it himself now. Tucker turned to the guy and asked if he had any plan. The hero, breathing heavily, replied that he had ideas. Everyone glanced around, waiting for his next move. At that moment, one of the orcs let out a vicious grunt. The girl noticed anxiously that the avenues of retreat were blocked. Now the situation had really become critical. Something had to be done urgently. The hero concentrated, feverishly considering his options. Suddenly, he raised his hand. To everyone's surprise, he began to summon his inventory. The orcs, who had not expected such a thing, froze in confusion. And then the fried chicken appeared in front of them. The monsters stared at her, not believing their eyes. The next second, one of them greedily grabbed her and swallowed her whole. After that, more food appeared in front of them. The orcs did not hesitate to pounce on the treat, devouring it greedily. Meanwhile, the hero and his team lurked in the bushes nearby, watching. Helena, not hiding her surprise, whispered that they were eating with such gusto that maybe if they got full they would just leave. But there was one among the orcs who was not satisfied. He grabbed his plate, threw the meat away irritably, and growled something. The others froze, watching him closely. The one who refused to eat suddenly pointed his finger at one of his kin. At the same instant, several orcs behind them raised their weapons threateningly. A moment later they struck. The orc that was pointed at collapsed to the ground. The others stared stunned at his motionless body. Helena muttered quietly, and a feud seemed to have started among them. But just at that moment, one of the orcs spotted their hiding place. He extended his arm sharply, pointing his finger directly at the hero. The man immediately jumped up, realizing that there was no time to delay. Glancing around the surroundings, he realized they were surrounded. The hero asked in desperation if there were really no more exits left. The girl turned to the guy and noted with annoyance that, with such abilities, he still hadn't come up with any plan. There must be some way out, he shouted and told everyone to stop. The hero concentrated and raised his hand. In the next second, he called up the inventory again. In that instant, the food in front of the orcs began to shake. One of them froze in surprise, watching what was happening. All the food was literally shuddering, emitting a strange energy. Then something suddenly appeared and picked her up. The orcs couldn't understand what exactly had happened. However, it soon became even more so. The hero suggested using the ability by holding his hand in tension. The wave of mysterious energy continued to rush forward. It doused the orcs, making them shudder. The girl stared at what was happening, unable to realize exactly what he had done. She still didn't understand what had happened and turned to the guy for an explanation. The hero, breathing heavily, grinned and said he should have been thankful for investment technology, because he was buying up everything, and as it turned out, it came in handy. Rudin added that he would explain everything later. Right now he had more important things to do. Gradually the trembling in his hand began to subside. He froze in place, as if realizing something important. The girl perplexedly asked why he had stopped, to which the guy replied that he was running out of strength, but at least the orcs had been eliminated. At that instant, the wave began to rapidly approach them. Rudin clearly didn't expect this development. The orcs, enraged, once again stared at them with even more fury. One of them suddenly growled and started shouting something. Suddenly, right after that, he turned around and rushed away. The girl asked with weariness in her voice how much longer they would have to run. But Despite this, Rudin did fine. The enemies have noticeably decreased, which means that escape is now quite realistic. In that instant, Celia suddenly realized something important. She stated sharply that their path ahead crossed with the goblins, and if they continued onward, a collision was inevitable. The man offered to go back, but Rudin only grinned and said it was even to their advantage. They continued to move forward. The girl couldn't understand why he was doing this. Rudin then explained that they would simply push the goblins and orcs against each other and take advantage of the moment and leave. The man noted with admiration that the boy had come up with quite a cunning plan. The girl sighed and said that they needed to hurry anyway. Her strength was already running low. At that instant, they felt a strange vibration in the air. The monsters continued to approach, not about to let them go. The girl irritably called them clingy, and the man tried to cheer her up by telling her that there was only a little more to bear. Up ahead, directly ahead, the goblins could already be seen. The man asked if everyone understood the plan, for as Rudin had said, all they had to do was break through without stopping. At this moment, the monsters were already waiting for them with predatory smirks. Rudin confidently commanded to move forward. The orcs rushed towards them with a roar. But suddenly something cast a thick shadow over everyone. They froze, not realizing what was happening. The hero tried to realize why it was suddenly so dark. He raised his head and asked anxiously what it was. And just at that moment, a huge orc appeared, towering over them. He stared at the bow silently, as if studying him. Rudin, stunned, stared back at him, not believing his eyes. They were shocked when a huge orc suddenly appeared in front of them. Rudin couldn't understand where he had suddenly appeared from. Rudin wanted to ask about it, but the man suddenly asked the girl if she remembered what they had talked about last time. It was a particularly dangerous monster that appeared if you exterminated too many creatures of the same species. Rudin asked what they should do now, but the man only shook his head, replying that he had no idea. He had only heard rumors before, but this was the first time he had seen such a thing himself. He didn't know where the monster had come from, but as long as it didn't move, they should be careful to leave. However, at that instant, the monsters rushed towards them abruptly. One of them jumped violently in place. Then he shrieked shrilly, emitting a terrifying, vicious roar. Rudin noticed that the orcs that were chasing them had probably already caught up with them. The hero began to shudder with his whole body. At that instant, he raised his head and saw a huge monster inexorably approaching him. The creature stepped on even its king without a second thought. Then it swung around, about to attack with its massive weapon. Moments later, it struck down again on everyone around it. Rudin couldn't realize where such destructive power was hidden within him. He stared at the monster intently, trying to understand its nature. The bow was relieved when the creature suddenly stopped. He remembered that earlier it had only started moving after the orc shouted, "Someone must be controlling it." At that moment, the girl gently placed her hand on his shoulder. She asked what was bothering him and why he was looking around so tensely, then reiterated that they should leave soon, because they could be next. Suddenly, the monster raised his hand and pointed somewhere in the distance. However, he himself continued to stand motionless. Suddenly, the expression on his face changed dramatically. Then he raised his head, and his gaze seemed to freeze, as if he had been hypnotized. At that moment, Rudin shouted, trying to get the others' attention. On his way, he mercilessly exterminated all enemies that stood before him. He did it incredibly fast and with masterful precision. Rudin smiled, using a cross-fencing technique. At that moment, he applied the cross-splitting technique. After that, his opponents fell dead one by one. The hero looked at the bodies lying there in surprise. He was breathing heavily, recovering from the contraction. In the back of his mind, he realized that the 10-day monster hunt had actually made him stronger. The girl asked if he was all right. He nodded, saying he was hanging in there. But there were too many enemies. They tried their best to protect the cub by ordering the huge monster to attack. But it couldn't last long, and their numerical advantage was still overwhelming. The girl asked him to wait for a while. She asked if the cub was really controlling the monster and how sure he was about it. It was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Rudin told her to look. The monster didn't move on its own, but as soon as the cub cried out, the monster sprang into action. He didn't know the details, but he was sure someone was manipulating the creature. The girl turned to Celia and asked what she thought of all this. At this point, Celia was busy fighting. After a while, she replied that in that case, we should get rid of the cub first. The man agreed with her, adding that if the monster attacked again, They wouldn't be able to hold out any longer. He noted that everyone is on edge and there is no way for them to escape. The girl nodded and stated firmly that the decision had been made. They will break through the monsters and eliminate the cub. The protagonist anxiously asked what to do with the remaining monsters after they defeat the commander. The girl confidently replied that when a commander is defeated, his subordinates usually flee. Rudin exhaled in relief, saying that this was great news. Then the huge monster could simply be ignored. Their main objective was to break through the dense horde of monsters without wasting any time. In order to do so, they all needed to do one important action at the same time. The man gave the command and they rushed forward, bursting through the enemies. Helena tore off first without looking back. Rudin immediately rushed after, not wanting to fall behind. Celia didn't hesitate either and rushed forward with ease. The monsters watched warily as the group of humans carried straight at them. One of the monsters stood motionless, staring intently at those approaching. He then began to say something, addressing the others. After that, he continued to stand as if pondering the situation. Suddenly, his body shuddered and his eyes flashed with a blinding light. Rudin shouted to the man about the giant, but the man only shook his head, saying that now is not the time to be distracted. There's nothing you can do about him. There's no stopping him. We must leave at all costs, he shouted. However, the man suddenly offered to assault him, seizing the moment. At that instant, the giant swung around, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Just at that moment, Rudin felt himself suddenly tossed into the air. He was stunned and didn't immediately realize what had happened. It turned out that the monster had hit the ground right in front of him with all its might. The hero was relieved to see that the giant orc had stuck his axe into the ground, and the shockwave threw him upwards. At this moment, he reflexively grabbed the hilt of his sword. Rudin tried to orient himself in the air, but at that moment the giant was already making a fist to strike. The next moment he felt a sharp jolt. Rudin was thrown a great distance from the force of the blow. He continued to fly, unable to deal with the inertia. After a few seconds, he finally collapsed to the ground. His whole body trembled with fear and his gaze was fixed on the giant. Celia exclaimed in horror that this was simply unthinkable, and the man frowned and asked what kind of earthquake it was. The only one who was worried about Rudin was the girl. She started panicking, asking where he had disappeared to and if he was okay. Lying on the ground, Rudin mumbled weakly that he was in one piece, but clearly not in the best shape. The girl asked dumbfoundedly how he'd even managed to get there. He glanced anxiously at his health scale and noticed that he had very little strength left after the hit. At this moment, the giant monster began to slowly approach him. He realized that not only was he facing a huge monster, but it was also incredibly fast. It would be almost impossible to dodge it. Making an urgent decision, Rudin reached into his inventory to pull out the elixir. Soon a life-saving vial appeared in his hands. His fingers trembled with exertion as he squeezed the elixir. Suddenly the vial slipped from his hands. Of course, after such a fall, the bottle shattered to pieces. Rudin stared in horror at the spilled contents, feeling deep despair. Damn ... one of these is worth as much as 10 gold pieces ... double quotes. He whispered, not believing what had happened. He lifted his head, his gaze becoming more focused. The monster moved inexorably toward him, wasting no time. Rudin tensed, realizing there was no turning back. The giant bowed his head slightly and at this moment, he stared at him intently. The monster seemed to be waiting for his next move. One strike of any weapon would be enough to end this battle. Rudin desperately realized that he urgently needed to regain his health. However, the only remaining elixir he had just broken, and he had no other choice. Rudin shouted, panicking, asking the man if they had any more elixirs left. The man replied, with a heavy sigh, that they were completely depleted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the hero realized that his only hope is the elixir he has left. He must raise his level at all costs to regain his health. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the dense forest spread out right in front of him. Given the size of the monster, it will be difficult for him to see his victim in the dense thickets. The first thing to do is to hide among the trees. Without wasting a second, Rudin leapt from his seat and rushed toward the forest. The girl looked around, not realizing where the guy had suddenly disappeared to. At that moment her gaze caught movement. Rudin was rushing toward the forest. On the run, he blurted out that he would recover quickly and return. The girl frowned, perplexed as to where he had suddenly run to. Rudin, meanwhile, clenched his teeth and raced forward without looking back. If you think about it, His actions looked like a cowardly escape. However, with his critical health level, he would really only be a liability to the team. It was useless to explain everything now. The only way out was to level up soon and go back. At that instant, monsters suddenly appeared in front of him. 2 orcs appeared on the horizon, blocking the path. Without even slowing down, he attacked them with lightning speed. After a short but brutal battle, both orcs fell. Rudin stopped abruptly, breathing heavily. He grinned. Despite the low health level, this method was indeed the most effective. Opening the status window, he began to analyze his stats. The experience was gaining quite quickly. Just a little more and he would reach a new level. He was currently at level 13. If he went up to level 14, he could improve his characteristics. Almost all the points he had previously invested in strength. Now he had enough points accumulated, and it was time to distribute them. However, something went wrong. The indicators in the status window began to change rapidly. Rudin noticed that a sparkling lightning bolt appeared near his hand. The status window was also behaving strangely, with numbers jumping erratically. He frowned. What did that mean? A mistake, or something else? His skills continued to change without his intervention. They didn't stop, as if defying his will. In a panic, he mentally ordered everything to recover. Suddenly, everything stopped, the readings froze, the status window returned to normal. He blinked dazedly, trying to realize what had happened. What was that just now? Why did the skills start changing on their own? Rudin was stunned at this unexpected effect. A conversation with a girl surfaced in his mind. He was holding a rock in his hands, trying to squeeze it. He complained that it was impossible to crush him no matter how hard he tried. Helena only grinned, wondering if he didn't trust her, but it wasn't about trust at all. He then asked the question, "What is this aura anyway?" The girl explained that the aura could enhance weapons, making them sharper, and increase strength. At that moment, a man joined their conversation and added that the aura blended perfectly with the effects of the cross, greatly enhancing them. Rudin then wondered how he would realize he had mastered the aura. The man only asked cryptically what he meant. The guy explained that if he managed to crush the stone, did that mean he had mastered the aura? Or maybe it will activate on its own when he gets stronger. To this the man only smiled and said that one day, he would figure it out for himself. Celia added that when he masters the aura, he'll feel it. Perhaps his body will start to glow, or he'll hear strange sounds. Now Rudin wondered, what if what happened with his skills and lightning was the first manifestation of the aura? If that's the case, that's just great. If he could not only heal himself, but also learn how to use his aura, his power would increase manifold. At that moment, he heard a low, guttural growl. One of the monsters caught up to him and grunted menacingly. He had no choice but to drink the elixir right in battle to raise his level. The hero began to call up the inventory. All that was left was to activate the aura and heal. At that instant, a monster stood behind him. The hero's mouth was bleeding. The monster continued to stand motionless in place. Suddenly, the hero rose into the air. He then abruptly fell face down, hitting the ground. The girl watched him anxiously, trying to see if he was okay. She began to turn to him, reminding him that it was situations like this that made her question why he ran off alone. As she got closer, she exclaimed why he just collapsed here. Running up to him, she started shaking him, asking why he wasn't moving. Was he really dead? Since there were still plenty of monsters. At that moment, something surprised her greatly. The others started calling out to him as well, anxiously asking what had happened to him. After that, fear gripped them all as the realization of the situation came over them. The protagonist continued to lie there, showing no signs of life. They stood side by side and looked at him in silence. Helena couldn't believe what was happening. At that moment, the man grabbed her shoulder firmly. He said they had to leave, because with injuries like that, even if he survived, there was no point in staying here. The monsters still haunted them, and the living must go on. The girl looked at the guy in surprise. The man, seized with rage, repeated that they must leave. However, Celia continued to stand, keeping her eyes on the hero. At that instant, monster shadows flashed in the bushes behind her. Everyone tensely froze, watching them. One of the monsters stared at the hero particularly intently. After a while, he woke up. He couldn't understand what had happened. Gathering his thoughts, the hero tried to make sense of what had happened. He didn't realize how he'd found himself unconscious again. The first thing he was interested in was where he was and what had even happened. The moments when he was attacked by the monster came to mind. He recalled the entire course of events. When his strength ran out, the monster struck a decisive blow from behind. Now, however, he noticed that, except for torn clothing, he had no wounds. He wondered how long it had been since he had passed out and what had happened in that time. The protagonist began to ponder this. He decided to check his status. Looking into the characterization window, he finally realized what was wrong. He went from level 16 to level 17 and was completely healed by the promotion. But how is that even possible? If he's dead, the level up shouldn't have worked. Plus, how exactly did he get a new level? While he was out, the team may have been mopping up monsters. The hero became really curious to find out what the reason was. Then he called up the skills window. His attention was drawn to the resurrection skill, a wound healing technique that allows a living creature to regenerate its own health at an increased rate. Perhaps it was the skill that saved him. Then the hero noticed something else. He had a new skill, body overflowing with life force. Unlike a normal body, it had strong bones, thick skin, high recovery speed, increased health, and increased defense. He had not seen this skill before, so he acquired it while he was unconscious. Anyway, thanks to these abilities, he died and came back to life. Rudin plunged back into thought, trying to comprehend what had happened. He stretched, feeling his tense muscles relax a little after the experience. Then he collapsed back to the ground and said with a muffled sigh that he didn't care now. Anyway, the important thing is that he managed to resurrect, and that's a good thing. In that instant he noticed that the monsters were heading somewhere. Their movements seemed purposeful. They were passing within a few paces of him, and it seemed that just a little more and he would be discovered. Suddenly, Rudin jumped up sharply, noticing a whole group of monsters in front of him. He immediately froze, realizing that the monsters hadn't disappeared anywhere. Is this place still surrounded, or were they just moving around? The hero tensely pondered what he should do now. Should he lie low and stay where he was, or try to get out? At that instant, one of the monsters slowly raised a paw and pointed directly at him. Rudin didn't immediately realize what exactly that meant, but then he did. He was busted. And then something strange happened. The monster pointed to a roasted chicken lying nearby. This frightened Rudin even more. What if he became the next chicken in their eyes? The hero slowly shifted his gaze to the tree, trying to find a way to escape. Apparently, the small orc who was controlling the huge monster was not here. He had originally planned to deal with the cub, but now he realized it had been impossible from the start. The huge monster was clearly alert. Its every move seemed deliberate. In addition, other monsters crowded around the cub, creating a solid defense. Even if he tried to make his way to him, overcoming all of them alone would be unrealistic. The thoughts in Rudin's head were spinning chaotically. What to do now? He was left alone with monsters swarming around him, and worst of all, he didn't know where his companions were. Perhaps the best option would be to continue hiding in the woods, or maybe try to go off on your own without waiting for help. But if he decides to escape, we'll have to use any means necessary. He watched the monsters cautiously, trying not to attract attention. Then, straining all his senses, he began to move slowly and silently between them. At this moment, the monsters were just standing still, but their numbers were threatening. Rudin realized there were too many of them to break through by force. He realized that there was no way to sneak out without being seen. All he had to do was lie low and wait for the monsters to leave ... or hope for another chance. At that instant, a loud noise made him flinch. The monsters had run into his team. A man's scream pierced the air. It was a cry of terror. And then, almost instantly, everything went silent. They were all killed. Rudin was numb. He realized that he could not abandon his comrades, but he could not simply die with them. And yet ... what to do now? You can't run. There's no hiding, either. He's cornered. The hero slowly raised his hand, trying to gather his thoughts. He decided to at least understand the situation before making a decision. Perhaps the monsters assume he's dead, and that's why they're not paying attention to him. But if he made one false move, he would be immediately noticed. Attacking the cub was pointless, for it had a huge protector. In that case, the only option left was to survive. The hero began to look around the area, trying to figure out how to utilize the surroundings. The first thing to do is to eliminate the big monster. Without him, the situation will be easier. Rudin devised a plan, even if not completely sure of its success. He thought of his team, too, but he didn't know where they were now. However, If he managed to survive, he still had a chance to do something. But then what? If he can handle the huge monster, what to do with the rest of them? Will he have the strength left to continue the fight? Rudin sighed. He didn't know exactly what to do, but he couldn't put off the decision any longer. In front of Rudin was a horde of monsters, a huge beast and a cub, who was apparently their leader. Suddenly he had an idea that could change the course of events. He remembered that if the leader was defeated, his subordinates would usually panic and flee. And it wasn't just the cub. The huge monster also obeyed his will. But why exactly was a small orc considered their leader? Because he was the only one who could control this enormous creature. Since the orc wasn't here, Rudin came to the conclusion that all he had to do was deal with the huge monster. At that moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of someone's voice, which made him flinch in surprise. Just at that moment, Helena appeared in front of him as if out of nowhere. The girl froze in amazement, not believing her eyes. She was panting from fatigue and weakness, her voice trembling. She said she could not stand it any longer and would soon simply die. At that moment she finally raised her head, and her gaze collided with Rudin's eyes. She froze, puzzled as to why he was standing before her alive and unharmed. Rudin frowned and asked who she was. The girl blinked perplexedly, not immediately understanding what he meant, and then irritably replied that her name was Helena, and asked if he didn't recognize her. He asked confusedly if she was really who he thought she was. It confused him how much her appearance had changed. He barely recognized her. Helena suddenly flashed with anger, her eyes throwing lightning bolts. She exclaimed furiously. Can he imagine for a second what they had gone through while he lay unconscious for days? They were mercilessly pursued like a pack of driven beasts. Of course, they had no choice but to flee, saving their lives. Eventually they scattered in different directions, hoping to hide. Now no one knew what had become of the others. Helena wandered alone in the pouring rain. Her strength was running low. Judging by her haggard face and faded gaze, she was on the verge of complete exhaustion. At one point she simply collapsed into a muddy puddle, unable to find shelter or food. Rudin tried to justify himself by saying that he hadn't been out that long, but the girl cut him off abruptly, angrily throwing out that it had been days. The next second she grabbed him by the collar of his clothes, her fingers trembling with exertion. She asked demandingly if he realized that all of this had happened entirely through his fault, but then forced herself to catch her breath, trying to explain everything calmly. The very next second, however, her patience broke and she screamed that she was completely calm. She recalled that he had assured them that there was good money to be made here, and they had gone to this hell, believing him. Now they are exhausted, hungry, and every new day is just new suffering for them. If he considers himself a leader, then let him finally take responsibility for their fate. Our hero tripped unluckily on a rock, losing his balance, and began to fall. He didn't even have time to react. His body tilted helplessly forward. In the next instant, he collapsed violently, hitting the hard surface directly. It all happened so fast that he didn't even realize he was dangerously close to the ground. And then, in a split second, his head collided with the rock with a thud. Helena watched him in amazement, then irritably asked what he was even doing. She crossed her arms over her chest and added sarcastically, "Just don't make it sound like he's dead again." At that moment, her attention was caught by a strange rumbling sound that suddenly sounded somewhere nearby. Just at that moment, a whole horde of monsters appeared from behind the rocks, rushing forward. There were frighteningly many of them, and they were approaching them at breakneck speed. The monsters weren't going to stop. Their stomping shook the ground. The girl looked around, not immediately realizing that danger was looming right above them. The monsters continued to rapidly shorten the distance, turning into a deadly wave. In that instant, they were at a critically close distance from her and Rudin. Helena suddenly noticed that the guy was starting to come around. However, he remained lying there, as if not fully aware of what was going on around him. At that instant, he turned around abruptly and was horrified to see that the monsters were inexorably advancing. And Helena, instead of running, only stood there, motionless, watching it all. Helena continued to stand, motionless, watching the scene. Then she closed her eyes, as if resigned to her inevitable doom. After a moment, however, she abruptly snapped out of her seat and, throwing the guy a brief apology, fled. The monsters, unhurriedly, began to approach. Their movement was ominously measured. Rudin, as if paralyzed, remained lying where he was, making no attempt to escape. The monsters stopped and stared at him, their gazes radiating an eerie ruthlessness. They huddled in a tight circle, studying him impassively. One of them took a step forward, preparing to see if he was alive. The monster kicked his foot with force, as if testing for a reaction. Then he muttered something to the creature standing next to him, and the creature nodded in response. One of the monsters drew a weapon, its sharp blade glinting ominously in the darkness. He brought it in, preparing to deliver the fatal blow, but suddenly his movement froze, as if something had stopped him. His body began to shudder, as if from a sudden internal spasm. The rest of the monsters turned around, trying to figure out what had happened. Their gazes stared off into the distance, where the stomping sounded. At that moment a man was rushing down the trail at wild speed, trying to escape pursuit. His face was twisted with fatigue, but he kept running despite the heat and exhaustion. Running past the monsters, he didn't even slow down his step. One of the monsters sighed heavily, seeing him off with a glance. Then he turned again to where Rudin lay. However, his gaze caught a boy. The guy had disappeared. Confusion began in the ranks of the monsters. No one understood where he could have gone. In that instant, Rudin collapsed to the ground once again. It turned out that Helena had come back to rescue him, after all. She reported that thanks to Toker, someone was able to escape. Then she worriedly asked the guy if he was okay. Rudin only looked at her in silence, without saying a word. The girl concluded that there was clearly something wrong with him. She asked why he was shaking. Did he hit his head, or did something else happen? Doubt flashed in her eyes. What if there was nothing she could do now? However, in the next second, the guy stopped shaking. Helena recoiled, amazed that he was suddenly okay. She started asking if he had regained consciousness and if he was okay now. At that moment something strange began to happen to Rudin. His body slowly rose into the air. The girl involuntarily stepped back, frightened by the inexplicable phenomenon. After a while, however, he smoothly lowered himself back down and remained lying down again. She had no way of knowing what it was or what was even going on with him. Suddenly, Rudin made a faint sound and slowly raised himself up. He sat up, but immediately, unable to resist, fell asleep again right there in that position. Though barely opening his eyes, he declared that he had had a great night's sleep. Helena, shocked, grabbed his head, her eyes widening in surprise. She exclaimed where the wound had gone. Because he had hit his head on a rock. Rudin recalled that moment and admitted that he did indeed lose consciousness after the blow. He grinned, however, and noted that the wound must not have been serious, for all he had to do was get a good night's sleep, and it was healed. Helena stared at him incredulously, clearly taken aback by this. Rudin, noticing her look, asked what was so surprising to her. The girl frowned, deciding he was simply lying. She was getting more and more curious. Who was he really? At first she thought it was just a play of imagination, but now she realized everything was happening in reality. When the huge monster came into motion, she saw it with her own eyes. He was dead then. His body was cut in half, and yet now he stood before her in perfect order. She had heard a strange sound earlier, after which emptiness filled the space. Come to think of it, it wasn't the first time this had happened. Every time he just had to sleep, all his wounds disappeared without a trace. Who the hell is he? What is he hiding from them? The girl looked at him intently, waiting for an answer. Rudin himself also wondered what exactly was he hiding. His physical data was different from a normal person. In reality, he could attack and not get hit back as if it was a game. All his new abilities came from unknown sources. The girl demanded an explanation. How was this even possible? Rudin realized that he had to urgently think of a way out of this situation. If he lied, she'd know it easily, and she was getting tired of making up excuses. He wondered, should he just tell it like it is? In the end, he decided to explain that it was all because of one particular thing. Skill. The girl, of course, didn't know what it was, and asked again. Rudin explained that he was able to gain new abilities, which is what made his special skills possible. The girl clarified exactly what that meant. He explained, the more monsters he defeats, the higher his level becomes, and as his level increases, his strength regenerates. The girl was silent, looking at him intently. She understood absolutely nothing of his explanation. Rudin then simplified the answer. He has a unique ability. The girl incredulously asked if it was true, and he confidently said yes. After that, silence hung between them. From the look on her face, he wasn't sure if she understood anything or if he'd told her all that for nothing. The girl didn't quite understand his words, but since he had that ability, he could deal with some orc. Rudin clarified if she realized that it was not an omnipotent force that subjugated everything. The girl asked indignantly, Do you think dying and resurrecting is normal? However, he himself did not know the answer. She grabbed him by the hair and demanded an explanation, asking who should even know the truth if not him. Why is he always hiding something? Let him tell it like it is. But instead of answering, Rudin fell silent again. Suddenly the girl weakened. Her legs gave out, and she muttered that she was terribly hungry. Rudin held out his hand, realizing she needed help. He then called up the inventory and pulled something from there. He said he didn't have much left, but let him have at least that. The girl instantly grabbed what he gave her. Rudin watched as she greedily began to eat. At that moment he remembered that she had asked him to deal with the monsters. While her comrades couldn't get out, the situation remained critical. The three of them couldn't do anything about it. If something needed to be done, you couldn't do without his intervention. The girl asked if he had thought of anything. Rudin replied that he had a plan, and she immediately clarified what it was. He said they needed to hunt down that huge monster over there. Their target should be a huge orc, the king of this tribe. The girl asked in surprise if he was offering to catch him. Rudin recalled that last time this monster didn't move on its own. It was run by a small orc cub. They were defeated last time, and the purpose of their lives was a cub. There were too many orcs around protecting him. They'll attack the king from behind, so the cub won't notice, and they'll just kill him in a heartbeat. The girl asked, or would the remaining monsters then scatter on their own? He said that was exactly what would happen. She said okay, except how do they capture the king? Regarding this question, after that, the girl continued to stare at him. Then she held out her hand and asked him for water. She's thirsty. Let him give her water. Our hero provided her with water. The girl immediately began to drink the water. Then she finished the rest of the water. After that, she started coughing. The girl said she had no idea how her arrows could pierce his skin. She asked, or nothing could be done. Did his latent abilities among them happen to include magic? The protagonist replied that there was no such thing, but it was still a pig. You could just slit his throat. He knows how thick the king's skin is. What could his little sword do? Our hero wondered about this. Though he suggests this and that, he doesn't even really have a method. But Rudin told her to wait, maybe just to try it. With this method, something might work out. The girl asked, or he thought of something. She didn't understand why he was silent. She began to turn to him, hoping he would answer her. Then she grabbed his hair. Our hero wondered if the orcs looked like pigs in that case. So how do you lure a pig? He had never seen a pig live, only in a photo, or on a video on the internet. Of course they catch pigs. They're only caught for slaughter. So how do you refresh them? The protagonist wondered how to make it all work. First of all, did not address the channel for information. He found on the internet that pigs are first put on a long conveyor belt. Then they go into some kind of mechanism that fixes their position. After that, a stun gun is fired into the neck area. A powerful electrical charge kills the pig with a single blow. Our hero pondered over a single taser blow. It didn't seem that long ago that he had seen an electrical charge somewhere before. The protagonist remembered the lightning bolt on his arm. He immediately remembered the aura. After that, our hero jumped off abruptly. Then he grabbed his arm. Then the guy just started screaming. The girl asked what it was about. The girl asked him why he was doing that, and he replied that he could use the aura now, so he decided to try it out once. Our hero continued to try his best. After a while, he tried even harder. When he wasn't getting anywhere, the girl started asking what he was doing. Our hero couldn't understand why it wasn't working out. The girl asked, or he's pretty sure he learned. She asked. Even our hero replied that when she ran off into the woods alone, if struck with an ore-covered sword, it's possible to slit the king's neck. The girl asked, or should he be told about how to use the aura? Our hero says she can't use it, after all, and yet she knows more than he does. During her tenure, she is a smart person and has seen a lot. The girl grabbed his arm. Our hero became embarrassed at this moment. The guy started to ask why she grabbed his arm. She asked him to close his eyes. Our hero immediately started thinking about the fact that they wouldn't be kissing. Our hero asked why shut them down, and the girl asked if he wanted to close them, or if he wanted to die. Have him close his eyes, exhale deeply, and exhale slowly. The girl explained that he shouldn't think about anything else. Let him focus only on his work, feel things in himself that he doesn't usually realize. It reminds him more of meditation, and he doesn't like it. The girl asked, or he concentrated. Our hero asked her to wait. The boy wondered if he should start by doing as he was told. If he didn't obey, he'd only get a beating. Plus she's worried. It would be rude to ignore her. In that instant, our hero was underwater. The guy couldn't figure out how he was here or what this was even about. He wondered what this place was. In that instant the girl asked him if he was ready, or if he was, and the lad was sure he would hear her here. Our hero began to ask where she was. Everything around him suddenly went dark, he could see nothing. She replied that it seems to have worked out. He is now in a state of concentration. The protagonist was interested in what this state of concentration was. This is the last step before fully mastering the aura. From now on, he must do whatever he tells her to do. 1. Get him to stop thinking that it doesn't matter if he's wearing clothes or not. Our hero repeated that it didn't matter and asked about the clothes. Let him think of consciousness as a separate body, but only a shell. Let him feel the soul that lies within. Our hero started apologizing and said he didn't know what she meant. What is a soul? What does it even mean? He was a realist. Such things in fairy tales are difficult for him to understand. But in that instant, our hero realized that something was wrong with his case. He didn't understand why his body was here and he was there. Our hero began to worry, not realizing what it was. Did he just turn into a blob? Or what? The girl said that's great. Apparently everything is going as it should. He shouldn't panic right now. She couldn't say for sure. But if he gets too confused or overexcited at this stage, he could be in a coma for life. Rudin didn't realize what had happened. Let him calm down and listen to her carefully. First of all, let him get back on his case. The protagonist didn't understand how it was to get back into his business. He was simply silent at this moment, still surprised. The protagonist asked how he would get back in. What do you mean how? Just walk in and that's it. Our hero began trying to get into his own business. He kept trying to do as the girl pulled him to do. He said it doesn't work. After that, the girl simply fell silent, her gaze becoming thoughtful, as if she was trying to figure out what had gone wrong. It was strange, for she had never faced such problems, always knew how to cope. The protagonist asked if she was pretending to know because he was plagued by doubts. What do you mean? Pretending? Everything is learned in battle. And now they were both in a difficult situation. Let him wait a bit. It takes time to think about the next action. It might be worth it to calm down a bit. The girl began to spin around him, questioning herself about what to do in such a situation. The protagonist decided that he would wait after all, as he had no other choice. He realized that this place felt familiar to him, as if he had been here before. Looks like the place he fell through when he first came here. Then, after a conversation with some light spot, he had moved into this world. But everything was happening too fast for him to realize it all. Since he had come back to life, it was as if he had become something like a god. Yet he knew nothing about what was going on. Come to think of it, he was completely unaware of what was really going on. At this point, the protagonist noticed that his leg began to literally disappear, slowly but surely. Bo began to worrying about this, his anxiety growing with every passing moment. After that, the protagonist began to call out to the girl to pay attention to what was going on. She turned around and started to ask what was wrong. Concerned about his condition, the protagonist explained that his body began to disappear, starting with his legs, and the situation became more and more critical. Of course, the girl said it was bad news and the matter was serious. For all she knew, if he stayed in this state for a little longer, he might turn into a vegetable. The protagonist asked what it even meant, and what to do now in such a situation. She didn't know exactly how to proceed, but she was sure that if his body continued to disappear, the situation would be extremely serious. Of the two of them alone, he knew what was going on and had to find a way to get back into his body. She said she could at least tell what to do, but the situation was too complex to accurately predict the outcome. The protagonist realized he needed to return to his body through his mouth, but doubted it would work. He wasn't sure about this method, especially if his body would absorb it while he was meditating. The protagonist said that his body was already half gone and they needed to act faster. He had no time to hesitate. Every moment could prove decisive. The protagonist began climbing into his body literally through his mouth, trying to maintain some connection to reality. At this moment, the girl was watching him, her gaze full of anxiety and doubt. She looked at him in amazement, not understanding how this was possible. Rudin's body practically disappeared, his form becoming more and more ghostly. Then it started to come to life, but it was like a miracle. The protagonist started asking what to do once he was inside his body. Did he remember which hand he first used to use the aura? When he got inside, have him move to that side, and it would work. The protagonist thought about the hand he first used for aura, trying to focus on that memory. The guy remembered that it was his left hand, and now needed to use it again. The protagonist then began to move to his left hand, feeling his body fill with an unusual sensation. His hand began to be endowed with something incomprehensible, as if it were becoming part of something larger. Rudin began to shake after that, his body affecting him with renewed vigor. The girl eyed him warily and cautiously, not knowing what would happen next. She started to ask if he was okay, but his condition made her unsure. She started to wake him up, again asking if he was okay, but he didn't answer. Then she swung around, clearly determined to act decisively to bring him back to consciousness. When she almost hit him, the protagonist abruptly grabbed her arm, stopping her movement. He started saying that you can't just hit people like that, especially in a situation like this, but she was afraid he might turn into a vegetable, and feared the blow would only make him worse. The guy said let her stop. He'd better let her tell him what to do, because he'd already said his leg was disappearing. After that, the main character stood up, feeling his body start to come back to life. He began to move, trying to feel his legs becoming part of him again. Rudin said he was fine, though he could still feel the tension in his body. There. He listened to her and got the result, and he was worried for nothing. Still, Rudin didn't know what was going on with the aura. The girl asked him why he couldn't feel anything, to which he replied that he apparently didn't feel it. Rudin decided to call up the mage window to sort things out. Skills began to appear on the list. Rudin noticed that there was no skill called aura among them, and there weren't even any similar ones. He'd said he'd used aura before. Shouldn't he remember how it felt? But he wasn't sure. Perhaps it was all unintentional. The girl asked if he used it casually. Maybe it was called learn or something. Okay. He realized that his attempt to learn the aura had probably failed, or he had missed something in the process. The main character was wondering where he went wrong, what didn't work out. The girl asked if he remembered what she had told him last time, and advised him to use it. Rudin asked what she was talking about. The girl held out her hand to him, offering to help. She said he cracked the stone with his aura, and it was amazing. Rudin looked at the stones, feeling a strange tension in his hands. He then began to use his aura, concentrating on the stone. At that moment, lightning appeared behind his back as a response to his actions. Following this, the stone split into two parts. Rudin was surprised. The girl said it was great, much better than she expected. Rudin began to look at his hand, trying to figure out what was happening to it. The girl asked what was the matter, and Rudin replied that it was as if he had electrification in his hand. She couldn't understand what he was talking about, but he asked her to look. But the girl said she couldn't see anything. At that moment a realization came to her. She began to tell me that it was said that only those who used it could see the aura. Isn't that what this is about? She asked. Either way, the deed was done. She offered to get the sword, and the protagonist asked why. But after all, he's already trained. Now he needs to learn how to use his aura properly. After a while, Rudin practiced, trying to master the use of aura. Rudin held his weapon tightly in his hands, focusing on his target. He asked if she was suggesting chopping down trees with a sword using her aura. She replied that let him do what he was doing when he split the stone. Following his gut feelings, she suggested just giving it a try. Most people don't usually succeed right away, but it's worth a try. Rudin said he would try it, and set himself up for the experiment. For starters, he would do as she said without deviating from the plan. The protagonist began to use his aura, focusing all of his energy on the sword. After that, he swung his sword, channeling all the power into his movement. The force from the swing began to move forward, creating a sense of power. This was followed by an explosion accompanied by a bright flash of energy. Rudin was greatly surprised at what was happening, his hands trembling from the force of the blow. The girl said he learns pretty quickly and the result was better than she expected. However, there was something. Then they just stood and watched, not realizing what was going to happen next. She said the damage was weak, though perhaps it was the long distance to the target. Either way, he did well, which for other mercenaries takes years of training. Rudin grabbed his head and said it was bad. The guys said they were in a bad situation, and the girl started asking what exactly was wrong. She didn't understand what could be wrong with what had happened. But at that moment a realization came to her. She realized she had completely forgotten about the noise they could hear. At this moment, They were immediately surrounded by monsters, and the situation became much more dangerous. Of course, because of the noise, the monsters ran at them. They all looked at Rudin and the girl with fury. They managed to surround them on all sides. Rudin began to ask what to do now, and the girl told him not to give in to fear. It's different now. He can use aura now. Rudin thought about the power of the aura, trying to figure out how to use it properly. Let it be practice for him, because everything is learned in real combat. With the aura, he feels confident. It's not a problem for him at all. Rudin thought about her words, trying to figure out how to use his power properly. He wondered where the girl's weapons, the bow and arrows, were. She replied that, honestly, she had lost them during her escape, and now she didn't know how she was going to fight. But she couldn't find the sword, having lost it somewhere along the way. The protagonist asked if she was going to fight this horde alone, but she didn't care. It was all his fault. The monsters just stood there staring at them without moving. It still couldn't be left like this. The situation was getting more and more tense. Just at that moment, Celia appeared on the horizon. Of course, after that, she immediately killed one of the monsters. Then she took on the second, not giving them a chance to respond. Rudin and the girl looked at all this action with amazement. After that, the girl just stopped, watching the results of her work. Everyone else was very much surprised when they saw it. The girl continued to stand still, in no hurry to move. Then she turned around and looked at them. Rudin looked at her. At this moment he was greatly surprised. Of course, the main monster was very much surprised by what was happening. You could see the fear in their eyes. The next moment, the girl disappeared. She then instantly attacked the monster. It moved very fast, as if it was impossible to catch it. She began to fight them all, giving them no time to react. Rudin and the girl just stood and watched this battle. Just at that moment, one of the monsters crept up from behind, intending to attack. She began to move and resist them, not allowing any of them to get any closer. Then she disappeared again, and the monsters couldn't find her. Celia was ready to attack again. She then began to deliver a series of quick and precise blows. After that, the air was filled with powerful blows, and the monsters began to retreat. The others just started running away, terrified of her power. Rudin noticed as the monsters began to run away in fear, realizing they couldn't win. The girl was standing with her back to them at this moment, paying no attention to their fleeing. The guy and the girl were very much surprised by what had happened. Celia was glad they were okay. Rudin was glad she was alright, for he had already thought she was dead. She was surprised, for it was more to him to question why he was thinking of her death. Didn't see her die, so how could anyone doubt her liveliness? She thought he was dead, but he looked unharmed. The protagonist said it just happened. At that moment, she noticed that Helena was also alive. She looked at him with great surprise. Rudin asked if something bad had happened, or if something was wrong. At this point, she just remained silent, not knowing what to say. Someone was yelling to Helen. She'd been told to look for traps in the neighborhood and better run in their direction, but she wasn't sure she'd make it in time. She was just trembling with fear at this point, not knowing what to do. She continued to shake, unable to muster the strength to do anything at all. The man wondered how much longer she could hold out, as the situation was getting more and more difficult. But just at that moment, she just started running away without thinking of the consequences. The man couldn't understand why she ran alone, where she was going. They kept calling out to her, hoping she would turn around and come back. It was because of this that she was looking at the girl so intently, as if trying to understand something. Celia turned to her as if noticing something. The girl asked what was wrong, but didn't immediately realize what was going on. Then she gave her a bow and arrows, for she had lost them trying to run away. Helena silently accepted them without saying a word, as if feeling helpless again. Rudin still didn't understand what was happening. His thoughts were scattered. The girl then fell to her knees, apologizing and admitting her mistake. She started apologizing to her, saying she was wrong and asking for forgiveness. Rudin began to ask about the orcs, and the girl replied that there were no more monsters in the vicinity except those that had escaped. However, they couldn't be sure. Maybe the other monsters were still sleeping in this location. There were a lot of bodies here, and who knows, maybe someone else would come rushing up to help. They all decided to go elsewhere so as not to stay in this dangerous neighborhood. The girl started to say that, honestly, she had already seen the two of them a couple hours ago. For several days, she studied the monsters' numbers, their locations, and the presence of traps in the surrounding area. and accidentally bumped into them before she could warn the others. They had never spoken to her before. There were monsters nearby, and she decided not to take any chances, but to backtrack a bit. But suddenly they screamed, and she was surrounded. The man said he was wrong to underestimate the threat, and now they were trapped. She thought he had died, but he had managed to survive, and now he was using the aura. She wondered what had happened to him, how he had managed to survive such a battle. Rudin began to think about how to explain everything that had happened. After a while, he explained to her that he had lost consciousness, and when he woke up, several days had passed. For some unknown reason, all his wounds had healed. Helena taught him to master the aura attribute, and after that, he tested his power by deciding to destroy the royal orc. The girl asked, so it turns out that his power was now enough to fight such monsters. Rudin thought for a moment, then replied that his strength really wasn't perfect yet, but he was willing to give it a try. The girl thought for a moment before answering. She said it's pretty unexpected, but not bad. Quite unexpected, but not a bad way to go about it, she admitted. However, the problem was that his aura was too weak, wasn't it? He would be in great danger if he faced the king, so he needs a force that would immediately defeat opponents with a single blow. And for this case, she has a solution, a phrase that will enhance their current power. At this point, the girl started to stop them, noticing that they didn't quite understand her words. She said a key point in the conversation was wrong, and Rudin asked exactly what she meant. She wondered why they even needed to get into a fight if Celia was with them now. Rudin didn't understand what she meant, and she explained that Celia was with them now, and they just needed to find Tokara and leave quietly. All that's left is to find Tokara and leave quietly, she said with a slight smile. They looked at her in surprise after that, not expecting such a turn. The protagonist thought that if you really think about it, the idea of how to find Tokara is a pretty good one. He figured they'd find the car and just run away. Celia said that just running away wouldn't work anymore. It was too complicated. They both asked why it wouldn't work, but she was in no hurry to answer. She replied that the man was being held hostage by monsters. The man was indeed lying unconscious at this point, completely helpless. As it turned out, he was suspended on some kind of board and couldn't move. The girl explained that if they didn't come to him themselves, the man would likely lose his life. Rudin was surprised that the man had been captured, not expecting such an outcome. Helena thought it couldn't be, as she had never once heard of monsters taking anyone hostage. The girl explained that there was no such thing as captivity for monsters, but this little guy was an exception. This cub, this little one, was different from the rest. Just then she heard some sound, and her attention shifted. She turned to the man, trying to figure out what was going on. Just at that moment he was screaming to be let go. He asked where they were dragging him, and what they were going to do with him. At this point he looked at the girl in surprise and hope, hoping for rescue. And at that moment, he saw a weapon in front of him, pointed directly at him. The huge monster stood staring at him without moving. The man didn't realize if the monster was going to kill him, but then the monster just sighed heavily and didn't kill him, which surprised the man. The man, of course, was greatly surprised at this turn of events. The girl noticed that as soon as he fell silent, the monster lowered his weapon. They weren't going to kill him, which was strange. Ordinary orcs would have finished him off long ago, but this monster showed mercy. At this moment, the monster pointed a finger somewhere as if indicating something. Celia couldn't tell if she'd been noticed. Then he just turned around and continued on his way. The girl remained standing, watching the man being carried away. Rudin noticed that the girl was spotted, but they didn't attack, they just silently dragged the man away. Helena didn't understand why he even wanted this hostage. The girl explained that they had been chasing them for days, but had never been able to catch them. They were never able to catch them despite their best efforts. The girl kept running away from them, eluding pursuit. Of course, the monsters were also getting tired of constantly chasing them. At that moment they noticed a man running not far from them, and then they spotted Helena, who was lurking nearby. They became furious about this, determined not to miss the chance. The girl realized that apparently the monsters were tired of chasing them. They only grabbed the man, but instead of just killing him, they decided to use him for their own purposes. They decided to use it to catch the others. The girl realized that these monsters were not like all the others. They were different from ordinary creatures. Rudin asked what they would do now, for the situation was tense. The girl asked what exactly he disagreed with. Rudin couldn't understand why she was asking that question. After all, the man had been captured, and a way to act had to be found. The two girls just looked at him in surprise, as if they already had a plan ready. They remained silent, hoping the guy would figure out what to do on his own. The girl started to ask Celia what she thought about the situation. Celia replied that she didn't know, which was why she had come to them to ask their opinion. They began to contemplate their next course of action, but a decision didn't come immediately. At this point, Rudin was surprised. He had not expected such uncertainty from the girls. Honestly, he already knew the answer to how best to handle the situation. Rudin asked if it was true that they should save the man, but the girl at this point said they should leave him. Rudin was surprised that she had such a point of view. She said that even the four of them couldn't stand up to these monsters, and now that the man had been captured, the situation was even more difficult. He and the girl were exhausted, and the monsters should be on full alert. It was impossible to save the man in such a situation. Going in search of the man was suicide without any support. Rudin knew that with so many monsters and their king, he would be hard to resist. The number of monsters in the area had greatly decreased, giving them some freedom. There must have been a concentration of monsters where the man was caught and held. Now the borders were loosened, so it wasn't that hard to escape. The main character had an attitude as if he wasn't going to leave the man behind despite the hardships. The number of monsters and the strength of their king frightened him, but that didn't stop his determination. When the guy was out, there were really a lot of challenges they had to face. Just like Helena said, everyone was tired, and in this situation, saving a man and running away at the same time was impossible. Celia walked up to him and asked him what he thought they should do now. Rudin hesitated, pondering his options. Then he raised his hand and addressed them, offering his plan. He said there was a place to make money and that they sought his strength and technique. Let them believe him, they will get rich, he said. But the girl was surprised at his confidence. But this place was a bit dangerous, and the girl doubted if it mattered how much they could earn. Robert, on the other hand, said the most important thing was safety. The girl agreed that no one in the guild had gone there yet, which only increased the risk. All his power had revealed itself, and now he couldn't talk her into changing her mind. Toker said he felt fine, but he still wasn't sure about the decision. It's only orcs after all, aren't they too afraid? He thought Rudin's words were trustworthy. Rudin said the man believes him, but this all happened because of him. But he asked the man to just walk away without risking his life to save him. So it doesn't matter if they die saving a man. Rudin said that's not what he meant and that he had a way out of it. At that moment, Rudin called up the status window to check his data. His level was now level 13, and the status displayed his normal strength, nothing special. However, he had a trump card up his sleeve that could change everything. He put 20 points in case he started studying magic. If you invest it all in strength, the results will be staggering. The protagonist started using experience points to increase his power. After that, something literally began to explode around him, as if energy was being released. The girls closed their eyes, shielding their eyes from the flash. Rudin began to shake, as if a powerful energy was encompassing him. He continued to shake, unable to control his strength. The girls stood back, watching him, not knowing what would happen next. The girl couldn't understand what was wrong with him again. What was happening? Rudin then became more steady, and his body stopped shaking. After a while, he was no longer shaking and was able to pull himself together. He stood with his eyes closed, feeling the changed power within. They both felt the immense power that was now within him, a power like he had never felt before. Rudin then turned his attention to a huge rock standing near him that looked like an obstacle. He started to walk toward him, at which point the girl asked if he was okay. Rudin rested his hands on the stone, feeling its heaviness and resistance. Then he began to scream, making an effort to overcome the rock. He then literally shattered the stone into several pieces, demonstrating incredible strength. It was an incredible power he couldn't hide. Rudin continued to stand by the stone, feeling his energy still. Then the guy started breathing heavily, as if his strength was draining. He turned to them with a smile as he analyzed his power and asked if they had seen it. His power had become so great that saving the man no longer seemed like a problem. Helena couldn't understand how he did it, how his strength could have multiplied. Rudin replied that it was all due to his special abilities, but still, how did he do it? How does a man just grow strength out of nowhere? Then she just started to be silent. She realized it was pointless to ask, because he'd always been like this. It was strange to ask him that now. If his power grew to this extent, they could save more people. Celia decided to step in and said she could help. The strength of the aura and physical strength had equalized. If the physical strength had grown so much, then the aura had become quite powerful. However, it was hard to divert his attention, because it would be too hard. Her and Helena's powers were only at this level. Let them wait and don't drag her into this so easily. The girl asked what was wrong with her. Why was she pretending to be a daughter for nothing? You don't have to go to all that trouble. After all, he and she left Toker and ran away. Helen couldn't tell if that was really the case. They didn't blame her then, thinking there was no other way out. Perhaps the man now thinks it's okay to ask for it and avoid it. The man just knew this was the end. No one would come to save him. Is he really going to die right here? Life was so cruel. They were able to hide safely, thanks to the man's dodging attention. But suddenly, this time Helena again, for the second time, asks to leave with her comrade. The girl started screaming and saying that she understood. Rudin said that everyone was going to rescue the man. The girl replied that she had not agreed to such a dangerous adventure for a long time. Helena at this point was just looking down somewhere in surprise. If you do it this way, and pull this in here, it comes out ... The girl asked for help, for what was wrapped and tied with rope had to be released. Our hero decided to use the inventory. After that, he started stepping on rocks. Our hero literally began to rise into the air with the help of rocks. He told Helena to look at it, then pulling something out of his inventory to use as a ladder. She said it made sense to her. Let him get off. She offered to help him here. Isn't it amazing that he walks on the sky, even though you can only use that as a gangway for a short time? Just at that moment, the rock began to fall, of course, and our hero flew down after him. The girl just watched him. At this point, our hero was helping her. Our hero asked her if that was enough. She said yes, she would do the rest herself. But is he sure it will work? What kind of plans is it to fly to the king by assembling a large slingshot in one go? What will they do if he suddenly doesn't have enough to fly to him? If they get the angle wrong and it flies the wrong way? Fighting a king is a problem. What if he can't even fly? The guy said he'd be fine. With his strength they'd figure a way out. Celia offered to think it over again while the girl made a slingshot. It was a good idea. Our hero realized where he should start. He explained that they would distract the giant's attention, and he would have to sneak up on the king unnoticed to divert his attention. A successful attack requires someone who can divert the king's attention as he approaches so as not to arouse suspicion. However, the question arises as to how to signal at the right time, because this is critical to the success of their plan. Would blowing on the leaf be enough to attract the attention of the monsters? They haven't tried this tactic yet, and is it worth risking it? While he waits for the signal, Helen, using his slingshot, will take care of the preparations to make sure everything goes according to plan when they give the command. She would have to toss him into the air, and he would use the moment to surprise attack the king. With the use of his aura, he would be able to deliver a strike that would slit the king's neck in one fell swoop, eliminating his threat. The girl, seeing such a plan, was dumbfounded and said she couldn't believe what was happening, not finding words to react. The longer she was around, the more reckless the whole plan seemed to her, for it was full of dangerous details that could affect their success. Our hero confidently stated that everything would be all right, because he had a special power that he was ready to use. The girl, still hesitating, asked if he was going to tell about his superpower again, as before. She was puzzled and asked how exactly he was using his aura, to which the guy replied with interest that he hadn't quite figured out what its power was yet. He knew that he could use the aura now, but was concerned that even so, he couldn't be sure that it would help defeat the king, for his powers were not limitless. Our hero thought about it. It really surprised him. He decided to test his aura by trying to apply it on wood or stone, but the girl immediately warned him not to do that. She explained that if you use the aura, it will weaken until the guy is fully rested. She realized this when he used his aura for the first time, for he didn't know how to regulate his power at all. He used it now, and when he fights the king, his power will be weakened. But he said, if he doesn't handle it now, he's finished. If I fight him without checking my strength, any wrong move could lead to a counterattack. In that case, there's nothing you can do. It was the only way out. If it is now necessary to use the aura, it is best to ask a man to help, because no matter what happens, they're still going to lose. The girl admitted she didn't know what to do. She thought the plan was reckless, and going into battle like this, without preparation, was a mistake. She said she would help, but she didn't know what to do if things went wrong and it was hopeless. In that case, she will run away and flee alone. Then she went back to making the slingshot. Rudin seemed very worried, but the girl was in agreement with her. Our hero couldn't understand why this was so. Celia said the strategy was terribly reckless, but because of his strength, she thought she had a chance. It's impossible for a normal person, but he's Rudin, and so he can do it. She thought so, which is why she asked the man to help. Rudin said he suddenly got a stomachache. The girl wondered if he had eaten something wrong, but that wasn't the case at all. He's the kind of guy whose stomach hurts because he's worried. Probably because she said it. He was starting to get worried. Celia was surprised to hear this. After a while, the girl announced that she was done. All that was left was to give the sign. She offered to take a little break, as she had no energy. Everything seems to have been done as she instructed. But where is our hero? At this point, his plans became uncertain. Our hero was using the inventory at this point. He started throwing rocks in there. Everyone came up to see what he was doing. The girl asked what he was doing. The protagonist said it might work. The inventory had dropped rocks, but if it could be filled with something, something would come out. The girl offered to start. The protagonist asked if she was rested, but the girl said she wasn't. But they have to go. They would be like targets if something happened to a man. Our hero said then they would do everything. He wished him good luck on his journey and said he would wait for the signal. At this point, they were walking through the woods. The two girls suggested we continue through the woods. They walked farther and farther away. Helena turned to her comrade. She asked if he really thought the plan would work. The girl replied that they had already started. There was no point in worrying now. Time was running out and their entire future depended on it. They could only focus and put all their energy into the upcoming battle, knowing that it was important not to make a mistake at this moment. The girl already knew she would say that, because those words were as inevitable as the situation itself. Just at this moment, monsters appeared in front of them, and their appearance immediately attracted attention. The girl, wasting no time, grabbed the stone and squeezed it in her hands, ready to use it as a weapon. She swung, intending to throw a rock, aiming it at the nearest monster. The monsters clearly didn't expect it. Their faces contorted in surprise as the stone flew past. They did seem to be able to distract them, and for a while the monsters lost their concentration. After that, the girls didn't waste a second and continued moving towards the target. At this moment, one of the monsters appeared isolated, standing some distance away from the others. He heard some sound coming from the bushes behind him, but didn't immediately realize where it was coming from. And just as he was turning around, he was suddenly attacked. After that, the girl didn't wait, but quickly started to run away, realizing that she needed to stay on the move. Celia, who was in the tree, was watching carefully, trying not to miss a single detail. And then, a moment later, she landed sharply beside him, ready to continue on her way. Helena asked how much farther to go, and the girl replied that they were almost there, but there would be many monsters ahead. Helena, in spite of the difficulty, inquired if she could inquire into the man's condition, for it was necessary to know if he was alive. Just at that moment, the man, still a captive, was trying to find a way to get out, but the efforts were fruitless. One of the monsters began to slowly approach him, its footsteps sure and ominous. He held something in his hands, as if preparing to use that weapon against his captive. After that, the monster sharply shouted at the man, its voice rough and threatening. The man, who instantly came to his senses, also began shouting back, trying to make it clear that he wasn't afraid. He was surprised that the orc had come so close to him, and couldn't figure out what he was up to. Of course, his hands were in chains, which meant he couldn't move freely and was completely helpless. He noticed that his hands were tightly bound with chains, and he didn't see how he was going to get out. At that moment something surprised him. He began to feel a strange feeling, as if something had changed in the situation. He began to remember how the monsters had taken him, and the words he had said then, begging them to let him go, flashed through his mind. The man tried to get out of his chains, but his efforts were futile. He tried with all his might, but the chains wouldn't budge and the pain only got worse. Of course, he failed, and losing patience, he shouted, calling them fat pigs. He didn't know what they were up to, but he wasn't going to obey them. At that moment the orc said something to his companion, and the latter only waved his head, not taking his eyes off the captive. The man of course didn't understand what they were talking about, and irritably thought they could have spoken in a way he could understand. After that, they looked at him angrily and laughed mockingly, as if they were enjoying his suffering. The man couldn't understand why they were looking at him like that, and he felt more vulnerable than ever before. At that moment, a realization came to him. They were enjoying his humiliation, and it only made him angrier. He told them they were perverts, that he was a human and they were just orcs, and that they had no right to do that. He called them shameless, at which point he received a severe blow to the face that rendered him unconscious for a moment. After that, he immediately shut up, realizing that it was no longer worth it to provoke their fury. The man remembered that he had lost all knowledge of how to be in this situation, and his thoughts began to muddle. At that moment, the girl finally found him, and his heart raced with hope. Helena asked where he was, and the girl replied that he was tied up and was that way, not far from them. The man was surprised when they brought him food, but didn't know what they were going to do with him next. He didn't know their intentions, but he knew one thing. They certainly weren't going to starve him to death. Just then his stomach rumbled loudly and he realized how hungry he was. The man confessed that he had an unbearable urge to eat, as he had not eaten anything for days. He asked for someone to come closer as he was tied up to get food on his own. The monster staring back at him had a vicious and menacing look in its eyes, as if predicting what would happen next. The man then received another blow with the stick, which sent a painful wave throughout his body. The man looked at him in surprise, realizing that his situation was becoming more and more dangerous. He swung with fury, ready to strike. The man was then hit hard again in the face, which left him in shock. Then followed another blow that made him stagger. After that, the monster grabbed him by the hair, forcing him to lift his head. He looked at the man with a menacing smile, enjoying his misery. The man asked if he was going to enjoy the beating, trying to get the monster off his back. The man realized that it was important for him to stay alive, to set aside all dignity and just hold out as long as possible. At this point, they were simply silent, enjoying his humiliation. Something surprised the man after that, and his gaze became more focused. The man noticed the food being served to him, and realized that his life might be saved after all. He realized that if he didn't move, the monster was holding out food to him, unaware of his intentions. He decided to eat first, filling his stomach and surviving was his main goal. The man realized that after that, he could think his way out of this situation. As the man tried to eat, the monster swung again, preparing to strike again. Then, of course, he hit him again without showing the slightest regret. The man screamed in pain, unable to hold back, and each blow only added to his misery. At this point, the girls were watching from a safe distance. Celia said to wait to give the guy a sign to let him know what to do. Helena said the man was pitiful, but he was still hanging in there, needing to figure out a way to distract the monster. She asked if she could throw the rock one more time to create a distraction. But no, they need to start a fire. That would be a more efficient way. She explained that fire easily attracts attention. The monster will either run away or be distracted by putting out the fire. And then you can signal and act. At this moment, the monster continued beating the man, ignoring his screams. Helena said they had to hurry, as every moment counted. The man said he was old, that he was fed up, but continued to resist. Of course, the monster didn't stop and continued to beat him up, savoring every moment. At this moment, the man looked at the monster in surprise, as if he couldn't believe that it continued to torment him. The man called him a jerk, asked him what he was doing, and added that if he hadn't been tied up, he would have killed him long ago. Just at that moment, the monster literally spat at him, showing its contempt. The man looked at him in surprise after that, not knowing how to respond. He was simply silent at this moment, but the fire of rage burned in his eyes. The man then started laughing loudly, unable to contain his emotions. The man was furious, his patience was at an end, and he could no longer hold back. After that, he finally managed to break free of the chains, and he felt the long-awaited freedom. He then proceeded to attack the monster without thinking of the consequences. The monster looked at him in surprise, not expecting this turn of events. After a while, the man hit the monster using all his strength. The impact was so strong that the monster flew off and raised its head, looking up at the sky. As it turned out, the man managed to kill the monster, and he felt the satisfaction of victory. The other monsters looked at him in surprise, unable to believe that their comrade had been defeated. Helena was also greatly surprised, not expecting the man to be able to deal with the monsters so quickly. Celia also did not expect this turn of events and was amazed at what was happening. The man said it was the easiest thing to do, but fury burned in his eyes. Just at this moment, a new monster appeared, and its gaze was full of determination. He looked at the man, assessing his strength and readiness for battle. The new monster looked at him with hatred, as if it was already anticipating victory. Then he raised his hand, about to strike. The man, of course, took notice of this movement and was ready to repel the attack. He swung around, preparing to attack the man. This was followed by a tremendous explosion that shook the earth. The man just stood there, watching in amazement. The man couldn't believe the monster had suddenly let him go. Is it possible that he's just letting it go? The man looked at the rest of the monsters, trying to figure out their intentions. Then they all grabbed him, preventing him from moving. They clobbered him sharply, pinning his head to the ground as if preparing for the final blow. One of the monsters stepped right on his head, as if ready to trample him. The man realized he hadn't been released after all, and his hopes were dashed. At this moment, one of the monsters swung around, preparing to attack him. The monster was ready to kill him right now, expecting no mercy. He looked calmly at the man, his eyes full of determination. He continued to stand in the same position, as if enjoying the man's suffering. He continued to stare at the man without showing the slightest bit of regret. The man lay frightened, doing nothing, feeling his strength leaving him. Then he turned to them, begging them to spare him. He then started yelling that he was wrong, promising not to move again. But surprisingly, the monster still didn't kill him, continuing to watch him. Celia told the girl to stand still and not interfere. The girl asked if she would just watch, since there were too many monsters around. They were already surrounded, and trying to divert attention now would be suicide. But they had come to save the man, and he might be able to live without an arm, so offered to just watch and wait for the right moment. They'll signal first and then act faster. Just at this moment, the monsters began to scream, preparing for the decisive strike. The man also began to scream and cry, feeling his hope melt away. Helena didn't react in any way, remaining calm and observing. One of the monsters had already prepared to cut off his arm, intending to complete its brutal work. But just at that moment he was shot at, and the monster, stunned, fell to the ground. Of course, after this, he simply collapsed, unable to resist. The other monster looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a turn. Helena began to pull out her arrows, preparing for her next shot, not letting the monsters relax. She drew her bow, taking aim at the next target, ready to continue the battle. She kept firing, killing the monsters, guarding the man from imminent death. The man stood in surprise, not realizing what was going on and dumbfounded by Helena's intervention. He asked how they got here, not believing his eyes. Celia turned to the girl and the girl replied that she didn't want to come, but she wasn't going to just stand there and do nothing. She started yelling at the man to keep his spirits up, asking him to get up and run while he had a chance. At this moment, the man continued to watch Helena kill the monsters, remaining shocked at what was happening. He was surprised to feel his heart begin to beat faster, realizing that he was still alive. He realized that his body was not moving, for he had not eaten for days and was tired, so he had no strength. At that moment, the girl turned back around, noticing something strange in the air. Just at that moment, a monster jumped out at her, screaming with rage. He shouted at her in a rage, not about to stop. Celia was ready to step in and help her friend, but her decision was inevitable. That was exactly what happened. She killed the monster instantly, not giving it a chance to resist. After that, the monster fell breathlessly to the ground before even realizing what had happened. She said it seemed the man couldn't move and suggested running before it was too late. At this moment, the other monsters were watching them closely, ready to take revenge. They weren't ready to let them go so easily, and it looked like the real fight was about to begin. They began to approach them, intending to surround and immobilize them, but the man was still alive. Helena told the girl to send a signal. Celia looked at her in surprise, not realizing what was going on. The monsters stopped abruptly, but still continued to watch them. Helena told the girl to do it faster, not wasting any time. Just then, the girl began blowing on the leaves, trying to signal. The clever hero, of course, heard this signal and began to prepare. After that, he began to sit on the slingshot, setting it up for a shot. Our hero sighed heavily, preparing for the next step. Then he concentrated fully, ignoring the noise around him. After that, he cut the thread, instantly starting the mechanism. Our hero was surprised that nothing happened at this point, but after a while, he began to be carried forward at an incredible speed. Our hero tried his best to adjust his position in the air, keeping his balance. After a while, the slingshot tossed him into the air like a cannonball. The goblins walked through the forest, unsuspecting. One of them turned to the others to look at her. He was pointing his finger at the sky, but they didn't realize what it could be. At that moment, they literally saw a star twinkling in the sky. One of them gave a surprised look and realized what it was. Of course, it was our hero flying through the sky. In that instant, he noticed something down below, drawing his attention. The guy realized that he was flying through the sky at a tremendous speed. Our hero was still continuing his flight, not realizing where he was going. The girl realized he wasn't feeling well, and that clearly didn't make her happy. They climbed the tree, not knowing what they should do next. The girl said that the number of monsters was increasing, and it seemed like they had all gathered from all over the county. What should they do now? Celia said it was safe in the tree, but there was no telling when the place would become dangerous. You could try jumping to another tree, but the distance is too great. The problem is that the distance between the trees is too great. Helena said she could try, but she couldn't do that kind of jumping. Of course, the monsters were furious at this moment, even more persistent in their pursuit. They're stuck here and our hero should have jumped already, but something was in his way. At that moment, the girl noticed something, drawing the attention of the others. She looked up at the sky, trying to figure out where our hero was. Afterward, the girl said she had found him and pointed to the sky. Helena asked where he was, and the girl pointed to where he was flying. Afterward, she showed a so-called star that moved across the sky. She said he was flying, and it was obvious. Helena didn't realize what it was and looked puzzled at what was happening. Celia said he was flying as they had planned, but everything else was very much in doubt. If he falls there, the distance to suddenly attack the king is still huge. She knew it. Even a slight inaccuracy will only increase the angle of flight at that distance, and it would fall the wrong way. The man stood, looking at the girls, but not understanding what they were trying to do. He looked up in surprise, trying to figure out what was going on. Helena said the guy would be landing soon, and the girl offered to observe the situation for now. Our hero said he could do it with his powers, and he was definitely on to something. But they didn't explain anything to her. Was he up to something with the girl or not? The girl said no, they didn't come up with anything. At that moment, she noticed something strange in the air. Helena heard some strange sound, as if something was approaching. Just then, the monster swung around, preparing to attack. It was clear that they were trying to cut down this tree. They were pretty good at it. The girl said he's chopping down a tree. Does he want to chop it down with an axe or something else? At this moment, the monsters began to laugh caustically, their laughter full of mockery. One of them was sure of something. His certainty was almost palpable. Then they all began to scatter toward the tree, hastily approaching their target. But the girl also realized that she had to act. She couldn't wait. She killed them all in a flash, her actions swift and decisive. It worked very quickly and accurately, leaving no chance. Helena started screaming, asking who it was chopping there. She began to ask if they wanted to die. If they want to die, let them come forward. She will do as she wishes. At that moment, the crowd abruptly fell silent. Everyone froze in anticipation. The girl asked if they were scared. He was looking at her at this moment with fury, his gaze full of hatred. The orc cub stood right in the middle of them, not backing down. He pointed his finger at the tree, his gesture decisive. Then he said something to them, his words sounding threatening. Helena of course couldn't understand what that meant. His speech was incomprehensible. After that he became enraged and started screaming. And then he began to approach the tree altogether, his steps sure. The monster behind him killed at this point. His actions were swift. They all decided to run straight for the tree, eager to accomplish their task. Just at that moment, he managed to hit a tree, his efforts yielding results. The girl realized that there were too many of them, and they wouldn't be able to stop them. And there's hardly any arrows left. Even if he hits a few, it won't do any good. Celia told her not to waste arrows, but she knew that herself. She should use them at an important moment. She noticed the monsters gathered there as the numbers dwindled next to the small orc. So it's a chance. The girl told her friend to go down a bit and try to stop the monsters for a bit. She wondered how on earth to do it. At that moment, the girl grabbed the arrows. After that, she began to draw her bow, preparing to fire. Helena explained that she would shoot the remaining arrows, their ringleader, and meanwhile have her friend try to distract the monsters so they wouldn't continue chopping down the tree. The orcs continued chopping wood, not paying attention to what was going on around them. One of them shouted loudly, his voice full of rage. Just at that moment, the girl descended toward them, rapidly approaching. They turned around to look at her. After that, one of them was thrown something. Immediately afterward he fell down, struck by the blow. The crowd looked at the girl in surprise, not believing their eyes. Celia continued to approach them without losing her resolve. She told them to attack her. She's ready to take the fight. One of them began to shout in rage, his voice filled with a fierce threat. Our hero stood astonished, watching it all. The boy understood what it was, and what those orc sounds were. They couldn't find him, or that sound was coming from where the girls were. The orc was shouting in rage at this moment, his screams sounding louder and louder. Our hero took notice, his gaze becoming more focused. The girl was killing one of the monsters with ruthless speed and accuracy. One of them, boldly approaching her, seemed confident of victory, but she destroyed him too, with ease, as if it was a routine for her. He only smiled evilly at this point, but his confidence quickly evaporated. The girl's strength at this moment seemed unnatural, as if she was on the verge of something supernatural. Then, swiftly circling him from behind, she prepared for another strike. With dexterity and skill she massacred him in that instant, not giving him the slightest chance of resistance. The remaining monsters stood dumbfounded watching her actions, unable to believe their eyes. The girl, without showing the slightest weakness, met their gazes confidently, ready for further action. After that, as if on some silent impulse, it began to move forward, killing everyone in its path. Everything was happening so fast that her movements seemed almost ghostly. After a while, when she had completed her actions, the girl sighed heavily, as if shedding a heavy burden. She couldn't tell if she was tired, but her strength seemed to be slowly leaving her. The monsters watched her condition carefully, realizing that she was no longer as dangerous as before. The remaining of them began to tighten a ring around her, as if preparing for one last decisive blow. Several more monsters appeared, clearly ready to continue the fight. At this point, the girl was surrounded on all sides. Celia, in the vicinity, addressed Helena asking her to be careful. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to narrow the circle and she was practically trapped. The girl, realizing that thanks to her friend the monsters were no longer chopping wood, still didn't give up hope. The little orc stood alone, now completely defenseless, and her chance was closer than ever. The girl realized that this was exactly the moment she needed to act, and she couldn't miss it. Taking quick aim, she fired. The arrow, like a deadly projectile, flew precisely into the target. But she didn't stop there and fired again, sure it was her last chance. It was her last arrow, and she was determined that this particular one would hit the target. She prayed that this arrow would do its job and ensure her victory. And just at that moment, the little orc raised his head and looked at her, as if noticing the threat. The girl shouted loudly, hoping her scream would be strong enough to strike fear in him. But suddenly, a giant monster appeared in the path of her arrow and protected the orc with its foot. Helena was dumbfounded, not expecting this turn of events. The large monster remained calm, as if it knew that this was exactly what was going to happen. The girl was surprised to see the arrow blocked, and realized that this was changing her entire strategy. The monster began to move, but with a kind of terrifying slowness. His caustic smile became even more sinister when he noticed her confusion. The girl was at a complete loss and didn't understand what was going on. She was sure that the giant monster was supposed to listen to the little orc's orders, but now everything seemed different. He still seemed to be following directions, but something about his actions was odd. At this moment, the monster was saying something, as if receiving new instructions from the little one. Thoughts began to clear in the girl's mind, and she realized that something important was on the verge of being discovered. Just at this moment, the giant's eyes lit up with a bright fiery light, as if he was preparing for something powerful. He swung, and each of the monsters felt the air around them tense. He seemed ready to cut down the tree in one fell swoop, oblivious to everything else. The girl could only watch as the giant aimed at his target, realizing that this would be the decisive moment. Helena was panicked and didn't know what to do, realizing that her actions couldn't prevent what was happening. And so, at that moment, the giant swung around, preparing to attack her. Toker stood in complete surprise, not realizing what was about to happen. Celia was also in complete shock, her face expressing indescribable surprise. The monster continued to laugh, not realizing that his laughter was only part of the immense danger. He swung around to strike, and everyone around him froze in anticipation. The girl watched him in amazement, not understanding what was happening. The man didn't expect this turn of events either, his eyes full of amazement. Celia continued to stand there, gazing into what was happening, unable to look away. Only the giant and smirked wryly at this moment, knowing that he was almost victorious. Our hero at this moment was shouting loudly, trying to get attention. The monster couldn't figure out where the sound was coming from. His eyes began to scan his surroundings nervously. He started looking around, trying to figure out what was going on. Rudin was just approaching him, his steps growing more and more determined. It was a set called shouting, a technique of shouting loudly to scare away the enemy and demonstrate fortitude. When used, the attack power was increased by 2% for 30 minutes, and the technique itself attracted the attention of enemies. At this point, everyone started watching the protagonist, unable to believe what was happening. Celia looked at him, her gaze full of bewilderment. The man couldn't tell if Rudin was really flying through the air or if he was just imagining it. Celia turned to the girl, waiting for an explanation. After that, the girl jumped down from the tree, landing smoothly on the ground. The monsters continued to watch the guy, not knowing what to expect from his next move. They noticed that the guy had taken their attention away, and it made them wary. Is this the plan Rudin was talking about? Thought the girl, unsure of what was going on. She replied that she didn't know, but felt that things could go wrong. The monster continued to stare into the sky as if waiting for something. The cub was also watching, his gaze intense. But unlike the others, he was furious, his eyes blazing with anger. After that, he shouted something and raised his hand, preparing for action. The giant immediately began to move, his huge footsteps echoing in the silence. He headed towards the boy, his intentions clear. Rudin was just approaching him, and his movement was becoming more and more confident. The guy looked at his opponent in surprise, realizing that the situation was getting worse. Celia realized that things were bad and their chances of success were melting away. If the giant attacks, the guy won't be able to dodge and that will be the end of it. The girl noticed the monsters standing nearby. Celia inquired as to what she was doing. The girl realized that while the guy was distracting the monsters, she had the opportunity to kidnap the man. Now would be a good time to take him away. Then the girl said she found something. She then turned to him and informed him that they were running away. However, the man immediately told her to be quieter. The girl didn't understand why he was reacting this way. Helena asked Yuli why he was demanding silence, but Celia explained that it was safer that way. If he is inattentive, he will accidentally attract the attention of monsters and the situation will become dangerous. Helena wondered if they should just stay put then, but the guy assured her that he had a plan. Now it's just getting started, we have to trust his plan. Rudin slumped, but assured that everything was going according to plan. At first he was gripped by fear because of the altitude, so he thought he was doomed. However, his adaptability and sound plan allowed him to handle the situation. If he manages to adjust, even a fall won't be a problem. That's why his plan was flawless. At this point, he began to scream loudly. He then decided to use the inventory. After that, he grabbed a rock. Rudin then began to rotate. At that moment, the monster attacked him. The cub stood with his hand raised. Helena couldn't tell if he'd escaped the crowd, but she noticed that the item he pulled out of his inventory, he was using as a coaster. They remembered him saying that things in the inventory could be used, even if only briefly, as a coaster. At this moment, the monster had already completed its attack. The protagonist immediately realized that he had to be careful. However, his opponent proved to be too fast. At that moment, he saw the enemy's weapon in front of him. Rudin decided to use the inventory again. After that, he stood on a rock. Thanks to this, he was able to dodge the attack. However, in the process, he lost part of his scarf. Rudin continued to dodge punches, but he soon realized that he couldn't stay like this for long. If the enemy ever strikes him with this weapon, he will die. He must not make a single mistake. The protagonist began to guess something important. He didn't know that the enemy was capable of attacking with such speed. Apparently the gypsy was being driven by a cub at this point. The enemy grabbed his weapon again. After that, he swung sharply. Rudin was still standing right in front of him. The guy used the inventory again. He was standing upright on a rock. He realized that the situation was not playing out the way he had planned. If things continue like this, he'll have to get crafty. Rudin used the inventory again. After that, he drew his weapon. He gripped it tightly in his hands and was ready to fight. He stood, keeping his gaze fixed on his opponent. Toker didn't realize if the guy was going to win a single fight. So much for the whole surprise attack plan. However, Celia disagreed, for he had not planned to follow the plan from the beginning. She herself didn't know how things were supposed to unfold. But this whole situation seems to have been conceived by the main character. The girl couldn't believe that everything was going exactly as it should be. The protagonist continued to stand, staring confidently at his opponent. The giant was still staring at him silently. Rudin stated that the man had assaulted him. The cub instantly received orders to attack. Immediately afterward, he rushed into the attack. Rudin got ready to defend himself. Then he displayed his weapon. After that, used the inventory again. All of the items he had been collecting suddenly started falling out of him. There was too much stuff. The girl couldn't tell if he was really just throwing garbage around. Celia explained that he was doing this to make the orc swing the club slower. If there is anything in the way around him, his speed will decrease. That's why he had purposely gathered all the trash in his inventory before leaving. Rudin looked confidently at his opponent, assessing his movements. Then he tore forward sharply without losing his concentration. His speed was so fast that he seemed to disappear from sight. He came closer and closer, moving with incredible agility. The guy remembered a game called the Rhythm Game. All the monsters froze, watching him in amazement. As in other similar games, the main thing here is speed and accuracy of movements. The higher the difficulty, the faster the pace, which means you have to act without error to stay on track. However, this style of combat had its own side effects. If you get used to a high tempo right away, it will be impossible to adapt to a slower rhythm afterward. And if you constantly slow down, everything starts to seem unbearably slow, like he's moving like a turtle. The same thing was happening with the giant's blows. They were getting slower and slower. Realizing this, Rudin rushed forward even faster, intending to take advantage of the enemy's confusion. Everyone around them froze, anticipating that something incredible was about to happen. At this moment, Rudin has broken through his enemy's defenses. He's managed to close the distance. The cub controlling the giant suddenly became nervous, not expecting such a turn. The giant, on the other hand, following the order, instantly raised his weapon and began to attack. The protagonist managed to dodge as before, but this time he lost his balance. He began to fall, feeling himself losing control of movement. Rudin realized that the situation was out of his control. Suddenly, he remembered a video of a pig being killed by an electrical charge and it hit him. Lightning flashed sharply around him, illuminating everything around him. At that moment, he activated his ability, Cross Swords. The cub wasn't just worried now, he was gripped by real fear. The giant continued to attack, swinging a massive weapon, but Rudin used the technique of cutting with a cross. Immediately after that, he launched a powerful attack, aiming it straight at the giant. The monsters watching the battle froze stunned. Thick smoke began to billow from the giant's head as if he was about to collapse. Celia, who was at a distance, was watching with tension. Helena couldn't tell if Rudin had really destroyed the giant. The protagonist used the inventory again. However, to his surprise, he suddenly froze and stopped doing anything. The guy didn't understand why nothing was appearing from the inventory. He hurriedly opened it, inspecting the contents. At that moment it finally came to him what the problem was. Helena turned to the girl standing next to her, trying to find an explanation. She asked if a fall would be fatal for the guide, to which the girl hesitantly replied that it probably would. However, there was one oddity that confused them. Was he just going down, or did he have some kind of plan? Rudin suddenly realized that his inventory was completely empty. He couldn't understand how this could even happen. But after a moment it came to him what the reason was. When he tried to stop the giant and threw garbage at it, did he accidentally throw absolutely everything? If that was the case, then now he no longer had anything left that he could use as a prop. A few seconds later, there was a massive explosion. The smoke began to clear, and soon the figures at the epicenter of the impact could be seen. The giant collapsed to the ground, clearly unable to get up. More dust rose up following him, obscuring the battlefield. The girl, wasting no time, rushed to run to the protagonist. They all, without wasting time, rushed toward him. Helen asked, wondering if this was definitely where the guy had fallen. Celia nodded affirmatively, confirming that he had fallen with the king. They began to scrutinize the area, hoping to find him. The girl worriedly remarked that she couldn't see anything. Perhaps the king was on top when he fell and crushed Rudin. Celia and the others froze, realizing the possible consequences. If he really did end up under the king's body after falling from such a height, he had little chance of survival. The man made a determined attempt to lift the king's massive body. He used all his strength, but he couldn't move him. The girl perplexedly asked what he was doing, but the man only threw back that he'd rather help instead of talking. She objected that it was useless, but the man insisted that she should at least try. At that moment, an unexpected thought occurred to Celia. She quickly turned to the others. Then she spoke of the orcs. Indeed, as soon as she said that, monsters appeared behind them. The girl noted with alarm that they were surrounded. There were an incredible number of them. There seemed to be no end to them. She couldn't understand why they weren't leaving, for the king had fainted. The man, frowning, pronounced that Rudin was nowhere to be found. The girl tried to comprehend the meaning of those words. The man explained that it was Rudin who felled the king, but now he's gone, which means the monsters are no longer fear. Since Rudin had fallen with the king, no one else was holding them back. That was why one of the monsters was looking at them with an eager smirk. The girl realized that everything they had accomplished now seemed futile. Celia said the only hope is if the guy manages to resurrect himself. At this moment, the monster suddenly became enraged. The girl exclaimed with anger in her voice that they had worked like dogs and all in vain. In the same instant, the monster was already at her back. Celia shouted at her to run immediately, but the girl, seized with rage, declared that it annoyed her. Suddenly, without thinking, she struck the monster with her bare hands. The monster clearly didn't expect something like this and failed to react in time. At that moment, a system notification, the level up appeared, which surprised her greatly. The man asked in amazement what it was. The others were stunned as well. One of them froze in place, trembling with surprise. At the same moment, the system alerted that Rudin had upgraded. He stood there, trying to figure out what was going on. There was darkness all around, and he didn't realize where he was. There was not enough air, and it was getting harder and harder for him to breathe. The man asked again what had happened in the first place. Helen had a flicker of hope. She heard the voice of the main character. He was trying to figure out where he was. The girl replied in confusion that he was right in front of them, had felled the king and was now lying beneath him. Rudin decided to use the slaughter skill to get out. As a result, a thick cloud of dust rose up. A few moments later, he was in front of them. The girl was extremely surprised. She couldn't believe that he was fine and fully alive. Helena asked what had happened, but the girl explained to her that it didn't matter right now. The monsters were still around. However, now they were pretty scared about the guy. Rudin was surprised that there were still so many, but the girl assured him that it was okay. She explained that the atmosphere had changed dramatically with the arrival of the guy. They looked at him fearfully. They didn't take their eyes off him as they didn't know what to expect from him. The man noticed that the monsters didn't move, they just froze in fear. All of this happened because a guy showed up. Rudin asked what they should do now, and suggested that he give the man a command to get them out of here. Like that time on Twitch, Rudin prepared to shout. The monsters didn't understand what he was going to do. Then he started yelling at them. This greatly surprised and frightened them. Rudin continued to watch them. The guy clarified if he needed to say something, but the girl explained that simply ordering them to leave was enough. Rudin then shouted loudly for them to scram. After that, one of the monsters dropped his weapon. He was scared to death. Immediately afterward, the others began to run away in panic. Rudin watched them. Soon they were all out of sight. Helena asked if that was it and then, with a disappointed sigh, said it was boring. Celia explained that the guy had defeated the boss. Rudin just collapsed to the ground. He never thought such a simple matter would take such an unexpected turn, but it was finally over. They certainly had a rough time, but in the end it all went according to plan. Before he could finish speaking, however, the girl grabbed his ears. Immediately afterward, Rudin fell face first into the ground. She exclaimed, "What the hell kind of plan is this?" calling it a complete lie. The girl resented him for suddenly attacking the enemy, doing the opposite and not explaining anything in detail. However, if he told the truth, she would disagree. How would he let them know he was going to fight the king one-on-one? After all, they had wanted to keep him, so he had been forced to lie. Helena didn't understand why he was talking about it now. Celia asked if he was really sure about fighting the king and thought it was the best solution. It's not like they hadn't thought of a backup plan, and the monsters had them surrounded. To avoid this, he He found a place where the monsters couldn't reach. A one-on-one fight in the sky was the best way out. Helena wondered why there was a distraction for her and Celia. Rudin replied that Toker and Fedaya had been captured. As he fought the king, the man expected the situation to only get worse. Perhaps it would have been better to be honest right away. When he flew out of the slingshot, the distance to the king was still too great. From the start, he had no hope of landing right next to him. The girl asked if just getting attention was enough, and he confirmed that was correct. In that case, they had a chance to escape, but it was too risky. Rudin said that's why he lied, but in the end everything worked out well, even though they didn't get much. The girl asked what they had gotten. Rudin replied that the down or king was now an excellent hill. The girl grinned and agreed that the one had indeed become a huge hill. The man looked at him in surprise. Rudin began to examine the stone, a giant magic stone containing magical power found in rare monsters. It sells for a high price due to its rarity. Thus, Rudin held out his hand for the money. The guy promised he wouldn't get rich. Helena wondered if it was just a gamble, or if he had another reason for doing such things. The girl said they already had money, so there was no need to engage in dangerous endeavors. They were looking at the protagonist at that moment. If you divide the amount by 4, each person gets 20 gold pieces. This is significantly less than expected. After exchanging the magic stone first for copper coins, then for silver and gold. After taxes, government employees are left with just that. Helena remarked that even so was still a large sum. The man agreed, adding that they had no need to work as mercenaries. Rudin wondered, was it really a lot of money? In a way, yes. In this world, 1 silver equals about 100,000 won. This means that 20 gold pieces can feed a person for the next 10 years. This money will allow one to live without worries. However, he does not feel it, perhaps because he is not yet accustomed to the local monetary system. The man asked the guy what he was going to do next. Rudin replied that he didn't know yet, and asked if they were going to quit their mercenary jobs. The girl said confidently that of course they were going to, if there is money. Why work? Rudin asked what they were going to do next. The girl replied that she was going to rest, and that Celia was thinking of returning to her homeland. The man said he was going to open a shop. Rudin thought about getting into investments. The man asked what he meant by investments. Rudin realized that the man remembered him mentioning it when he was running away from the orcs. The guy tried to explain what an investment is. It was already nightfall. Rudin went to bed. The guy said he was pretty tired and had had enough. However, what to do next? The partner said they would definitely not work again. He invested in monster hunting, spent the remaining money on shopping, but it's just a waste of money. You need either connections or information to trade. It won't work on nothing. He has analyzing skills, but low level, and you can't make much with those abilities. This world is like a game. In the game, leveling up is the key to everything. To level up, you need magic, techniques for large-scale attacks. Now his goal is to study magic. Rudin thanked the partners for their cooperation, and yet money was the best solution. He was able to solve all the problems at once. The guy had plenty of money. Was it worth spending it to buy a gun? Rudin met a girl from the bookstore and asked if she remembered him. He said he was just about to go in and buy a book on magic. She was surprised he was willing to spend money on such an expensive item. He asked how much it cost. The girl replied that a cheap book would cost about 10 gold pieces. However, she added that depending on the type, books can be 1,000 times more expensive. The protagonist was amazed to hear such a difference in price. Books like that are hard to find here. Rudin realized that books and paper are incredibly expensive in this world. He would need more money. At that moment, someone called out to the protagonist and informed him that they had brought what he had ordered. Our hero was sitting right in front of the potions at this point. He asked him to buy food, drinks and laundry, or to lay down the weapons and tools he had prepared in advance in order to hold out for a month. The guy asked where our hero was going. He answered that he would leave for a while to go hunting monsters. The guy heard he made a lot of money, but he's leaving again. He's going to buy something, so he needs a little more money. At the same time, he would like to increase his level and is thinking of going out to catch sand ants. Just at that moment, someone was hunting them. It was our hero himself. He was already killing them very easily. Our hero realized that if you stay at the same level, progress will go faster. He used the slaughter at this point. After that, all the ants started to fold. After a while, our hero was done. He realized it was useless, and he didn't see the magic stone, which was the most costly part. The guy realized he could catch more and keep killing. At this point, our hero was killing orcs. He also killed kobolds. Of course, he continued to destroy sand ants as well. He was also killing blue little spiders and twitch dots. Our hero was leveling up with the help of these monsters. The guy just wanted to get stronger. The main character already had level 20. This was good, because the level was increasing, but as experience increased, it became harder to level up. It was getting harder to level up. Was it because he had accidentally leveled up after being attacked by the king? Or was it because while he was dying, his partners caught the monster? Or else, he had the skillful life force body. This body had stronger bones, stronger skin, and faster regeneration than a normal body. Perhaps it had to do with a new skill he had learned. Just at that moment, a goblin ran towards him. Our hero handled him easily and dodged him. He kept dodging. The guy didn't even know. The monster looked at him apprehensively. Our hero decided to use the crucifixion technique. After that, they would all take to the air, and soon landed on the ground. Rudin realized that if you use skills, mastery increases and the skill level also increases. The crucifixion technique was getting stronger. What he feels with his body is an amazing sensation. At this point, the monsters were literally afraid of him. All of them trembled in fear of him. Rudin decided to use the cross technique. He applied the crucifixion cross technique. Our hero started the fire at night. The guy decided to use the creature skill. He began to create something. Surprisingly, the guy created a hot spring. Our hero has set up camp at a hot spring. Any way you look at it, it's better than a hotel in the village. It seems better to live like this, without a home. Besides your ingredients, there are everywhere, such as rocks, trees, grass and all of nature. Monster corpses, even river water can all be used with the crafting skill. The more often we are used to novelties, the stronger they become, simply from the fact that he uses them when he needs to. Rudin used the creation skill again. The guy started blowing something healthy. Most importantly, our hero realized it could be used as a tent. When he raises his level, he can make money. By applying his skills correctly, he will be able to use them in wrestling as well. At that moment, the wolf howled at the moon. The main character was moving that it was already bedtime. The next day, our hero went outside and said he had a very good night's sleep. Then the guy turned his attention to something. The hero saw black smoke in front of him and assumed that someone was burning something, or it's someone's help signal. Our hero headed toward the black smoke. When he arrived, he saw dead monsters. At that moment, there was also some person lying there. Our hero was surprised, for both humans and monsters were all dead. Had someone attacked the monsters or what? Among the dead, one looked like a mage. Was the monster's attack that strong? Our hero used the skill of determination. Null is a monster with an animal upper body and legs, like a human. The guy didn't think it was a very strong monster. Maybe he was careless. At that moment, our hero noticed some kind of bag. The guy used fire. He didn't know the traditions of this world, but he wished him luck. May they escape the indignities of this world and enjoy peace of mind. Our hero didn't understand if it would work, but it was in honor of the people who had died here. Then now we can open the gifts left for him by the dead. Our hero sighed heavily. He said it was very tough. Went through a lot today too. Our hero decided to use the inventory. He felt weird going through other people's stuff right after he'd cleaned up the corpses, so he just left the bag here. But now he thought it was safe to open it already. When our hero opened the bag, money came pouring out. Of course, the guy noticed that they were gold coins. There were almost 50 of them, but when he counted them, there were about 100 here. And potions, too. There were also expensive clothes in there, and in thin envelopes, probably medicinal powders. There are also gems, a dagger, and other tools. Our hero didn't understand why there was so much stuff in that bag. It wasn't heavy or anything like that. Then something fell out of the bag again. The hero took notice. The boy didn't realize what it was, but it was a book, a magician's book. The main character was asked if he wished to acquire a skill called explosion. Our hero laughed evilly and said how lucky he was. It was a real treasure. Here's what I should have been looking for. Money to buy a book on magic. So much excitement. He was surprised that the system asked if he wished to purchase a new blast. Why even ask that? Of course I do. At this point, as always, the protagonist began to shake. The guy realized it was a reaction to a new skill. He marveled that it was such an influential force. The skill explosion had been acquired. Our hero did not realize whether it was a simple skill or something more. The system reported that the profession was changed to magician's apprentice by acquiring magic, plus 5 additional intelligence bonuses due to the profession change. The protagonist realized that a lot of things had changed, and didn't know if it was possible to do so. Our hero closed his eyes. After that, he began to rejoice. He had gotten magic for free. That was a real good fortune. Explosion is a magic that allows you to attack your opponent with an explosion. It belongs to the lower middle class magic. Our hero noticed it was a blast, but can he really apply it within a 1-meter radius and anywhere? He can blow up a man's body, or the body of a monster. All he has to do is use this magic and everyone will die instantly. Magic, like the sciences, gets better with each use, or what? If magic gets stronger, he will get richer. At that moment, someone knocked on his door. Just at that moment someone burst into his hut. There was some kind of monster standing in front of him. Our hero used the skill of determination. It was Chilgon, who has a formidable personality. He tries to eat everything in sight. Just at that moment he lunged at Rudin. Our hero said, "Out of the fire and into the fire." After that, he decided to use the new skill explosion. Our hero was surprised that nothing happened. The monster was just about to approach him. Our hero began to worry, but he managed to dodge in time. The guy took his weapon from his inventory. After that, he attacked the monster. Then our hero noticed that another one had appeared. Our hero turned his attention to him. He realized there were more of them than he thought. Rudin began to fight them. The guy decided to use the crucifixion technique. The monsters tensed up at this moment. Rudin continued to fight them. He used the crucifixion cut. After that, he defeated them all in one fell swoop. The guy didn't understand why the magic wasn't working. Was he mistaken, or was there something else? Immediately afterward, his house began to crumble. After a while, there was nothing left of his house. Rudin used the blast just at that moment. It worked. Then why didn't it work? The player noticed that there was one monster left. Rudin decided to use an explosion on him. And this time he actually succeeded. Maybe you need to concentrate more when you cast a spell. He didn't understand anything. He'd have to use more and then he'd figure it out. At this point in the knowledge, 98 gold pieces and 12 pieces of silver is what he earned for this hunt. With that money, he can drink and party for the rest of his life. It's normal for him to make money so easily at all. Rudin just sat there thinking. The guy came to the conclusion that he didn't have enough. Even if he had 100 gold pieces, he would buy one book on magic and that money would disappear. The main character was brought food. He thanked us for our efforts, wished us a good appetite and good luck. The guy asked his friend if it was true that he made over 100 gold pieces on this hunt. Rudin said, over 90 gold. And they thought he was cool. The guy asked where they heard about it. The rumor had already spread. He will give them 10 pieces of silver each. Let them not tell anyone. Let them tell everyone that these rumors are nonsense. They said he was generous. How cool he was. Helena stood not far from him and smiled. She asked them what was going on. Why were they making such a fuss? Are they paying rent or something? Rudin remembered that voice. Rudin was surprised that it was Helena, and the girl told him that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She asked how he was doing. They said he was rich. Rudin said he didn't get that much richer, but she changed somehow. Though, of course, when you have a lot of money, things change. She asked what he was doing these days. Rudin said he is in his back, not unbending it, the same thing every day. What does she do? The girl said she was chilling, very much on vacation. Now she is going to the market. There is a monthly fair. The protagonist asked, or is it a monthly fair? The guy said there's a big monthly fair here. This is a major event that involves everyone from small merchants to large vendors. The girl asked if they would go and watch together. At this point in the fair, some man stood looking at the fish. There was also a man present who offered entertainment. There were also fortune tellers of sorts. The girl said there's a lot to do. You don't just have to earn money. You also have to spend it. At that moment, someone was showing something. The protagonist was very much surprised. A girl asked him if he liked magic. He replied that it was cool, because fantasy always has magic. At that moment someone shouted about cheap slaves. If they acquire one slave, all life will become more comfortable, fish and of good quality. There was a little girl on stage. Helen asked if he wanted to buy a slave. Rudin said he did not. He offered to look at her. For some reason this girl keeps him on his toes. He feels like he's seen her somewhere. The girl told him to wrap it up. They need to go further and watch. After a while she said she was bored. There was plenty of money, but he didn't buy anything. Rudin said he didn't feel like buying anything. What can you do? He bought everything he needed for hunting in this village. What he needs is not an item, but a skill boost. The level gained last time. The generation skill seems very useful. At that moment, someone turned to her. Some guy asked her if she wanted to fool around with him. You could have fun with him all night. Helen said it seems he's drunk. They need to go. At this point he said that her boyfriend seemed boring and offered to go with him. The main character told the girl that he wasn't just going to go, he was drunk. At that moment, the girl began to approach him abruptly. Then she vaulted him. After that, he was already head down and falling. Rudin was very much surprised. After a while, the man was just lying breathless on the floor. Rudin asked if it was too much. The girl replied that she felt sorry for him. At this time more guys showed up, started asking what was going on. At that moment they saw their friend. They started asking the guy and the girl what they had done. Helen said his mouth was dirty, so she scolded him. At this point, the man turned to the others. He said others are pulling out their guns. It's time to attack. He said it was time to punish someone and was furious with his friend. Then he started swinging at the girl. Rudin yelled for her to be careful. After that, he just kicked her. Then he got a hit instead. The girl was very much surprised. Mind shifting after that strike, Rudin just pressed himself against the floor. Rudin said he had a headache. Helen asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist replied that he was trying to save her, and she replied that it was a futile endeavor. Let him stay out of it. The guy thought it was weird. He was going to go back, but only got hit over the head. He wondered if it was because humans were monsters that they moved differently. It was weird. He realized that he needed to learn how to fight people. The acquired skill is the power of resistance. The girl told him to stay out of it and left. Just after that, she hit the three of them at once. The impact was hard, and they slammed into the wall. They all passed out. One of them started attacking her. After that, the girl grabbed the rock, then threw it right at the guy. It flew right over him. The boy was very much afraid at this point. Helen asked him if he would try again. They couldn't understand what was going on. She had such power. But one of them now understood. It's a woman. Isn't she from the mercenary guild? You Red Dog Helen? Rudin couldn't understand what Red Dog meant. Is this the one from the legend that makes freaks of everyone she doesn't like? Or what? The man started to say something. He said they needed to get out. Helen said they are lowly fools. She asked the guy if he was okay. Rudin asked what they were talking about. She often punishes these local bullies. No matter how many there are, they still can't get their heads together. Rudin asked, are there many such bullies here? She replied that yes, they are pathetic kids who are afraid of monsters, so they bully the locals. Our hero decided to look at his skills. Resistance power. When body strength increases, takes less damage from physical attacks. Damage is reduced by 1%. The boy wondered about the resistance power skill. He had gotten that power when he was hit. The girl said they had to go. Rudin asked if she knew these hooligans well. The girl said no. She only knows that they often gather under the bridge by the river. The next day, our hero punched some guy. The guy asked him what he was doing. Our hero defiantly asked what he was doing. He said he was their big brother from now on. One of them turned to the boys. They said they moved him to his senses. Surprise! After a while they actually defeated Rudin and said, he's a show-off and he himself is nothing. Our hero took the potions out of his inventory. Then he started drinking it. He decided to take a look. Resistance power, while increasing body strength takes less damage when receiving physical energy. Damage is reduced by 2%. Just as I thought, the guy is growing, albeit a little, but he's growing. Resistance power is a useful skill, but it's too dangerous to produce this power while fighting monsters. No matter how it was, he had to upgrade this skill so that it would help him in fighting monsters. Our hero decided to give it a try. Next day, the guy was surprised that our hero came to them again. They beat him up like that yesterday and he didn't have a scratch on him. Our hero laughed and said they gave him a massage yesterday. Now he's so relaxed. Of course, the guy came in a rage over this and hit him again. He said the guy's dead now. The next day he came again, and they couldn't figure out who even was. Our hero threw a rock at him. He said last time that he's their big brother now. The guy was on it. At that moment, some person looked down in surprise. He didn't realize what it was the girl was asking, or that he was hearing these sounds for the first time in like a week. Local hooligans fighting amongst themselves or something. It's dangerous here. But no, they don't fight. Some kid comes to get a fifth every day, which means every day they have to stop them. But it was hard to explain. It wasn't necessary. It's not the person being beaten who needs to worry. Quite the opposite. The guy kept beating Rudin. Rudin, as always, just stood there and didn't resist. In that moment of surprise, it was as if nothing had happened. The guy started yelling over his hand. Rudin said he had to hold his fist properly when he punched. If he doesn't want to get hurt. At this point he came to an even greater fury. He then punched Rudin again. 50 gold was the amount he spent to purchase the potion. The resistance power increased to level 17, and along with it, so did the regeneration. Rudin continued to be beaten, but he didn't care at all. The regeneration effect was as strong as he thought it would be because his health was slowly increasing. But if you slowly continue to develop, you can recover without potions. The guy started yelling that he was fed up. The main character couldn't understand what the big deal was. He drinks it. And no debt. The guy is just tired. He wants to keep getting drunk. Let him look for someone else. And he's gone. Rudin started calling him a fool, an idiot and a poop. The guy explained to him that he might not provoke. Rudin decided to use the skill in an explosion. Immediately afterward, there was an explosion near him. Rudin asked where he was going. The guy asked, or does he think he's just letting himself be beaten here? If he says hit, then hit. The boy looked at him fearfully. After that, he started screaming. Then they all started running away, and Rudin started asking where they were going. He couldn't understand why they were running away. He said there's nothing he can do. It's getting harder and harder to raise the level. That's where he'll stop. He decided that he would stop using humans. It was time to fight monsters. Rudin was using the creation skill at this moment. He created a wooden rabbit. It was good. If you develop the skill of creating, you could make money. Right now hunting brings in more money, but someday he'll need that skill. At this moment, the monsters were walking through the forest. Rudin was surprised that they were orcs. Rudin watched them closely, realized that this is just to increase the strength of the resistance. Rudin called out to them. Immediately afterward, he knocked the weapon out of their hand. Sharp objects were dangerous to fight with, so you have to get rid of them first. And then he needs to provoke them. Rudin called them pigs and told them to attack. But to his surprise, they began to bow to him. Rudin didn't understand what it was. He was surprised they weren't attacking. What a situation. Maybe it's because he felled the orc king. The other orcs are now afraid of him, or what? At that moment, the orc was right behind him. Rudin couldn't figure out if it was either an orc or if he looked different. Just at that moment, he bounced back. Rudin was surprised to see the monster spitting fire. The guy decided to use preview. It was bitten. A pig-headed monster with the special power of throwing fire. Rudin realized it wasn't an orc. After that, the monster swung around to attack him. Rudin decided to use the blast skill. Of course, there was an explosion afterward. The guy could tell if it had turned out to be that simple, or if he was the one who had gotten stronger. At this point, some sort of squealing could be heard. Rudin, of course, immediately took notice. As it turned out, it was the same girl Rudin had seen. She stood there shaking with fear. The monster stood right in front of her and looked at her ominously.